The Singularity of Being. Introduction. From a Lacanian viewpoint, human subjectivity entails a constant negotiation of the three principal registers of being: the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real. The symbolic interpolates us into the normative regulations of the social order. The imaginary founds our conception of ourselves as individuals who possess unique personalities and the potential for exceptional existential trajectories. And the real intrudes into our lives as an unruly vortex of bodily jouissance and unintelligibility that disturbs the reassuring, yet ever fragile, coherence of our symbolic and imaginary configurations alike. The fact that this trinity coincides loosely with the Freudian distinction between the superego, the ego, and the id is not a coincidence, nor is the fact that Lacan focused on the tensions and antagonisms between these three components of being. In his early work, Lacan tended to privilege the symbolic over the imaginary and the real, linking the truth of the subject's desire to the signifier and banishing jouissance to the realm of impossibility. In his later seminars, in contrast, it is the real, the kernel of ontological impossibility that nevertheless causes tangible psychic effects, that takes center stage. It is on the level of the real that I want to locate the topic of this book, the singularity of being. At the risk of oversimplifying, one might say that subjectivity, for Lacan, is aligned with the symbolic, personality with the imaginary, and singularity with the real. The subject comes into existence through symbolic law and prohibition. Personality can never entirely transcend the narcissistic fantasies of wholeness, integration, and extraordinariness that buttress the subject's imaginary relationship to the world. Singularity, in turn, relates to the rebellious energies of the real that elude both symbolic and imaginary closure. It opens to layers of being that exceed all social categories and classify cations. If personality stipulates the kind of person a given individual is, for example, timid, reserved, outgoing, charismatic, singularity expresses something about the specificity of the subject's basic life orientation on the level of the drives and unconscious desire, particularly as these solidify around the fundamental fantasy and the repetition compulsion. Eric Santner articulates the matter perfectly when he declares that the singular self, that in a human being which can most truly say I, 2001, 86 persists as a non-negotiable kernel of the real beyond all social predicates, taxonomies, generalizations, and economies of comparison. Singularity escapes the logic of parts and wholes, of cultural systems of exchange where elements gain significance from being weighed against each other within the parameters of a broader structure. Singularity, Santner asserts, is a non-relational excess which is out of joint with respect to any form of teleological absorption by a larger purpose. 2005, 96. It endures when all particulars, all classifiable factors, have been accounted for. Or, to put the matter in Lacanian terms, after the subject has been divested of its symbolic and imaginary supports, there is still something that remains, the real of being. The lifting of the subject's socio-phantasmatic investments reveals the unremitting pulse of the real, what Santner, loosely but evocatively, depicts as a kind of oversupply or exaggeration of being. This peculiar surplus of insistence over existence, 2001, 80, agitates the subject with a relentless urgency, pressure, or necessity that overflows its symbolic mandate. Notably, this hyperbolic real is not some kind of a substantive or non-alienated core that persists beneath normative sociality, but rather a rising to consciousness of a non-symbolizable surplus within an otherwise intelligible reality, a sort of stain on the horizon of cultural intelligibility. 74. 2. The perseverance in being. Santner's account recalls a distinction that Emmanuel Levinas makes between the subject of social life on the one hand and the singularity of being on the other. Referring to the subject's enmeshment and impersonal, social, language, Levinas writes, "It is only at this price that man can become a moment of his own discourse. Such is, in fact, man reduced to his accomplishments, reflected in his works, man past and dead who is totally reflected in that discourse. Impersonal discourse is a necrological discourse. Man is reduced to the legacy of man, absorbed by a totality of the common patrimony. Man becomes, not, to be sure, a thing, but a dead soul. This is not reification, this is history." 1991, 25. Impersonal discourse is necrological in the sense that it draws man into a network of collective significations that reduces him to a list of his accomplishments. Through such discourse, man is overrun by the social totality, reduced to an inconsequential slice of history, and categorized as a person with culturally classifiable, and thus personally meaningless, attributes. He becomes a part of a whole, someone who can be compared to other constituents of the system through a set of universally applicable generalizations. Fortunately, though, this is not the entire story, for man also possesses a singularity that keeps him from becoming a dead soul, someone who is dead while still living. While the various things of the world let themselves be taken by surprise by concepts, 1991, 10, human beings contain a uniqueness that transcends conceptual capture. Generalization is death, Levinas postulates, whereas the irreplaceable singularity of the I comes from its life. 27. More specifically, man's singularity emerges from an immediacy of existence, from a perseverance in being. 189 that cannot be grasped by abstractions. It represents a gap in the horizon, 10, of conceptual understanding, so that man's identity cannot be constituted entirely by reference to others but contains elements that resist all systems of collective designation. Both Levinas and Santner therefore envision singularity as a kind of breach in the horizon of cultural intelligibility. It is through this breach that something of life in its excessive perseverance in being seeps into the domain of social subjectivity. In an elemental sense, this perseverance in being is what prevents the subject from becoming a mere moment of discourse. It keeps the subject from being completely swallowed up by the collectivity. Singularity, according to this account, slides into view from within the fissures of social subjectivity, puncturing the subject's coherent organization of being. Characterized by fleeting glimpses of negativity rather than by any fullness of personality, it destabilizes the subject on the level of its bodily perseverance, on the level of what one might, in more Lacanian terms, describe as the drive energies of the real. It would of course be incorrect to posit that the Lacanian drives express the subject's immediacy of being in the Levinasian sense, for they invariably carry the imprint of the social, a theme I will develop later in this book. But they do exhibit the kind of stubborn perseverance, or insistence, that both Levinas and Santner align with singularity. In this sense, singularity does not represent an opening to some sort of an idyllic or harmonious life, but rather gives rise to a fundamental existential bewilderment. To put it paradoxically, Santner remarks, what matters most in a human life may in some sense be one specific form of disorientation, the idiomatic way in which one's approach to and movement through the world is distorted. 2001, 39. In other words, singularity arises from the fact that social subjectivity is by necessity disfigured by the distortion introduced to it by the energies of the real, by energies that cannot be either wholly incorporated into, or depleted by, the normative structures of the symbolic establishment. The first half of this book is devoted to mapping out the implications of this way of conceptualizing singularity. It places Santner's observations in the context of work by Slavoj Žižek and Alain Badiou, among others, in order to highlight the ways in which post-Lacanian theory has in recent years been revitalized by its close attention to Lacan's later seminars, the phase of Lacan's thinking that focused on the real. This element of post-Lacanian theory offers an intriguing avenue for analyzing subjective singularity, provided that we do not take too literally Santner's assertion that the singular self articulates that in a human being which can most truly say I. If we locate singularity on the level of the real, we must forego the idea that it could ever say anything about itself in a coherent or cognitive manner. But this does not mean that it does not speak or express meaning, along with non-meaning. What the spirit of Santner's statement conveys is the idea of exigency, the idea that the singular self utters something about the reality of the subject's being that is more fundamental, more irrepressible, than its symbolic and imaginary attempts to maintain a consistent sense of self. Singularity, on this view, relates to those pieces of being that stick out of, interfere with, undermine, or otherwise disturb the subject's pursuit of stable self-identity. It is the inhuman, or not fully human, excess, existential overstatement, as it were, that, like the nervous tick that contorts the face of Syndicu Fountain in Claudel's The Hostage, Lacan 1965, 324 mutilates the subject's humanity, divorcing it from both the comforts and challenges of social existence. What subjective destitution can do. The critique of hegemonic sociality that underpins this approach runs through much of the theorizing of the last 100 years, animating not only phenomenology, the Frankfurt School, post-structuralism, and some strands of psychoanalysis, but also much of deconstructive feminist and queer theory as well as ethnic and post-colonial studies. On the one hand, this emphasis has given rise to some of the most far-reaching theoretical thinking of the post-Freudian, and particularly of the post-Holocaust, era, increasing our understanding of the various ways in which human beings are subjected to the very structures of power and meaning production that found their existence as socially intelligible creatures. On the other, it has tended to generate a quasi-paranoid discourse about the seamlessness of human disempowerment and lack of agency, so that there are times when the only options available seem to be either a descent into abject hopelessness, an apathetic giving up, or a radical stance of uncompromising defiance whereby the subject emphatically dissociates itself from the social world, a suicidal or mutinous no to the establishment. We will discover that prominent Lacanians, such as Zizek and Lee Edelman, have advocated the latter as a kind of culmination of Lacanian ethics, so that the subject who is willing to destroy itself in a vehement act of subjective destitution, an act that represents an absolute break with the dominant establishment, attains the heroic status of someone who is ready to sacrifice his or her social viability for the sake of a larger cause, or sometimes, quite simply, because he or she has had enough. I have chosen to dedicate the first half of this book to an exploration of this vein of Lacanian theory because it represents an original, and at times quite promising, way of rethinking key concerns from agency and freedom to ethics and political action. Perhaps most importantly, it offers an alternative to the early Foucauldian belief, a belief that has in complex ways been revived by recent attention to Agamben's argument about the pervasiveness of sovereign power in the state of exception, that there is no way out, that no matter what we do, the power structure will in the end get us. At the same time, I tend to be slightly wary of this interpretation of Lacan, in part because its absolutism renders it largely impracticable outside of dramatically revolutionary contexts, and in part because there is a certain emptiness to it in the sense that I do not see its advocates rushing to relinquish their positions of institutional and intellectual authority. Moreover, this approach tends to replicate one of the biggest stumbling blocks of post-humanist theory, namely the propensity to universalize human disenfranchisement to the degree that it becomes difficult to distinguish between the general human condition, in the existential sense, and more historically specific kinds of traumatization. In other words, it makes it hard to make sense of what I have elsewhere described as the divide between constitutive and circumstantial forms of alienation, Ruti 2006, and what Dominic LaCapra, 2001, has brilliantly analyzed as the distinction between structural and historical trauma. To be sure, our constitutive alienation by the discourse of the other, the symbolic order, provides the structural basis for more circumstantial varieties of alienation so that, for instance, the sense of deprivation caused by poverty sits atop a more foundational deprivation, and a racist slur adds insult to the more universal injury that underlies human life. But it would be a mistake to equate the acute impact of poverty or racism with the more slow-burning impact of constitutive alienation. Personally, I do not lie awake at night worrying about the fact that the discourse I speak is not my own, that the signifier robs me of agency, that there is no other of the other, or that my self-understanding is, by necessity, incomplete and misleading. Perhaps I should. But, frankly, I am much more likely to wonder how it is that I might be able to revise a situation I find either personally difficult or ethically repugnant. I might agonize over some detail of my daily life or over a specific social injustice, such as gender inequality, gay bashing, or ethnic profiling, that I find nauseating. Undoubtedly, it is my constitutive alienation that allows, or forces, me to worry about these things to the point of insomnia. Undoubtedly, the fact that I have been split by language is one of the things that distinguishes me from my neighbor's adorable cat, who is able to sleep in the middle of the sidewalk amidst the commotion of cars, bicycles, pedestrians, skateboards, and baby carriages. And, undoubtedly, the problems that keep me up are often directly caused by the hegemonic aspects of the other. But they usually have to do with the highly unequal ways in which this hegemony manifests itself in the context of particular subject positions rather than with the universal alienation caused by language and social subjectivity. They have to do with the uneven distribution of disciplinary power rather than with the ubiquitous stamp of this power. When we opt to interpret the social order as thoroughly hegemonic in the manner that is customary in the brand of Lacanian theory I have been outlining, it is easy to lose track of the fact that lacking secure ontological foundations, being wounded by the signifier, and having no choice but to utilize the impersonal discourse of the other are not, in the larger scheme of things, that difficult to bear. Furthermore, looking at singularity exclusively through the lens of subjective destitution, as a sudden eclipse of social hegemony, does not sufficiently capture the psychic densities of our tendency to experience it as a social phenomenon, as something that complicates our ongoing relationships with others rather than as a rebellious act that releases us from having to take stock of the reactions of others. It does not sufficiently capture the tension between our singularity and our responsibility to others. That the boundaries between the demands of singularity and those of sociality are not always easy to negotiate is reflected in the fact that many of us are most aware of our singularity when it causes us social embarrassment, when we regret having acted recklessly, idiotically, irrationally, or inappropriately. Indeed, It is precisely because we know that displays of singularity within social contexts frequently carry a high price that we tend to defend against it, some of us more tightly than others, but most of us to an arguably astonishing degree. 3. On the more constructive side, we might find ourselves pondering how our singularity might empower us to bring something new or inventive into being, how we might, in however modest a fashion, make a contribution to the cultural capital of the world. What sublimation can do. Concerns such as these are why the second half of this book locates the question of singularity within Lacan's analysis of sublimation. As much as I appreciate recent efforts to connect singularity to acts of subjective destitution, I think that this approach can lead to conceptual dead ends that squander some of the most robust potentialities of Lacanian theory. More specifically, it can sideline the possibility that singularity, and the resistance to social hegemonies that singularity, almost by definition, implies, is not always a function of a categorical rupture with the symbolic order, but can also operate within this order. While there are certainly components of Lacan's thinking, such as his reading of Antigone as a heroine who refuses to cede on her desire, that support the idea that resistance, for Lacan, is a matter of an adamant no to the establishment, there are other components that point towards the importance of being able to creatively intervene in symbolic systems of signification. To state the matter simply, Lacan's account of sublimation illustrates that we are not merely the passive recipients of cultural meanings, but have the power to actively reformulate these meanings. Moreover, his reading of James Joyce in Seminar 23, his late seminar on the syndrome, see Chapter 5 explicitly links singularity to linguistic innovation, for Lacan proposes that Joyce is a singular individual precisely to the extent that he is able to manipulate language in poetic, polysemic, and pioneering ways. Far from interpreting the signifier as a mere minion of the big other, Lacan suggests that language can draw upon and intermingle with the chaotic energies of the real to such a degree that it becomes a malleable tool of counter-hegemonic meaning. When it comes to protecting a sliver of singularity against the hegemonic dictates of the social establishment, there are basically two ways to go: one can either reject the social or one can try to reconfigure it from within. My aim in this book is to show that the Lacanian real lends itself to both of these strategies. As tempting as it may be to locate singularity entirely beyond the predicates of sociality and signification, doing so limits us both personally and politically, for many of us are not willing, or able, to forego our pursuit of social belonging, love and intimacy, ethical accountability, and collective solidarity. Indeed, I would assert that, in the final analysis, it is our embeddedness within the social that makes singularity meaningful to us in the first place. For as much as cultural codes of intelligibility constrain us, in their absence we would have no framework for making sense of our lives, let alone for living out our idiosyncratic, singular, passions. In addition, while collective norms can be coercive and life-draining, there are other aspects of sociality and intersubjectivity that sustain, augment, and deepen our existence, allowing us to achieve more multidimensional shades of aliveness. Such affirming forms of sociality enable us to step into the current of our lives much more effectively than we would be able to through a self-annihilating plunge into the, arguably psychotic, wilderness of the real. In the most elementary sense, singularity is what renders each of us irreplaceable and unexchangeable. It is what makes it impossible to substitute one subject for another, or to mistake one person for another. The content of a given subject's singularity may remain largely opaque. Yet we are usually aware of its aura whenever we encounter it. At this early point in my analysis, when I can only give a provisional definition, I would say that singularity is less an aimable quality than an inscrutable intensity of being that urges the subject to persist in its unending task of fashioning or reiterating a self that feels viscerally real, meaningful, compelling, or appropriate. From this perspective, singularity can never be crossed into a steady configuration of attributes, but rather communicates something about the volatility of the constant process of composing and recomposing a self that, by definition, characterizes the human predicament. That is, singularity is never something that the subject achieves once and for all, but an ongoing, ever-renewed, and always precarious exploration of potentialities that is undertaken in relation to rapidly shape-shifting and capricious external influences as well as in relation to the equally unpredictable drive energies and unconscious directives that galvanize the subject's psychic destiny. As such, it cannot be the exclusive province of either the symbolic or the real, but rather arises from an always more or less tumultuous encounter between the two. Along related lines, if we take it for granted that resistance is often a vital ingredient of singularity, as I do in this book, it would be overly simplistic to situate it wholly within the real, as some sort of a default anti-symbolic entity. Instead, I would look for the potential for resistance in the complex interface between the symbolic and the real for, like so many other interfaces, this one is charged with powerfully transformative energies. In the opening chapter of his famous seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, Lacan draws a contrast between Aristotle's science of character and psychoanalysis. He explains that while Aristotle's method of self-fashioning is centered on the cultivation of habits, psychoanalysis defines itself in terms of traumas and their persistence. 1959, 10. At first glance, this distinction may appear misleading, for what could be more habitual than the persistence of trauma? What Lacan is getting at, however, is the distinction between habits that are intentionally cultivated and others that motivate the subject's life choices without its conscious awareness. He stresses that psychoanalysis is interested in how the involuntary repetition of trauma shapes the subject's destiny independently of its willful efforts either to develop a character or to arrive at particular existential outcomes. If the habits that Aristotle talks about arise from the subject's deliberate attempt to manipulate the contours of its being, the habits of trauma determine its actions and overall life direction in ways that are neither logically explainable nor rationally containable. They give rise to repetition compulsions that unfailingly guide the subject to specific goals, hopes, and modes of meeting the world at the expense of others, thereby ushering it onto the trajectory of its distinctive fate, fortune, or destiny. 5 years later, Lacan prefaces his outline of the 4 fundamental principles of psychoanalysis by positing that though Freud is a Cartesian in the sense that, like Descartes, he sets out from the basis of the subjective certainty, 1964, 35, he does not define this subject by its capacity for rational thought, but rather by its relationship to the unconscious. It is because the unconscious secretes indisputable and stubbornly insistent signs of life that the subject can be absolutely sure of its own existence. In this manner, Freud alters our basic understanding of what it means to be a human being. By declaring the certainty of the unconscious, 36, he shifts our attention from what we can know to what, by necessity, remains partially unknown. And he reorients us from the self-governing and relatively autonomous subject of metaphysics to the irrational and profoundly vulnerable subject of psychoanalysis. Some of the most influential theory and philosophy of the 20th century was devoted to unpacking the enormous implications of this reorientation and, in some ways, we are still reeling from it. The unconscious and the repetition of trauma are of course linked. On the one hand, insofar as the unconscious retains a clandestine record of painful experiences that cannot be adequately named, let alone effectively claimed, it crystallizes around trauma. On the other, it is exactly those affects that remain unconscious that persistently return in the form of traumatic repetitions. In this sense, the prolonged trauma of repetition, the trauma of not being able to break an agonizing cycle of being haunted by the hungry and persistent ghosts of the past, builds upon and elaborates the foundational, most strongly crystallized, traumas of subjectivity, producing a layered psychic landscape wherein sediments of injury gradually accumulate to engender a highly personalized tapestry of pain. Even though the subject's affective trajectory, or destiny, may appear largely accidental, it is in fact driven by its characteristic way of experiencing and coping with trauma. In a way, nothing distinguishes one subject from another more decisively than the particularity of its approach to suffering. Trauma, as it were, resides at the root of the subject's distinctive and more or less inimitable character, what I have in this book chosen to call the singularity of being. Repetition is destiny. To fully understand this connection between trauma and singularity, it is useful to start with the repetition compulsion as an articulation of unconscious desire. One might say that the repetition compulsion functions like a train that has been placed on a highly specific set of rails that control its trajectory. This train always aims at its designated destination, even if it has already reached it 1,000 times or, and this may be even more exasperating, even if this destination keeps receding indefinitely. To turn the train around would be impossible and to derail it would be immensely destructive. Consequently, the best the train can do is to maintain its steady course and to obediently stop at a number of pre-selected stations along the way. These stations, which house the subject's most symptomatic fixations, are likely to carry names such as anxiety, depression, disenchantment, weariness, sorrow, bitterness, and misery. If the train consistently stops at them, it is because something in their vicinity remains unresolved or unprocessed. Although I am here taking liberties with Lacan's idea that desire situates each of us in a given track, my analogy speaks to the power of the repetition compulsion to transport us, over and again, to the same destination, even when we are doing our very best to arrive at a different one. We may be desperately trying to get to New York but keep arriving in Boston instead. The repetition compulsion translates desire into a mechanical, fully automatic force that eludes our efforts to redirect it. It responds neither to rational argumentation nor to emotional persuasion, sweet-talking, coaxing, or blackmail. It holds its course through the various changes we undergo in our lives, persisting beneath the densities of our loves, losses, families, friendships, careers, triumphs, hardships, and fleeting moments of delight. When we least expect it, when we believe that we have finally outrun it, it catches up with us, emerging from a dark tunnel or from behind a sharp curve. At such moments, we may feel blindsided and betrayed by our own constitution, but there is not a lot we can do to foil the train's repetitive itinerary. We can learn to cope with the repetition. And we may even be able to work through some of its causes. But we usually cannot entirely erase it or even in any significant measure diminish its dogged perseverance. This is, arguably, one of the main things that sets human beings apart from the rest of the animal world. We tend to compulsively return to the same nexus of, largely unfulfillable, desires, the same messy tangle of existential aporias. This can be annoying, to say the least. But there is also a functional side to it, for it is precisely this compulsion that introduces a modicum of consistency to our lives, that, over time, allows us to attain a sense of continuity. In a way, the repetition compulsion, as a way of binding desire, is one of the basic supports of our being, which is why we cling to it, why, when all is said and done, we tend to love our symptoms more than we love ourselves, to paraphrase Zizek. As much as the repetition compulsion disturbs the smooth unfolding of our lives, its obliteration might have even more catastrophic consequences in the sense that we would be left without our customary moorings. We would, as it were, lose the comfort of knowing our destination, or destiny. No matter how disorienting the life orientation that the repetition compulsion offers us, having this orientation is more reassuring than not having it, for the latter would mean that we would need to actively rethink our entire existential approach. We would no longer be able to count on the inevitability, or at least the high probability, of certain outcomes, but would, rather, need to face the abyss of utter unpredictability. This is why many of us keep choosing the substance of our symptoms over the nothingness of their absence. If the phenomenological, say, Heideggerian, subject alleviates the anxiety of nothingness by espousing the, falsely reassuring, complacency of the social collectivity, the psychoanalytic, Lacanian, subject does the same by embracing the, equally false, security of its symptoms. Vital, in this context, is Lacan's claim that the repetition compulsion gives structure to the subject's jouissance so that the latter becomes more manageable. It translates the amorphous, or polymorphously perverse, pressure of jouissance into the relatively stable organization of desire, thereby transforming the uncontrollable urgency of the drives to the more mediated discomfort of symptomatic fixations. Without this organizational consistency of desire, we would be compelled to ride the wave of bodily jouissance in ways that would keep us forever caught at the junction of excessive pleasure and excessive pain. As aggravating as it can be to arrive in uptight Boston when we want to explore the bohemian possibilities of Greenwich Village, the sheer reliability of the repetition compulsion is an immensely effective defense against the explosive intensity of jouissance. Paradoxically enough, even when our desire takes us in pathological directions, it protects us by barring our access to the kind of unmediated enjoyment that we would experience as unbearable. On this view, while the destiny that the repetition compulsion offers us is a trap, it is at the same time also a protective shield without which our lives would be much more difficult to handle. Desire, drive, jouissance. But if this is the case, we must recognize that desire and the drive are inexorably linked, that underneath desire courses the unstoppable force of the drive. In other words, if desire rescues us from the excesses of jouissance, the reverse must also be the case. Desire, and the repetition compulsion that expresses this desire, must, by necessity, carry a trace of the drive, of the very bodily jouissance, that it is designed to contain. The easiest way to grasp this is to consider one of Lacan's best-known discussions of the relationship between desire and the drive. Take the experience of the beautiful butcher's wife. She loves caviar, but she doesn't want any. That's why she desires it. You see, the object of desire is the cause of the desire, and this object that is the cause of desire is the object of the drive, that is to say, the object around which the drive turns. It is not that desire clings to the object of the drive, desire moves around it, insofar as it is agitated in the drive. But all desire is not necessarily agitated in the drive. There are empty desires or mad desires that are based on nothing more than the fact that the thing in question has been forbidden to you. By virtue of the very fact that it has been forbidden to you, you cannot do otherwise, for a time, than think about it. That, too, is desire. But whenever you are dealing with a good object, we designate it as an object of love. 1964, 243, the object of desire is also the object of the drive. Or, if we follow the dizzying twists of Lacan's rhetoric, if the object of desire is an object around which the drive turns, desire also moves around the object of the drive. This is because both desire and the drive ultimately aim at the same object, namely das Ding, or the thing, as a site of primordial deprivation. The thing, as Lacan repeatedly emphasizes, functions as a melancholy object of loss that can never be recovered for the simple reason that it was never, in reality, lost in the THIRD place. Yet its fantasized loss engenders a whole host of important psychic effects, bringing into existence the Lacanian subject of lack, a subject who is forever plagued by the sense of having been robbed of something unfathomably precious. To be specific, it is because the subject cannot have the thing that it feels compelled to reach for its echo through the various objects of desire, the objet, that it encounters in the world. It is because the subject cannot have the sublime object that it is driven to look for its luster in more mundane substitutes. What is significant in the present context, what the quotation about the butcher's wife highlights, is that there is a distinction between empty or mad desires that are fanned by the sheer fact that the objet in question is somehow unavailable, and other, truer, desires that aim directly at the sublime object and that are consequently agitated in the drive. Desire, so to speak, gains its fullness, robustness, vitality, from its proximity to the drive. Empty desires do not relate to the thing or only relate to it from such a distance that their objects cannot even begin to reincarnate the original, non-object. In contrast, desires that remain faithful to the thing, and that therefore automatically intertwine with the drive's trajectory, attach themselves to objects that in one way or another evoke the thing. Even though desire is always obligated to approach the thing obliquely, through the tangible objects it stumbles upon in the world, some of these objects come closer than others to capturing the unique aura of the thing. Those closest to this aura are also the ones closest to the drive, and thus capable of animating not only desire but also the drive. The drive and desire therefore want the same thing. But the drive is closer to the thing than desire can ever be, because the drive conveys the pulse of the bodily real, whereas desire, while obviously still connected to the body, is a function of the signifier and, as such, twice removed from the thing. This should not be taken to mean that the drive can be equated with some sort of an inborn instinct, for, far from expressing the natural rhythm of the body, its relentlessness, not to mention its deadly aspect, wars against the most basic needs of the body, forcing the body into a state of overagitation and excess stimulation even when it seeks rest and equilibrium. As Lacan explains, the constancy of the thrust forbids any assimilation of the drive to a biological function, which always has a rhythm. The THIRD thing Freud says about the drive is, that it has no day or night, no spring or autumn, no rise and fall. It is a constant force. 1964, 165. This unremitting, even merciless, force of the drive ensures that drive and instinct have nothing in common. 49. As a result, the, always rather nebulous, distinction between the drive and desire is not one of nature versus culture, but merely of relative nearness to the thing. This becomes even more evident when we discern that the drive, like desire, is always organized in relation to the symbolic other. Although the drive's unfaltering pressure acts as an obstacle to the subject's seamless symbolic actualization, making it impossible for the subject to completely realize its social calling, it is always already quasi-social in the sense that it has been molded in response to the signifiers of the other. After all, the way in which the signifier cuts into, perforates, dissects, or carves up the substance of the body is always highly specific, having to do with the particulars of each subject's relationship to the social and intersubjective world that surrounds it. Each subject's drive energies are channeled into a latticework of conduits that reflects the coordinates of its cultural setting. For this implies that even the most entrenched kernel of the subject's being, the drives that define the trajectory of its jouissance, is partially disciplined, linked to the historically specific desire of the other, and therefore entirely incongruous with any notion of intrinsic humanness. Despite our culture's obsessive efforts to naturalize the drive by, for instance, hypothesizing, usually maddeningly stereotypical and reductive, distinctions between male and female sexuality, the drive is always somewhat socio-historical. This, in turn, suggests that a different socio-historical context would provide an opening for different configurations of the drive. The crisis of consciousness. If the drive already exhibits a degree of consistency, desire does so much more explicitly. We are aware that there is a peculiar persistence to our desires, that there is an logic of sorts to what we, over time, and desirable. This is the case because desire arises when the drive encounters social prohibition, the loss of the thing. The relative phi-exity of desire results from a faithful and fate-defining meeting of drive and prohibition. 5. The other blocks are direct access to jouissance so that it can only be approached in the roundabout way I alluded to above, through, more or less, socially recognizable objects of desire. This is why no object can ever grant complete satisfaction, why no object can entirely fulfill the directives of desire. The object is, quite simply, never the real thing, the sublime thing of unmediated jouissance. At the same time, as I have begun to suggest, this unattainability of unadulterated jouissance is what makes social life possible, for as enthralling as the elusive thing may be, it is, like the Kantian sublime to which it bears a close conceptual relationship, also terrifying, overwhelming, and potentially devouring. The task of desire, then, is to keep us at a reassuring distance from the thing while at the same time allowing us to fantasize about attaining it. Fantasy, through desire, usurps the place of jouissance. This is why Lacan claims that desire is a defense against going beyond a limit in jouissance, 1966, 699. 6. To the degree that jouissance overagitates us, preventing us from living within the relatively harmonious purview of the pleasure principle, we are forever attempting to purge ourselves of it even as we tirelessly aim for it. Desire, and the social order that brings desire into being, is a means of arbitrating this process. The other is therefore not merely what cheats us of jouissance and imposes a distressing self-division, but also a way to alleviate our constitutive helplessness in relation to the excess energies of the real. Indeed, insofar as the other generates a fantasy of jouissance as a lost state that we might one day recuperate, it protects us from the disillusioning realization that jouissance is antithetical to subjectivity not so much because we have been unfairly deprived of it, but because we are inherently incapable of managing it. This does not mean that we should meekly submit to the normative dictates of the other without any attempt to resist or reconfigure their hegemonic dimensions. But it does clarify what Lacan means when he states that the drive is a fundamental ontological notion connected to a crisis of consciousness, 1960, 127. If Freud's analysis of the unconscious already shook the foundations of the rational subject of Cartesian consciousness, the realization that we are constitutionally incapable of coping with the force of our drives adds yet another layer of deep ontological vulnerability to human existence. Lacan's increasing emphasis on the real towards the end of his career was designed to foreground this much more than has been recognized by those who have focused exclusively on his early theories of language and the unconscious. It is true that, in the Lacanian universe, the sacrifice of jouissance to the signifier is what causes the subject's lack in being, what brings into existence the barred subject as a side of pure negativity. Nevertheless, what is ultimately the bigger calamity is that the dissection or dismemberment of the real by the signifier can never be fully accomplished. The remaining traces, scraps, residues, or leftovers of jouissance continue to destabilize the subject, threatening to dismantle it from within even as they simultaneously animate and support its embodied existence. This, I would concede, is an existential crisis of potentially formidable proportions. If desire results from the foundational lack caused by the signifier, the drives persist as a surplus of enjoyment that continues to bubble up into the symbolic, allowing remnants of the real to seep into the domain of signification and sociality in a highly explosive manner. As both Zizek and Alenka Zupanc have pointed out, the trouble with jouissance is less that we cannot attain it than that we cannot free ourselves of its excess. 7. We are, to borrow from Jonathan Lear, condemned to cope with a too-muchness of energy that haunts our being, perpetually bringing us to the brink of a breakdown. Such breakdowns, Lear specifies, are characterized by a breaking through of quantity without quality. 2000 109, by a defeat or eclipse of meaning by the inexorable, and meaningless, force of the drives. This uncontrollable breaking through of surplus energy proves that life without inner agitation is inherently forbidden to human beings. Such agitation does not aim at anything in particular, but merely demonstrates the psyche's intrinsic inability to keep things stable and unchanging. Despite the protection offered by social structures and the fixations of desire, we have no choice but to live in a constant dread of imminent disequilibrium. This is why the drive is an important ontological notion, changing our conception of the parameters of human life. The undeadness of the drives. Undoubtedly our lives would be less complicated if we could figure out how to manage the excess jouissance of the drives. Yet my analysis thus far also suggests that our singularity is inextricably aligned with this excess, that our constitutive instability is merely the flip side of the fact that we are never completely absorbed by symbolic and imaginary processes of subjectivization. This is why it would be a mistake to confuse singularity with our usual understanding of personality. Even though there are conceptual linkages between the model of singularity I am developing and our intuitive sense of what it means to possess a distinctive individuality, disposition, or temperament, Lacanian singularity cannot be equated with what we typically refer to as a given individual's personality. If we choose to envision singularity as a function of the real, we must admit that it is more likely to transmit sudden flashes of eccentricity and idiosyncrasy than to support the performative play of masks that comprises personality in its conventional sense. To the extent that singularity communicates something about the indelible imprint of the real, that it articulates the fragmented and panic-stricken agitation of the drive, Lacan 1960, 301 it by necessity relates to what is aberrant and socially anomalous about the subject. Singularity thus relates to those parts of the drive that manage to ooze through the sieve of the various systems of organization that are designed to stabilize human life. These parts are, as it were, the inhuman, not fully socialized element that chafes against the reasonable facade of subjectivity and personality, lending the subject's character an uncanny monstrousness beyond its symbolic and imaginary mandates. They in fact align it with the disquieting pulsation of the death drive, for not only is the drive always ultimately the death drive, but the fixations of desire, the repetition compulsions, that come to house components of the drive are an indication of the psyche's self-destructive attempt to bind life in the deadly grip of symptoms. The fact that desire can never cover the entire territory of jouissance, that it can never completely substitute itself for the drive, does not mean that it fails to participate in the drive's deadly march towards self-annihilation. The compulsion to repeat is simply one aspect of this march, one that is distinguished from the death-driven thrust of jouissance only by its greater degree of orderliness. Singularity, in the Lacanian sense, is therefore not a particularly consoling or reassuring concept. Rather, it reproduces the ambivalent status of jouissance as what at once animates the subject's being and carries the destructive momentum of the death drive, in the same way that jouissance breathes life into the subject even as it contorts and torments its being. Singularity resides within the shadowy interstices of the enigmatic region that, barely and inconsistently, separates life-giving vitality from the deadliness of the drives. Or, to express the matter in a slightly different way, the deadly aspect of jouissance is merely the inverse of a paradoxical kind of immortality or incapacity to die, what Zizek and Santner characterize as a grotesque undeadness that infuses the subject with an uncontrollable vitality. Lacan's portrayal of the lamella as a libidinal force that survives any division and that stands for immortal life, or irrepressible life, life that has need of no organ, simplified, indestructible life, 1964, 197-98 is perhaps the clearest articulation of this undeadness. This description allows us to appreciate the full weight of Santner's contention that what accounts for the singularity of a human existence, what ultimately makes a human life irreplaceable, is not this or that positive attribute, but rather the utter alterity of death which installs in life a fundamental non-relationality, a dense core of existential loneliness that in some sense is who we are. 2001, 72. Santner is here not talking about existential loneliness in the phenomenological sense. The alterity of death he is referring to is not meant to communicate the subject's anxiety about its status as a Heideggerian being towards death, but rather to capture the tight association between singularity and undeadness, between what is irreplaceable about us and what is absolutely non-relational, incapable of sociality and intersubjectivity. Ironically, our opening to singularity is also what most distances us from any comfort able notion of a fully intelligible existence. Who we are, on the level of the real of our being, is, precisely, a dense core of existential loneliness that resists all forms of social assimilation, linking us, instead, to the non-relational throb of jouissance. 9. The stain of infinity. Our constitutive undeadness thus prevents the seamlessness of social assimilation, making it impossible for us to ever entirely fight in. Yet this undeadness is also what, as Santner puts it, makes each of us something more than just a piece of the world. 2005, 95. To the extent that it resists social integration, it infuses our being with a paradoxical kind of infinity that keeps us from ever fully coinciding with the world. Zupank? Ich. Discussing Lacanian ethics, expresses the matter as follows: the answer to the religious promise of immortality is not the pathos of the finite. The basis of ethics cannot be an imperative which commands us to endorse our finitude and renounce all higher, impossible aspirations. The end of the promise of a life after death, i.e. of an infinite outside this world, does not imply that we are henceforth enclosed, confined within a finite world. It implies, on the contrary, that the infinite ceaselessly parasitizes the finite. The absence of the beyond, the lack of any exception to the finite, infinitizes the finite. The problem of the infinite is not how to attain it but, rather, how to get rid of its stain, a stain that ceaselessly pursues us. The Lacanian name for this parasitism is enjoyment, jouissance. 2249. If we are used to thinking about the infinite as an otherworldly beyond that is impossible to attain, as an iridescent ideal that forever retreats under the pressure of our attempts to reach it, jouissance connects us to an infinity that we cannot either escape or exorcise. This stain of jouissance parasitizes us from within, infinitizing the finite, so that instead of us pursuing the infinite pursues us, introducing a lamella-like undeadness to our being. This is why Zupanc believes that our efforts to respond to the religious promise of immortality by a pathos of the finite by a simple renunciation of all higher transcendent aspirations, are disingenuous. They refute the fact that we are by definition creatures driven by infinitude. Likewise, our efforts to ground ethics on the finite overlook the parasitism of jouissance that we can never fully overcome. But how exactly does the stain of jouissance translate to the infinite? Surely this is not merely a matter of a persistent undeadness that does not let us rest. If we stay on this level, the idea of infinitude remains metaphoric at best, indicating merely that within our finite being there are energies that gesture towards the infinite. It may, then, help to reiterate the matter as follows: it is only insofar as jouissance precludes self-closure that we long for the infinite, the fact that jouissance parasitizes our symbolic constitution, that it generates a rift, or a series of rifts, within our social intelligibility, arouses immortal yearnings. In other words, it is our gnawing sense of being somehow less than fully self-realized, of lacking resolution, as it were, that makes us reach for the transcendent. Indeed, one could say that it is when the lack caused by the signifier meets the, earlier, more originary, lack of the real that the spark of infinity gets ignited. Or, to spin the issue in yet another way, it is the, fantasized, loss of the thing that initiates our quest for something other than our daily lives. It is because we feel that we have lost something infinite, and infinitely valuable, that we know how to long for its resurrection or reincarnation, that we possess the capacity, however tentatively, to covet what surpasses our customary life world. Note that there is a distinction, here, between what is outside the world and what is other than it. Zupanc stresses that the fact that we cannot reach outside the world in the religious sense does not mean that we are fully within it, that we have no access to something other than the normative structures of the world. That is, Zupanc is not striving to revive a theological conception of infinitude, but merely to explain why being stuck in the world does not, and should not, prevent us from having higher, or even impossible, aspirations. Such aspirations arise the moment we acknowledge that the reality principle, and the pleasure principle that sustains it, does not account for the entirety of human experience, that we are capable of exceeding the parameters of our ordinary reality. In the same way that the symbolic and the imaginary are always haunted by the real, there is a beyond of the reality/pleasure principle, there is a beyond of the habitual composition of our lives. In Chapter 7, I spell out the implications of this in relation to sublimation and human innovative capacity. 11 Here it suffices once again to refer to sublimation's close cousin, the sublime. After all, although the beyond of the reality/pleasure principle, as Freud already established, is the province of the death drive, it is also the province of the sublime, the luster of the thing. Conversely, the sublime, in the Kantian sense at least, is a notion that, by definition, aligns the transcendent with the specter of death, for the mathematical and dynamical sublime are marked by a potentially death-dealing immensity and power. 12. Intimations of immortality. In our postmodern times, it can be difficult to talk about the sublime. But it can be equally hard to completely smother our yearning for it, even if we have no qualms, as I do not, about embracing a secular, post-theological outlook. My discussion thus far explains why, as beings whose symbolic and imaginary completeness is always undercut by the disruptive energies of the real, we are constitutionally compelled to search for it. What is more, if many of us are so reluctant to renounce it, it is because we have attained it before, because, despite our deep skepticism about all things transcendent, we know full well that the sublime, while certainly difficult to come by, is by no means unachievable. We know that it is possible occasionally, if always fleetingly, to reach jouissance. Religion, and particularly mysticism, has historically offered a powerful way to talk about what it means to hit, or at least brush against, jouissance, which is one reason Lacan repeatedly returns to it. Santner, as we will see more clearly below in the context of his discussion of the miracle, draws on this tradition in exceptionally compelling ways. But it is important to recognize that religion by no means exhausts the terrain of the transcendent. Within the framework of this book, I use the concept quite expansively, to indicate the possibility of the kinds of experiences that transport us beyond our everyday mode of being, experiences that, in broadly existential terms, manage to communicate intimations of infinity, eternity, and even immortality. By immortality, I obviously do not mean that we will not die. Rather, as Zupanc does with the notion of infinitude, I am referring to the sense that there is something within human experience that connects us to what is other than this experience, that allows us to pierce the socio-symbolic frame that modulates our passions and to, always momentarily, gain a glimpse of something more timeless. That the real and its undeadness have, in recent post-Lacanian theory, become associated with immortality has to do with the idea that the real, like the unconscious, does not register time, with the result that eternity or infinity are almost automatically embedded within its topography. From this perspective, transcendent moments are those when the real erupts within the symbolic, exposing the phantasmatic underpinnings of the latter's claim to consistency, and revealing, in an epiphanic manner, that there is something beyond social normativity. In a way, such moments stage a clash of two temporalities, the timeliness of ordinary experience and the timelessness, or untimeliness, of the extraordinary. Inasmuch as we allow the ordinary to defeat the extraordinary, we reinforce our mortality. But when the reverse is the case, we activate the immortal, the transcendent. The fact that we can only do so transiently in no way diminishes the value of transcendent episodes, for they are what, arguably, ensures that we are not completely overtaken by the hegemonic structures of the social establishment. They open a sorely needed space for the singularity of being within an otherwise homogenizing symbolic landscape. According to this account, the tear in the fabric of the symbolic caused by the real is the hole through which the sublime enters the domain of everyday life in ways that engender intimations of immortality. Leaving aside the baffling testimonials of mystics, sexual ecstasy and heightened states of creativity are the most obvious examples of such experiences. They strip away the symbolic and imaginary layers that usually keep our rebellious singularity in check. By suspending, blurring, or dissolving the coordinates of our socially intelligible identity, they allow us to feel in temporary possession of a depth, intensity, fullness, and luminosity of being that otherwise eludes us. This is why we often experience them as moments of self-surrender or selflessness that make us feel that we have been seized, taken over, or transported beyond ourselves by a force that we cannot master. Absorbing moments of creativity, for instance, are characterized by a hyper-focused or elated state that temporarily makes us lose touch with the historical quality of human experience. No longer creatures situated on a personal continuum that extends from a past recognized as ours towards a hypothesized future, no longer creatures of either memory or hope, we fall into and embrace the immediacy of the present. Entirely immersed in the task at hand, we feel that we have been ushered to a place beyond time and self-reflexivity. The present takes up all of our experience, yet we do not feel in any way deprived or delimited, but are rather filled by an exhilarated sense of liberation and self-expansion. We feel vibrantly alive, connected to the deepest recesses of our being. Transcendence as a worldly phenomenon. Posthumanist theory routinely insists that the human subject can never be fully present to itself, that self-alienation or self-non-coincidence is an inherent component of subjectivity. However, a Lacanian understanding of what it means to reach the real offers us a posthumanist way of conceiving how it might be possible for us to experience an immediacy of being and to achieve an, always transitory, taste of self-presence. This is not a matter of attaining some sort of an essential core of being. Quite the contrary, the transcendent encounters I have been depicting extend the posthumanist critique of the essential self by revealing that the subject can only approach its singularity when it finds itself on the brink of utter disintegration. In other words, they put the consistency of the self in question even more radically than do deconstructive theories of signification, for they transport us to non-linguistic realms that liquefy the coherence of subjectivity even more effectively than the polyvalence and slipperiness of language. In fact, it is exactly because they neutralize our usual processes of symbolization that they feel so viscerally real to us. Our powers of representation falter in the face of such episodes, so that we, quite simply, do not have the words to describe them. The best works of art, literature, and other cultural production may manage to convey something of their enchantment. Yet, ultimately, transcendent encounters repel or defeat the power of language as a social glue. They cannot ever be entirely incorporated into our symbolic universe. But this does not mean that they do not happen. Or that they lack reality. They may in fact be the most real thing we ever experience. If language is what holds the subject together, then transcendent episodes that manage to puncture the canvas of our sociolinguistic reality by definition undermine any lingering faith that we might have in the capacity of the symbolic to master the real. 13. One might even say that it is precisely because the real defies the intelligibility of the symbolic that it empowers us to feel immediately intelligible to ourselves. Such immediacy of self-experience demands that we allow ourselves to be overtaken by what Maurice Merleau-Ponty calls the flesh of the world to such an extent that the usual distinction between self and world becomes permeable. The integrity of both self and world is destabilized, yet this destabilization is also what enables us to experience the acuteness of both. This is why transcendence is no longer a matter of escaping the world, but rather of finding a way to enter more completely into its folds. Instead of chasing an illusory promise of redemption or salvation, we become open to moments of sublimity that punctuate our daily existence. We, in short, step more fully into the cadence of our lives. On this view, the more we remain enthralled by the fantasy of another worldly sanctuary, the less capable we are of transcendence. Our very dreams of transcendence keep us from accessing it. Or, in more strictly philosophical terms, our quest for the noumenal at the expense of the phenomenal leaves the world, as Kaya Silverman aptly states. Barron and Poor, 2009. 14. Conceptualized in this manner, transcendence becomes a worldly, rather than an otherworldly, occurrence, allowing us to feel inspired while at the same time anchoring us in the tangible materiality of our lives. Another way to explain the matter is to say that sublime experiences enable us to draw close to the world without being mundane or utilitarian. The deep irony of mundane and utilitarian practices is that even though they take place in the world, they simultaneously distance us from the very world that they seemingly sustain. As Heidegger already suggested, they distract us from the worldness of the world because they are designed to help us to survive the world rather than to be passionately immersed in it. From this point of view, being in touch with the rhythm of the world may sometimes be the exact opposite of dutifully navigating its humdrum concerns. It is only when we manage to disregard our preoccupation with the minor annoyances of life that we become capable of a more evocative connection to the world, that we become capable of sublime encounters within the texture of everyday experience. During such encounters, we do not exit the world, but rather cut through the socio-symbolic strata of meaning that normally arbitrate our relationship to it. We touch the living tissue of the world rather than merely perceiving its socially mediated significations. This is why the world, at such moments, appears so intensely, almost painfully, present. When miracles happen. Understood in this way, transcendent experiences may be a means of ensuring the liveliness of our spirit. They signify a revolt of sorts, a determination to maintain enclaves of singularity that are not fully co-opted by the social order. Because they bring the real into the symbolic in an emphatic manner, they guarantee that our normative abduction is never entirely accomplished. This should not be taken to mean that all social investitures are harmful or that we cannot attain agency within the symbolic, for I believe that there is a great deal that is enabling about our various symbolic investments. 15. Yet there are undeniably aspects of these investments that drain us of inner vitality, over time suppressing our capacity for creative living, to use Winnicott's phrase, and reconciling us to the conventionality of the cultural order of things, to use Foucault's. And there are also situations where our investments wound us. This is most blatant in the context of inequalitarian settings that are oppressive or otherwise debilitating. But it can also manifest itself in more benign ways, via the innumerable edicts that, explicitly or implicitly, tell us who we are supposed to be, how we are meant to behave, which goals it is legitimate to pursue, and what is expected of us. Such edicts constrict our psychosocial field by foregrounding some existential options at the cost of others. Or, alternatively, they make so many, usually commercially generated, options available to us that we are paralyzed by the sheer volume of our choices. Against this backdrop, transcendent experiences that make us feel real, that summon us to what is immortal within our being, uphold a valuable resource for rebelliousness. Post-Lacanian theory has devised, at least, three different ways of thinking about this rebelliousness. The FIRST is Zizek's exploration of the act of subjective destitution as a leap into the deadly jouissance of the real regardless of consequences. 16. This does not mean that the act cannot have consequences, for, as Zizek admits, its consequences can be considerable, but merely that it should be committed without any consideration for its potential outcome. The second approach is Alain Badiou's more life-affirming conceptualization of the truth event as an innovative rupture in the facade of the social establishment. 17. I come back to Zizek and Badiou in chapters 3 and 4, respectively. Here I want to briefly consider the third option, namely Santner's assertion that subjective singularity surfaces at those miraculous moments when the subject manages to push aside the edifice of its socio-symbolic investments so as to release the drive energies that have become congealed in such investments. This discharge of trapped energies grants the subject access to new sources of life, what Santner poetically calls the blessings of more life, 2001, 142. If symbolic investitures channel the subject's energies into confining configurations, causing a debilitating stiffness of being, the release of these energies makes it possible to intervene in that stiffness, to convert a rigidity at the very core of one's being, into a resource of transformation, 65. That is, the subject's symptomatic rigidity can, through a miracle, be transmuted into more free-flowing energy. Besides drawing on Franz Rosenzweig's theology, Santner takes his cue from Zizek's bold declaration that the true source of evil is not a finite mortal man who acts like God, but a man who denies that divine miracles occur and reduces himself to just another finite mortal being, 2000, 376. Interestingly, Lacan's own statement about miracles is much less sanguine, for he makes it in the context of complaining about the fact that analyzans are invariably looking for a place where miracles happen, a promise, a mirage of original genius or an opening up of freedom, 1960, 303. This, Lacan asserts, is not something that analysis can offer. Santner, in contrast, wishes to hold on to the possibility of such an opening up of freedom. In more specific terms, he depicts the miracle as an interpolation, a calling, that operates beyond the subject's normal socio-symbolic interpolations and that consequently possesses the power to suspend the latter. In other words, he contrasts ideological interpolation in the Althuserian sense with the experience of being summoned by a miracle, and asserts that the miracle empowers the subject to abandon social investments that seduce it into complacent subject positions, 2005, 131. 18. This is because the interpolation enacted by a miracle is much more convincing and resounding, much more gripping and mesmerizing, than the force of the subject's habitual social interpolations. As a result, it breaks the hypnotic hold of hegemonic sociality, rescuing the subject from its servitude to debilitating, wounding, or objecting symbolic configurations, and inviting it to reimagine the possibilities of its life. 19. Because of his theological orientation, Santner singles out divine revelation as such an alternative interpolation, a mysterious calling that cannot be resisted. But I think that we can envision the matter more broadly, as having to do with the kinds of transcendent, vitalizing and transformative encounters I have depicted. As a matter of fact, what I find most resonant about Santner's analysis is his description of Rosenzweig's decision to abandon a promising academic career because he felt possessed by a dark drive that made him question the more soul-stifling, spirit-numbing, and institutionally fossilized aspects of intellectual pursuit. There is no doubt that Rosenzweig's crisis, what he portrays as a collapse followed by a recovery, was connected to his rediscovery of Judaism, but it also had strongly existential connotations, as is evident in the following statement: "Not every question seems to me worth asking. Scientific curiosity and omnivorous aesthetic appetite mean equally little to me today, though I was once under the spell of both, particularly the latter. Now I only inquire when I find myself inquired of. Inquired of, that is, by men, Menschen, rather than by scholars. There is a man in each scholar, a man who inquires and stands in need of answers. I am anxious to answer the scholar qua man but not the representative of a certain discipline, that insatiable, ever-inquisitive phantom which like a vampire drains him whom it possesses of his humanity. I hate that phantom as I do all phantoms. Its questions are meaningless to me." Quoted in Santner 2001, 17-18, Rosenzweig is here looking for the man beneath the scholar in the same way that I have been looking for the singular beneath the normative composition of subjectivity. He is tired, a tiredness with which I identify on a profound level, with the ways in which the demands of disciplinary rigidity can drain the scholar of his or her humanity so that scholarship becomes a matter of asking meaningless questions, and of offering meaningless answers, within a world populated by bloodthirsty phantoms who are engaged in the same meaningless endeavor. By this I obviously do not mean that all scholars are soulless vampires, but merely that disciplinary requirements can sometimes divest us of intellectual capaciousness, open-mindedness, and generosity to the extent that we find it difficult to appreciate anything that falls outside of our own tightly defended way of doing things. We are, in short, prey to a professional inertia that can, to greater or lesser degrees, overtake the best of us at various moments. This inertia is what the summons of a miracle, the interpolation beyond ideological interpolation, that Santner portrays liberates us from. And it is also what transcendence, in the non-theological sense that I understand it, temporarily, nullifies, which is why the transcendent, via the Lacanian real, is where I have gone looking for the singular. The call of character. Rosenzweig's account of the scholar as a vampire calls attention to a noteworthy paradox, one that Santner also comments on. The scholar, as vampires animated by his or her own brand of disturbing undeadness. If I have presented the undeadness of the real as a rebellious force that connects us to an immortality beyond hegemonic sociality, the scholar as vampire could be said to uphold precisely such sociality. He or she personifies the kind of inflexibility of being that results from an excessive allegiance to symbolic investitures that seek, sometimes quite brutally, to bind our energies. In other words, Rosenzweig's vampire implies that our undeadness can, under some circumstances, lose its counter-hegemonic quality and, instead, become tied to certain forms of normativity, such as the rules of scholarly pursuit. There is thus a fine line between the kind of undeadness that fuels our singularity and the kind that impedes its unfolding, that is, between liberating and symptomatic forms of surplus energy. Rosenzweig's predicament highlights this dilemma because he, as Santner points out, finds himself wedged between both of these faces of the drive, the repetitive and insatiable, symptomatic, drive of his scholarly ambitions and the, liberating, dark drive that breaks the spell of these ambitions. Both of these aspects of the drive express a potentially pathological single-mindedness for, as we have seen, they represent two different forms of interpolation, two different forms of being compelled by something bigger than the self, for example, a cause or a goal. Yet one produces a vampire, by definition a figure of deadly undeadness or inability to die, while the other, the miraculous kind, produces a man intensely connected to his, singular, humanity. Fortunately for Rosenzweig, the man in the end defeats the vampire. Interestingly, Rosenzweig depicts this triumph of man over his lethal adversary as a life-altering and completely non-negotiable moment of being infiltrated by yet another mythical giant, namely the daimon. Once man is possessed by his daimon, he has received direction for his whole life. His will is now destined to run in this direction which directs him once and for all, quoted in Santner 2005, 122. Rosenzweig hence suggests that the best way to conquer a vampire is to be surprised by a daimon that will give one's will an unwavering direction, in exactly the same way that Rosenzweig himself was surprised by the continued vitality of Judaism, deciding, after his crisis, to devote his life to promoting Jewish adult education in Frankfurt. I say surprised because Rosenzweig stresses that the daimon is not something we can cajole into our existence in a premeditated manner. Rather, like Santner's miracle, or interpolation beyond ideological interpolation, it overtakes us without warning, leaving no room for deliberation, and propelling us onto existential paths that we could not have prophesied. 20 When this happens, we are nudged into an uncompromising faithfulness to our singularity. We are asked to own up to our wholly idiosyncratic particularity, what Santner depicts as our demonic self-sameness, 2005, 124. This gives us a way to envision what it might mean to become a character in a specifically psychoanalytic rather than an Aristotelian sense, what it, in other words, might mean to remain faithful to the insistent pulse of jouissance. If this pulse can get caught up in the meshes of hegemonic sociality, thereby producing something akin to Rosenzweig's vampire, it can also, like the miracle, fissure the surface of this sociality so as to create something bravely resistant. Along related lines, if we return to the idea that the repetition compulsion is where trauma and singularity meet, then Rosenzweig's daimon rescues singularity from trauma's grip by offering jouissance an alternative side of cathexis. Indeed, the clinical practice of analysis could be said to be a space for the cultivation of character in precisely this sense. After all, insofar as analysis observes not only the social persona but also, to borrow from Zupanc, those components of being that manifest themselves in the distortions, in the torsions, of a body which is not made in the measure of the infinite, of the jouissance, that inhabits it, 2258, it extends a summons to what is eccentric, out of place, and even embarrassing. And insofar as it pays attention not only to what is said, but also to what is left unsaid and, furthermore, notes the always distinctive tenor of the signifier, how things sound rather than merely what they mean, it strives to release the singularity of the subject's being from its hiding place. Or, to translate the matter into Winnicottian vocabulary, it seeks to liberate the true self from the impenetrable carapace of the false self. Granted, this is not its only mission, but there are situations, cases where the vampire has overtaken the man, or woman, so successfully that little of life remains, in which it is a highly valuable one. Carving a space for utopian aspirations. The Lacanian scaffold I introduced in the beginning of this book makes it possible to sum up the matter as follows: if the subject remains subjected to symbolic law, and if personality expresses the vanities of the imaginary, the character responds to a defiant directive, one that carries the force of an obligation, arising from the real. 21 By this I do not wish to fetishize the real to the point of marginalizing the symbolic and the imaginary, for I recognize that this can lead to a problematic reification of the beyond at the expense of what is precious, even miraculous, about the social world. And it can also lead to an entirely mechanical valorization of counter-hegemonic subversion, a valorization that does not in any way help us to enact real change in our lives or in the world at large. Indeed, our fantasies of miraculous transcendence may at times even divert our attention from the concrete problems of the world so that we come to passively accept its various privations and injustices. The more we place our hope in the idea that we have the ability to escape the normative symbolic by hitting the real, the less interested we might be at working to alter what is most limiting about this symbolic. Under certain conditions, we may even reconcile ourselves to drastically wounding circumstances, provided that we, in return, get to cherish the idea that what is truly meaningful resides beyond the confines of our everyday experience. 22 It is to preempt this kind of thinking that I have attempted to dissociate transcendence from fantasies of otherworldly redemption. But, admittedly, positing that transcendence taps into something that is other than the world rather than outside it does not entirely remedy the problem. This is also why I am somewhat hesitant to endorse efforts by Zizek to advocate a drastic break with all symbolic investments. I am not at all sure that such a break is a goal worth pursuing, for how could a life devoid of shared symbolic ideals, values, and systems of representation possibly aid us? 23 This is why I have sought to highlight the importance of the kinds of transcendent experiences that allow us to weave strands of singularity into our otherwise socially mediated existence. I have attempted to show that our loyalty to such strands can be a means of resisting psychic capture, of reminding ourselves that we are not eternally beholden to a predetermined existential trajectory. It can be a means of reminding ourselves that we have the right, and sometimes even an obligation, to entertain the kinds of aspirations that surpass what is at offer within our taken-for-granted world, a world that tends to be organized around the exigencies of production and consumption. Such aspirations are essential because they are the breeding ground of new ideals, values, and systems of representation. They are what keeps the symbolic order from solidifying into a stagnant entity with no room for innovation. The need to defend the continued possibility of such aspirations is why I would rather risk being accused of being a bit utopian than risk being accused of nihilism. In a certain way, we are constantly compelled to negotiate the inevitable tension between being a subject, in the sense of being subjected to social norms, and being a singular creature, in the sense of having a distinctive character and destiny. Most times, we are both at once, but arguably it is only as singular creatures that we are fully awake. I have tried to illustrate that the art of living a singular life demands our capacity to interact with the more disconcerting aspects of our being. Singularity, in other words, asks us to create space in our lives for what is irregular, erratic, unnerving, and sometimes even uncomfortable. It asks us to allow ourselves to be swayed by aspirations that may lead to thoroughly awkward displays of surplus ardor, passion, and, post-theological, devotion. This is one reason that the search for existential harmony that often motivates our worldly pursuits can be so fundamentally misguided. If what is most singular about us is linked to what is most unpredictable about our being, then the attempt to achieve composure can only rob us of distinctiveness. I am by no means saying that we should actively court instability, or that composure has no place or value in our lives. Much of the time, we could not survive without a measure of poisoned self-possession. Yet if we are to take the Lacanian account of singularity seriously, we must admit that what really counts in life is not our ability to evade chaos, but rather our capacity to meet it in such a manner as to not be irrevocably broken or demolished. We need to be able to transform the immortal energies of the real into a livable, and perhaps at times even a sublime, actuality, one that honors the singularity of our being without at the same time making it untenable for us to participate in collective systems of sociality and intersubjectivity. I have stressed that the repetition compulsion organizes our desire in ways that shape the basic orientation of our existence. Another way to express the matter is to say that unconscious fantasy formations can become so fate-defining that we come to feel that the course of our lives is dictated by a, usually malignant or at the very least mischievous, force outside of ourselves. Our fantasies, as it were, generate a custom-made vocation that we feel compelled to honor even when it causes us to reenact painful personal or interpersonal scenarios. As we have seen, This vocation lends structure to our lives by holding us at a safe distance from jouissance. But it also curtails the scope of our existence by preventing us from approaching our everyday realities in a mindful, situation-specific fashion. This is why dissolving unconscious fantasies amounts to nothing less than the rewriting of our psychic destiny. It represents a rare existential nudge, an awakening to life that ruptures the coordinates of what we have hitherto understood to be life. If fantasies determine the ways in which we relate to the world, and therefore influence the ways in which the world responds to us, the disbanding of fantasies, a lot like the overthrow of the vampire by the daimon I talked about in the last chapter, allows us to begin to imagine alternative ways of going about our lives. Before we consider Lacan's specific take on fantasies, though, it is important to acknowledge that other psychoanalytic thinkers have raised the possibility that fantasies enliven our existence by allowing us to cultivate a more imaginative attitude towards the world. After all, fantasies may at times be a necessary foundation for our ability to entertain the kinds of utopian aspirations I have aligned with our aptitude for bringing new ideals, values, and systems of representation into the world. Hans Loewald, for instance, postulates that the more we lose touch with fantasy and become dedicated to the mundane demands of objective reality, the less meaningful, let alone magnificent, our lives appear. According to Loewald, we can only thrive as creative individuals to the extent that we manage to preserve a fluid interplay between the world of fantasy and the world of objectivity, between imagination and rationality. 2363. From this viewpoint, fantasies enrich our lives by rendering us receptive to the more emblematic and enigmatic, as opposed to merely literal or rational, aspects of existence. However, even Loewald recognizes the difference between active, imaginative, life-giving, and passive, unconscious, automatic, fantasies, proposing, as Freud already did, that one of the main tasks of psychoanalysis is to enable us to replace our passive, unconscious, fantasies by an active capacity to reconfigure our fate. See Ruti 2009. What interests me in this chapter is how Lacan undertakes this task, for Lacan's efforts to unveil the phantasmatic foundations of our lives were directed precisely at understanding how passive, unprocessed, mechanical, fantasies motivate our actions without our conscious consent or awareness. Although Lacan may have neglected the manner in which fantasies can add passion and imagination to our lives, his delineation of the ways in which they imprison us in draining configurations of psychic life reveals how they can easily deprive us of both. That is, Lacan sought to release us from the grip of fantasies because he realized, as Freud also did, that they drive us to confront the world in reductive ways, thereby damaging our ability to cope with the various challenges of our lives. Fantasies as fate-defining. Fantasies are fate-defining in the sense that they determine the content, or substance, of the repetition compulsion, giving our desire its inexorable direction, and making us single-mindedly preoccupied by, and doggedly faithful to, certain existential designs and preferences even when these undercut our well-being. To the degree that they endow us with a misleading sense of the role we occupy in the world, they delimit what we consider psychically and existentially possible, predetermining the range of our actions and holding us ensnared in perfunctory ways of living and relating. At their most narcissistic, they delude us into thinking that we are more agentic, coherent, invincible, and self-identical than we actually are. They, in short, promise the end of alienation by suturing our lack or self-division. For example, the fantasy of an essential, inviolable inner core obscures our ontological void, offering us the comforting illusion of a flawlessly integrated psychic life. This makes everyday life more manageable, not to mention more gratifying, but it also perpetuates the deceptive dynamic of misrecognition and mistaken identity that epitomizes the mirror stage. As an existential strategy, it can drastically, and often quite devastatingly, misguide us by causing us to pursue the kind of self-certainty and solidity of being that Lacan deems inherently impossible. Lacan could be criticized for not having adequately considered the possibility that a degree of narcissistic self-deception may well facilitate our ability to survive the world's demands by offering us a stabilizing image of ourselves. However, Lacan is surely correct in suggesting that fantasies often freeze our lives into unyielding patterns that keep us from exploring what we could become beyond the predictable outlines of our fantasy lives. Among other things, they inhibit the emergence of our singularity, making it difficult for us to access the less regimented echelons of our being. If we are willing to pay this price, it is undoubtedly in part because we do not know the full extent of our loss. But it is also because we tend to value the security provided by fantasies over the rewards of claiming our singularity. This, incidentally, is also why, as Zizek has argued, We routinely resort to social fantasies that blind us to the possibility that the big other might be plagued by exactly the same kinds of internal fractures as we ourselves belabor under. As Zizek conjectures, if fantasies veil the rifts of our subjectivity, they also fill the gaps of the other, making invisible the antagonisms of the social world and offering us an overly reassuring vision of a knowable reality. In more specific terms, fantasies allow us to experience the world as consistent and meaningful because they conceal the fact that the other, the symbolic order, is structured around some traumatic impossibility, around something which cannot be symbolized, i.e. the real of jouissance. Through fantasy, jouissance is domesticated, gentrified. Zizek, 1989, 123. To the degree that fantasies mask the terrifying abyss of the real, that they protect us from a jouissance that threatens to perforate the social framework of our existence, they serve as a key support of our symbolic reality. On this account, fantasies are designed not to allow us to flee an unsatisfactory world, but rather to render the world satisfactory by reassuring us that the other, the social environment within which we struggle to find our bearings, possesses the correct, calming, or consoling answers to our most pressing questions. As such, fantasies constitute the most elementary gesture of ideology, positing the symbolic order as a reliable structure that ensures the stability of cultural life. In this way, our ideological interpolation into phantasmatic structures of sociality obscures the fact that the other itself is beset by the kinds of divisions and animosities that make it internally unable to guarantee the very practices of power that it uses to authorize its existence. 2. The enigma of the other's desire. Our phantasmatic reliance on symbolic sites of authority thus serves as a distraction from the inherent volatility, the traumatic impossibility, at the heart of human life. Yet traces of this volatility inevitably persist, adding a layer of mystifying opacity to the demands of the other. As Lacan explains, a lack is encountered by the subject in the other, in the very intimation that the other makes to him by his discourse. In the intervals of the discourse of the other, there emerges in the experience of the child something that is radically mappable, namely, he is saying this to me, but what does he want? It is there that what we call desire crawls, slips, escapes, like a ferret. The desire of the other is apprehended by the subject in that which does not work, in the lacks of the discourse of the other, and all of the child's whys reveal not so much an avidity for the reason of things, as a testing of the adult, why are you telling me this? Ever resuscitated from its base, which is the enigma of the adult's desire. 1964, 214, the discourse of the other impacts the subject, and particularly the child, on two different levels at once. On the overt level, the subject is being interpolated into symbolic law by being told what is expected of it. But on another, more surreptitious level, underneath the explicit meaning of the other's discourse, the subject is being addressed by the other's enigmatic desire. 3. This desire scurries around in the intervals and failings of the other's discourse like a ferret, and the subject struggles in vain to interpret it. In this sense, the lack of the other, the place where the energies of the real feature the other's symbolic edifice and reveal a glimpse of its jouissance, constitutes a constant source of overexcitation for the subject who seeks answers to its existential predicament. The other's inconsistency, in short, forces the subject into the frustrating and largely defensive posture of why are you telling me this? What do you want from answers to our most pressing questions? As such, fantasies constitute the most elementary gesture of ideology, positing the symbolic order as a reliable structure that ensures the stability of cultural life. In this way, our ideological interpolation into phantasmatic structures of sociality obscures the fact that the other itself is beset by the kinds of divisions and animosities that make it internally unable to guarantee the very practices of power that it uses to authorize its existence. 2. The enigma of the other's desire. Our phantasmatic reliance on symbolic sites of authority thus serves as a distraction from the inherent volatility, the traumatic impossibility, at the heart of human life. Yet traces of this volatility inevitably persist, adding a layer of mystifying opacity to the demands of the other. As Lacan explains, a lack is encountered by the subject in the other, in the very intimation that the other makes to him by his discourse. In the intervals of the discourse of the other, there emerges in the experience of the child something that is radically mappable, namely, he is saying this to me, but what does he want? It is there that what we call desire crawls, slips, escapes, like a ferret. The desire of the other is apprehended by the subject in that which does not work, in the lacks of the discourse of the other, and all of the child's whys reveal not so much an avidity for the reason of things, as a testing of the adult, why are you telling me this? Ever resuscitated from its base, which is the enigma of the adult's desire. 1964, 214. The discourse of the other impacts the subject, and particularly the child, on two different levels at once. On the overt level, the subject is being interpolated into symbolic law by being told what is expected of it. But on another, more surreptitious level, underneath the explicit meaning of the other's discourse, the subject is being addressed by the other's enigmatic desire. 3. This desire scurries around in the intervals and failings of the other's discourse like a ferret, and the subject struggles in vain to interpret it. In this sense, the lack of the other, the place where the energies of the real fissure the other's symbolic edifice and reveal a glimpse of its jouissance, constitutes a constant source of over-excitation for the subject who seeks answers to its existential predicament. The other's inconsistency, in short, forces the subject into the frustrating and largely defensive posture of "Why are you telling me this? What do you want from?" This account implies that we are thrown into the world not only in the Heideggerian sense of lacking secure existential foundations, but also in the sense of being surrounded by inscrutable messages that we are unable to decipher but to which we feel compelled to respond. Arguably, it is exactly our ambivalence in relation to signifiers that we feel vaguely accountable for, yet cannot accurately decode, that generates the bodily overagitation, the disturbing undeadness or too muchness of the drives, that I have depicted. On this view, our formative encounter with the confusing signifiers of the other, or, more properly, with an array of social others, shapes the parameters of our personality on an almost frighteningly fundamental level. As Santner observes, our entire being is in some sense permeated by unconscious efforts at making the enigmas by which we feel ourselves addressed make sense. This is what it means to discharge an excitation. The very core of what we think of as our individuality, our characteristic way of assuming our place amid the socio-symbolic relations of exchange that constitute our shared world, can be understood as the pulse of these phantasmatic efforts. 2001, 97-98. In this manner, the other's enigmatic desire establishes the outlines of our individuality, giving rise to a life orientation that determines how we experience ourselves, put down roots in the world, relate to others, and find, or fail to find, fulfillment. An alternative way to explain the issue is to say that the surplus vitality of our drives tends to seek relief by cathecting to socio-phantasmatic zones of legitimacy that stabilize its otherwise unmanageable force. As I have noted, this process is never entirely successful, because the real cannot ever be fully tamed or reined in. It generates a remainder that cannot be assimilated into our symbolic reality. At the same time, to the degree that the process does succeed, our jouissance, although being the part of our constitution that is generally thought to escape social hegemonies, can become strongly devoted to these very hegemonies, as much as jouissance resists our, always phantasmatic, cultural investitures. It can in turn become channeled into unconscious fantasies that increase our investment in normative forms of authority. This is exactly how the scholar becomes a vampire. In such scenarios, our repetition compulsion starts to transmit the insidious messages of hegemonic power. It becomes a mechanism through which this power infiltrates us not only on the level of psychic meaning, but also on the level of the drives, on the level of bodily jouissance. Needless to say, whenever dominant social fantasies get this deeply embedded, we lose yet another foothold of autonomy. Fantasies, then, can deepen our ideological captivation by binding our surplus vitality to normative structures of sociality. Santner hypothesizes that when this happens, we become enmeshed in a drive destiny that frames our always peculiar manner of making our way through the world. That is, fantasies fasten our excess energies into a schema, a distinctive torsion or spin that colors/distorts the shape of our universe, how the world is disclosed to us, and it is this torsion that sustains our sense of the consistency of the world and our place in it. 2001, 39-40. It is, moreover, hardly a coincidence that the mixture of uncanny surplus animation and symptomatic constriction that characterizes this destiny is also an accurate description of the death drive. We feel compelled to pursue certain paths even when these prove to be intensely self-destructive. Our jouissance becomes caught up in the dead automatism of the repetition compulsion, our energies get trapped in painful symptoms, and our humanness is undermined by inhumanness, by an involuntary yet insistent reiteration of empty gestures that serves death rather than life. Perhaps the purest expression of this inhuman element is the meaningless facial tic, spasm, or cringe that Lacan hauntingly calls the grimace of the real, 1990, 10. But, more commonly, this inhuman element expresses itself through the psychic fixity we experience when we are helplessly wedged in our unconscious conflicts. Validity in excess of meaning. I ended the last chapter by drawing a contrast between subjectivity and character, specifying that while the subject is subjected to the social world, The character expresses something about the individual's singularity beyond, or beneath, the dictates of sociality. Yet I also stress that the drives as a locus of singularity, and thus of character, are always proto-social, that singularity both does and does not escape the imprint of the other. It should now be clearer why this is the case, why it is that the social occupies our drives, and the repetition compulsion that, through the fixations of desire, communicates the insistence of these drives, even when they seem to elude its grip. The other's enigmatic desire incites us to strive to make sense of the various ways we are addressed, and the more ambiguous this desire, the more thoroughly it penetrates our bodily constitution, organizing our drives into destiny-determining configurations of enjoyment, or lack thereof. This is what ensures that our investments in normative networks of sociality are never merely juridical, but operate on deeply visceral levels that touch the most elementary layers of our being. Santner explains that one reason the mysterious signifiers of the other's desire function so effectively is that they express a validity in excess of any meaning. 2001, 97. We know that the other's signifiers hold meaning, but to the extent that we cannot accurately locate this meaning, they start to exert power independently, in excess, of meaning. This is why our, always necessarily transferential relationship to institutions of symbolic authority can be so very frustrating. We keep trying to convert the irrationalities and inconsistencies of such institutions into explicit demands with which we can reason and negotiate, only to be caught up in the fact that they tend to secrete pure validity in excess of any meaning. Santner compares our predicament to that of Kafka's protagonists who are forever trying to get clear about a message in which an enigmatic and unnerving surplus of validity beyond meaning persists as a chronic signifying stress curving the space in which they move. The inability of these protagonists to translate the enigma, to stabilize its meaning in a legible call with which to identify, in a demand one can comply with or refuse, is what ultimately serves to draw them all the more powerfully into the ban of the law, Castle, and so forth. 2005, 99. Sadly, there are circumstances where this ever-failing quest for unambiguous meaning can become synonymous with everyday life. Santner's analysis suggests that our relationship to institutions of authority contains a largely unconscious component, so that one of the principal ways such institutions exact obedience from us is by eliciting our automatic citation, our mindless and mind-numbing reiteration of their regulations. As a matter of fact, insofar as such institutions are erected upon magical, unsubstantiated foundations, they can only secure our submission by inducing us to engage in a rote citation of their authority. In a way, the FLMZier their foundations are, the more ardently they seek to obtain our subordination through a purely habitual allegiance to their imaginary and always already failing power. And since this excitation, as Santner puts it, is always inevitably a citation of lack, 2001, 50-something that cannot ever fill the emptiness it camouflages, we can never escape the vicious cycle of validity in excess of any meaning within which we are caught. For in addition, it is not a coincidence that Santner's phrase evokes Lear's description of the breakdown of psychic functioning as a breaking through of quantity without quality, see Chapter 1, for the excess validity of the others. Enigmatic desire can overstimulate our constitution to such an extent that we experience a breakdown of normal functioning. Our helplessness in the face of the other's desire can cause the kind of anxiety that makes it impossible for us to proceed with life as usual. The office of the controller. I was recently reminded of this when an officer at an American university where I was scheduled to give a talk claimed that she could not process my modest honorarium without my FIRST filing out a 6-page document that asked me to list the dates of every United States visa I had held since 1985, as well as to disclose the reasons of all my visits to the country since 2004. I knew that the request most likely had to do with the confusion, one that also tends to stump immigration officers at the United States border, of me holding citizenship in an obscure European country, permanent residency in Canada, and absolutely no immigration status in the United States, where I nevertheless lived for more than 20 years. As much as I tried to tell myself that there was no reason for alarm, the incident brought up the anxiety of nearly 30 years of efforts to account for myself in the North American context. The barely suppressed psychological terror I have long felt about my persistent lack of a legitimate foothold on the continent, the endless string of visas, monetary troubles, deportation nightmares, anxiety attacks at border crossings, and paralyzing fears of suddenly losing everything and everyone I have ever loved, came eluding back. But still, what was most anxiety-inducing about the request was its absolute lack of logic, for I knew that my taxation status, which the form in question was supposed to clarify, could not have been more clear-cut, given that I held a tenured position in a Canadian university and had been paying taxes in that country for years. Predictably, the more I struggled, The more I demanded sensible treatment, the more vehemently the officer asserted her authority, so that, in the end, I could not even receive a refund for my travel expenses. I gave up the honorarium after a few sleepless nights, without filing out a form that asked for everything from my birthday to my passport number, social security number, and the number of my I-94, the latter being a visa waiver form that Homeland Security no longer uses, so that the demand for this number was, quite literally, magical in the sense of lacking any reasonable foundation. The Kafkaesque connotations of the situation were heightened by the fact that the request came from a place called the Office of the Controller, and that this Office could not give me any reasonable explanation for his demands. The incident had additional power because it recalled an earlier, much more serious one, involving a Canadian immigration officer who inexplicably violated every precedent in the book by deciding that I alone among the hundreds of foreign professors at the University of Toronto, not to mention other Canadian universities, did not deserve permanent residency. As chance would have it, at the time I had 2 foreign graduate students with no immediate employment prospects who received their papers without a hassle while mine were mysteriously held up. The disorienting impact of the other's enigmatic desire has never been as palpable for me as during the months I struggled to figure out what in my application could possibly have induced the officer in question to go rogue. His ruling was ultimately overturned by the immigration headquarters in Ottawa. Was it that I was a single woman who would not contribute to Canada's population growth by having children? Was it that my curriculum vitae indicated expertise in feminist and queer theory? Was it that the officer wanted to protect his country from Ivy-educated professionals who took jobs away from Canadians? Or was he perhaps in the clause of negative transference towards someone with a higher income level than his? Or was he simply just plain incompetent? As far as psychological grievances go, mine were hardly severe, paling in comparison to war, rape, ethnic cleansing, domestic abuse, hunger, poverty, sexism, racism, homophobia, political dictatorship, and religious persecution, among other things. In other words, my aim is not to claim the status of a trauma survivor, but merely to illustrate that a prolonged exposure to the illegible desire of authority figures, to the validity and excess of any meaning secreted by institutionalized forms of power, can over time cause anxiety to accumulate to such a degree that even something relatively minor, such as the aggravation caused by the Office of the Controller, can drive us over the edge. My reaction to the latter was in fact a perfect example of what Santner means by a signifying stress that curves the subject's everyday space. And it was also a good example of what Lacan describes as a kind of loss of subjectivity. The subject outlines himself as a subject. He is an a-subject because he senses himself as profoundly subjected, a sujeti, to the caprice of the one he depends on. 1958, 188-89. 5. This sense of being subjected to the arbitrary desire of the other upon which/whom the subject's future depends is precisely what drives it to utter its desperate "che vuoi?" What do you want? According to this account, our disquiet about the parameters of our lives owes as much to the fact that we are surrounded by intangible currents of institutional desire, that we are constantly attempting to make inherently inconsistent messages make consistent sense, as it does to more tangible stress factors. We can, as it were, become saturated, filled to the brim, by demands that we do not fully comprehend and that can consequently never be satisfactorily processed. What is more, the fact that we cannot grasp the meaning of the other's desire does not even necessarily result from some cognitive failing on either side of the divide, but rather from the inherent ambivalence of that desire itself. What my encounters with the Office of the Controller in Canadian immigration demonstrated is that the other is frequently not only unwilling to account for its desire but also, more fundamentally, largely incapable of doing so. Simply put, the other often cannot offer any reason for wanting what it wants. But this in no way diminishes its power, for the riddles of the other fortify its domain of impenetrable injunctions, even as they force us to an awkward loyalty to draining circuits of authority that time and again exasperate us. An ironic example of such loyalty is that I am now waiting for a citizenship decision from the same country that once told me, in no uncertain terms, that I was not worthy of residing on its soil. A message that was made all the more humiliating by Canada's enormous pride in its open immigration policy. That I these days occupy a fairly privileged subject position, something that has not always been the case, only accentuates my point about the potentially wounding impact of the other's opaque desire. If someone with my advantages can be rattled to the point of sleeplessness by something as petty as the bureaucratic antics of a tax accountant, then what kind of havoc are we talking about in situations where the stakes are higher and where the fault lines of power are more clearly articulated? The uneven tragedy of human life. That we are frequently humiliated by the very structures of power that sustain our existence is, in many ways, the foundational tragedy of life. No wonder, then, that Lacan often draws on Greek tragedy for paradigms of human experience. What better way than classical tragedy to convey the idea that our fate is determined by outside forces that we cannot control but that we feel obligated to obey? As Zupanc remarks in relation to Oedipus, even if Oedipus is not truly guilty of his crime, since it had been foretold well before his birth, he heroically shoulders responsibility for his act, assumes his destiny and lives with it until the end. In this sense, Zupanc continues, Oedipus serves as the prototype of our existential condition, namely that we are born into a pre-existing symbolic constellation in which we must recognize the significance of our being. 2000, 175-76. 6. This constellation allows us to situate ourselves in the world, transforming our social environment into a familiar dwelling place. But it also exacts a tremendous price by asking us to accept our destiny as inherently necessary even when it is difficult to bear. It is in this manner that we come to carry responsibility for our lot in life even when we are not its architects, even when we are not personally guilty for its failings. As a result, we may feel that we have no choice but to assume our good, bad, or ambivalent fortune by searching in it for the ultimate significance of our being. Our relationship to the symbolic other is therefore exceedingly complex. On the one hand, we are indebted to the other in that, without the other's presence, we would have no subjectivity, we would not have a sense of identity, or the capacity to make meaning, or the aptitude for inner subjectivity, we would not have a specifically human destiny. 7. On the other hand, the destiny that we owe to the other is profoundly alienating in all the ways I have outlined. Perhaps most importantly, this destiny, which, as we have seen, has a strong unconscious component, cannot be divorced from our particular social positioning. After all, the way in which we enter the game of odds and evens, Lacan 1964, 145. The game that determines our existential condition is far from uniform. Though we are all traumatized by the signifiers of the other's enigmatic desire, some of us are obviously much more traumatized than others, for signifiers do not function in a cultural vacuum, but rather communicate and perpetuate deeply entrenched forms of socio-economic, national, racial, ethnic, religious, sexual, and gendered power. Lacan observes that the signifier, in ushering us onto the track of the repetition compulsion, invariably guides us towards the obligatory card, adding that if there is only one card in the pack, we can't draw another. 67. Like Oedipus, we are asked to live out a destiny that has been crossed for us before we enter the scene. What often gets forgotten, in this context, is the unequal manner in which the cards are dealt in the first place, the fact that some destinies are much more demoralizing than others. Even if it is the case that all of us, without fail, gain an identity through the various ways in which the signifiers, and enigmas, of the social world cut into our bodily realities, the specificity parameters of that identity are molded by the unique arrangement of the signifiers we encounter. There are signifiers, configurations of social meaning, that are enabling and life-sustaining. But there are others that are denigrating and wounding. The psychic implications of this are enormous, for while it is certainly possible that individuals with pain-filled destinies possess a more realistic sense of how the world functions, they may also find it harder to shed the sinking feeling that there is no respite from its intrusiveness. Individuals who experience themselves as being under attack by the external world may find it next to impossible to relax their wakeful vigilance in relation to their surroundings. And they may find this difficult even when there is no immediate danger, even when there is no discernible cause for anxiety. It would be grossly inaccurate to equate this kind of anxiety with the inherent anxieties of life. At stake here is the distinction between foundational and contingent forms of alienation, that is, between forms of psychic injury that are constitutive of subjectivity as such, existential, and others that are circumstantial, historical or cultural. In other words, there is an important difference between universal forms of lack and the kind of lack that ensues from oppressive social conditions that erode the subject's psychic resources for the simple reason that they oblige it to focus on survival. 8. For instance, when it comes to the other's enigmatic signifiers, it is not difficult to see how some of us might be more vulnerable to their menace than others. When the mystery of the other's desire is intertwined with the other's, overt or covert, hostility, this desire becomes even more anxiety-inducing. And when this desire rouses us to overvigilance not only because of its inherent opacity, but also because there are structural or power-related barriers to our ability to interpret it, we can be agitated to the point of exasperation, or even self-injury. Finally, When we feel that our very existence depends on our capacity to read the other's desire, that the price of failure is nothing short of social extinction, we can become overwhelmed by a too muchness of too muchness, so to speak, by an excessive agitation over and above what is normal in human life. Whether we are walking in a given neighborhood after dark, trying to make a living, catching a cab across town, entering a government building, or crossing the border from Mexico to the United States, how we are situated in relation to social networks of power matters. If the validity and excess of any meaning of social institutions can be maddening for all of us, there are instances when it is nothing short of terrorizing. The truth of desire. Whether we are confronted by forms of interpersonal or familial injury or by forces of socio-cultural oppression, we cannot escape the fact that our identities are frequently fashioned in relation to trauma. This is why we need to look for signs of subjection not only on the level of understanding why and how certain individuals lack social agency, but also on the level of the repetition compulsion and other painful contortions of the psyche. This does not mean that those who have been traumatized beyond the usual trials of subject formation are somehow irrevocably damaged. But it is useful to recognize that much of what seems like chance, accident, or providence in our lives actually has a certain structural logic to it. Lacanian theory is a much more powerful tool of social critique than is often acknowledged, not only because it understands this structural logic, a part of which I have attempted to capture through my analysis of our precarious relationship to the other's desire, but also because it insists that there are ways to find it. As much as Lacan has been read in reductive ways that imply that he has a stake in upholding the hegemonic symbolic, or even worse, the law of the father, I think that there is nothing he stresses more than the idea that we do not need to reconcile ourselves to our particular destiny, that we are not, after all, quite like Oedipus. More specifically, there are two closely related avenues of resistance opened up by Lacanian theory, the truth of the subject's desire and the so-called ethical act. I would never want to suggest that these exhaust the field of human rebellion, and even less that they are universally, or equally, available to all subjects. But I do think that they raise some interesting questions about the goals of analysis as well as about effective political and ethical action. I return to the ethical act, along with political and ethical considerations, in Chapter 3. Here I want to look at how analysis profitees from the idea that the truth of the subject's desire may, under certain circumstances, enable it to reinvent its destiny. The emphasis on the truth of desire characterizes Lacan's thinking from early on. He of course notoriously admits that our desire is the desire of the other, not only in the sense that we want to be desired by the other, but also in the sense that we learn to desire what we think that the other desires, or wants us to desire. This is why, as I have sought to illustrate, we are often not the authors of our desires but serve as conduits for culturally hegemonic forms of desire. It explains why our desires tend to be so conventional, so caught up in normative patterns of satisfaction, that we cannot usually trust them to usher us beyond social banalities. Yet Lacan also repeatedly asserts that the aim of analysis is not social adaptation, reconciliation to the desire of the other, but, quite the contrary, the truth of the subject's desire. Truth, in this context, does not refer to some sort of absolute, Platonic, or metaphysical truth, but rather to what is most idiosyncratic about the subject. As Lacan postulates, if the truth that we are seeking is a truth that frees, it is a truth that we will look for in a hiding place in our subject. It is a particular truth, nothing can be compared to it that allows it to be judged from the outside. 1959, 24. That is, although the truth of desire is universal in the sense that each of us possesses it, its character is always distinctive, having to do with the particular ways in which we relate to the losses of our history. The task of analysis, Lacan implies, is to unearth this distinctive character from underneath the conformist yearnings that masquerade as our desire. Its task is to release the singularity of our being from underneath the other's oppressive signifiers. Or, to articulate the matter in terms of fantasy, the objective of Lacanian analysis is to cut through sediments of fantasy that hold us captive in incapacitating existential scenarios, thereby making us mere passive spectators of our life stories. 9. Not seating on one's desire. Lacan's clinical goal, therefore, is to allow the subject to develop a dynamic and discerning, rather than a reactive and unconscious, relationship to its destiny. This is why he asserts that one of the aims of analytic interpretation is to empower the subject to see to what signifier he is, as a subject, subjected. 1964, 251. In other words, understanding something about the distinctive truth of our desire requires that we learn to actively confront the nexus of signification, alienation, and injury that gives rise to the particularity of our destiny, our unconscious and bodily life orientation. It requires that we puncture the fantasy formations that are designed to hide the terrors of our past so that we can attain a better sense of the always context specific ways in which the signifier has wounded us and, in so doing, arrive at a more accurate reading of the densities of our desire regardless of how disquieting that desire may be. Embedded within this vision one can detect the influence of the phenomenological notion that existential authenticity is linked to the subject's ability to confront the uncertainties and perplexities of its being without recourse to reassuring modes of social conformity. For the early Lacan, such authenticity, to use a term that Lacan himself rarely employs, is a function of the truth of the subject's desire. Lacan believes that when we are estranged from the truth of our desire, satisfaction, beyond the tortured satisfaction granted by symptoms, remains elusive, for a symptom indicates, among other things, that we have not succeeded in dissociating our desire from the desire of the other. We have not managed to persevere in our desire but have compromised this desire to demands originating from the other. This is why Lacan famously tells us not to cede on our desire, specifying that the only thing of which one can be guilty of is having given ground relative to one's desire. 1960, 319. Admittedly, it is a bit problematic to talk about our desire as if we somehow owned it, given that this desire, as I stressed above, is always in large part the desire of the other. Yet there are still degrees of freedom and unfreedom, of hegemonic capture and non-capture. If this were not the case, it would not be possible to distinguish between humans and automatons. Though the gap between the two may be rapidly closing, all is not yet lost. Even if it is not feasible for any of us to entirely extricate ourselves from the dominant structures of desire that surround us, there are nevertheless desires that remain more loyal to our idiosyncratic character than others. On this view, our main responsibility to ourselves is to act in conformity with our desire rather than to compromise its integrity for the sake of social compliance. 314. Our responsibility, in a way, is to singularize our desire, to stop paying attention to what the other wants and to focus instead on what we ourselves want, so as to avoid being completely subsumed by the desire of the other. This, according to Lacan, is how we not only align our desire with the possibility of satisfaction, but also liberate ourselves from the tendency to turn to the other for reassurance. Ideally, what emerges from this is a far-reaching transformation in how we relate to the other, a profound shift in subject position that makes us less submissive, less acquiescent. 10. This explains, in part, why Lacan is adamant about the fact that the goal of analysis cannot be to work towards the subject's happiness, that there is a basic discrepancy between what analysis can accomplish and the analysand's misguided quest for a place where miracles happen. 1960, 303. I will return below to why I think that this statement, which we already encountered in Chapter 1, is less incompatible with Sandner's assertion that miracles happen than it might at first appear. For now, what is important is that Lacan makes this statement in the context of insisting that for the analyst to make himself the guarantor of the possibility that a subject will in some way be able to find happiness, is a form of fraud. 303. To some degree, what is being expressed here is Lacan's notorious animosity towards what he saw as specifically American methods of analytic normalization and social adaptation. However, the deeper philosophical point he conveys is that the proper aim of analysis, and the phenomenological echoes are once again clearly audible here, is to enable the subject to confront the reality of the human condition, the state in which man is in that relationship to himself which is his own death, and can expect help from no one. 303-4. Lacan links this human condition to anguish, distress, and psychic disarray, suggesting that the purpose of analysis is to reconcile the subject to the realization that there is no ultimate cure, remedy, or salvation, no sovereign good, 300, that can secure its happiness, but merely the always more or less eccentric trajectory of its desire. 11. The agency of the signifier. Zizek has criticized those Lacanians who equate psychoanalysis with the heroic assumption of a necessary, constitutive sacrifice, 2001, 58, whereby the subject accepts its foundational lack, its symbolic castration, as the price of its subjectivity. Yet there is no doubt that such a reading is easily available in Lacan's work, for Lacan repeatedly posits that the goal of analysis is to enable the subject to come to terms with the void of its being, the lack of a sovereign good that would grant it ultimate happiness or wholeness. I would propose, however, that Lacan advances this line of argumentation not because he wishes, heroically or otherwise, to celebrate lack per se, but because he believes that the subject's confrontation with its lack in the long run gives it access to more agile and open-ended psychic scenarios than what fantasies, which, as we have learned, cover over lack, can offer. More specifically, because This confrontation empowers the subject to claim for itself some of the agency of the signifier that usually belongs to the other. It allows it to better hold its own in the face of the other's hegemonic desire. If we stay, for a moment, on the constitutive, existential, level, it is obvious that one of the rewards of our interpolation into the symbolic order is our ability to enter into potentially empowering, and sometimes even creative, processes of signification. That is, even if being mortified by the signifiers of the social world is a necessary precondition of subjectivity, we still possess the capacity to utilize the signifier in ways that enable us to reach beyond our mortification. In fact, it is precisely because we experience ourselves as somehow mortified, lacking, because we are beings of desire, that we feel compelled to generate new signifiers, that we feel motivated to devise personally resonant forms of meaning that allows us, to some extent at least, to compensate for our mortification. After all, if we were entirely content and self-contained, if nothing were missing from our lives, we would feel no urgency to enter into the cycle of invention and reinvention that characterizes human existence. From this perspective, following the true thread of our desire is a means to activate the agency of the signifier for our own purposes. It is a means to ensure that we do not hand over to the other all the instruments of meaning production, but retain for ourselves the right to bring new ideals, values, and systems of representation to the world. 12. On the level of circumstantial deprivation, our relationship to the signifier is similarly paradoxical. One of the best ways to counter the brutality of context-specific social meanings is to devise an alternative, more affirmative set of meanings. If, as Lacan suggests, it is trauma's resistance to signification that results in the transfer of powers from the subject to the other, 1964, 129, then weaving a robust network of signifiers around the traumatic experience is a way to assert agency. This explains in part why a sense of narrative control is frequently a vital component of the working through of trauma, why those who have been traumatized often seek to give an account of their suffering. It is as if they were striving to counter trauma's resistance to signification by a heightened determination to wield the signifier. They are, as it were, fighting trauma's ability to divest them of signifiers so as to prevent the transfer of powers that Lacan describes. Granted, the more a given subject's constitutive lack has been compounded by more specific forms of wounding, the more difficult it may be for it to claim its share of the world-making potential of the signifier, a point I return to in the next chapter. But, in principle, being a creature of signification benefits the subject even in situations of extreme traumatization. 13. Even if the subject's signifiers do not reach the core of the trauma, even if they by necessity leave components of that trauma unclaimed, to use Kathy Caruth's, 1996, influential term, the act of casting a web of signifiers around this core returns a modicum of strength to the survivor. This is why Lacan places the signifier at the center of clinical work. As he states, in analytic practice, mapping the subject in relation to reality, and not in relation to the signifier, amounts to falling already into the degradation of the psychological constitution of the subject. 1964, 142. In other words, what distinguishes psychoanalysis from mere psychology is exactly the fact that it recognizes that it is through the signifier that our tenacious destiny can be modified. The signifier may not grant us the existential harmony we tend to covet, but it gives us something equally valuable, namely the ability to resist the other's commands whenever these become too hurtful or unreasonable. Or, to state the matter in terms of desire, because the signifier allows us to begin to read the truth of our desire, it helps us to cast off our excessive faithfulness to the desire of the other. We may not be able to change the practices of the controllers of the world, but we can learn to be skeptical, and at times even overtly defiant, of their demands. Sometimes this defiance can be as simple as learning to short-circuit power by going directly to the top, what we do when we go over someone's head. From personal experience, I know that this can be very difficult for those who are not used to being in control of their destinies, but it is something that analysis can explicitly teach one to do. And it is a skill that is enabling even when one chooses not to exercise it. The sheer knowledge that one could, if one wanted to, contest the injunctions of the controller in this manner can rescue one from the swamp of asubjectivity, helplessness, so that a greater sense of agency becomes possible. Other times, the defiance in question can take the form of transmuting the other's debilitating signifiers to something more inspired. This is what some people accomplish through creativity, some through intellectual exertion, some through political action, some through love and relationality, and yet others through analysis. The analyst as daimon. If fantasies bind us to the other's enigmatic desire, causing us to forge wounding attachments to symbolic institutions of authority and preventing us from fully entering the stream of our lives. The Signifier's intervention can activate hidden sources of psychic vitality. This is akin to what Santner is getting at when he asserts that the miracle grants us the blessings of more life. We have seen that Lacan insists that miracles do not take place in analysis. But if we understand the notion of a miracle in Santner's sense, namely as an interpolation beyond ideological interpolation, rather than in Lacan's more conventional sense, as something that promises definitive salvation, then analysis may well be one of the few places where miracles do actually happen. If we envision analysis as a practice that endeavors to break the analysand's habitual, phantasmatic, interpolations by offering alternative sites of interpolation, alternative sites of cathexis, then it is certainly capable of a miraculous reinvention of destiny. In much the same way that Rosenzweig's daimon defeats the vampire, analysis can, under auspicious conditions, overthrow the subject's most deadening fantasies so that a more livable, more satisfying, or rebellious, life becomes possible. But this, of course, requires that the analyst turn him or herself into an emissary of the daimon. Not coincidentally, this is exactly how Bruce Fink describes the Lacanian analytic process. The analyst attempts to get the analysand's desire into motion, to shake up the fixation, and to dissipate the stasis that sets in when the analysand's desire has seemingly ebbed to the point of no return. The analyst attempts to arouse the analysand's curiosity about the manifestations of the unconscious, to bring the analysand to wonder about the why and wherefore of his or her life decisions, choices, relationships, career, and by getting the analysand to throw things into question, the analyst makes the analysand want to know something, find out something, figure out what the unconscious is saying, what the analyst sees in his or her slips, dreams, and fantasies, what the analyst means when he or she punctuates, scans, and interprets, and so on. The analyst, by attributing meaning to all these things, becomes the cause of the analysand's wonderings, ponderings, ruminations, dreams, and speculations, in short, that cause of the analysand's desire. 1997, 52-53, the analyst as an agent of the daimon attempts to rouse the analysand's curiosity about his inner life. She endeavors to insert herself into the analysand's structure of desire so that she becomes the new cause of this desire, replacing a phantasmatic fixation with an attitude of inquisitiveness. As Fink collaborates, a new fixation is thereby established, but it is one that, Freud tells us, is at every point accessible to our intervention. 53. The analyst as the cause of the analysand's new fixation becomes a locus of transference, which means that a path has been cleared for the possibility of altering the analysand's organization of desire. Instead of staying forever stuck in repetitive fantasies, the analysand's desire becomes amenable to working through and reconfiguration. In this sense, analysis gradually converts the congealed too-muchness of the subject's drive energies, its habitual allegiance to symbolic sites of authority, into forms of meaning that no longer communicate submission, but rather express something about its singularity of being. To be sure, analysis can never offer a definitive cure, but it does grant the subject a way to go on from a new place, in a new way. What is this if not exactly the kind of interpolation beyond ideological interpolation, the kind of miracle that Santner advocates? Ironically, the metamorphosis Fink describes relies on the very force of enigmatic signifiers that I have been complaining about. Analysis takes advantage of the fact that the initial why of the child, which is aimed at the frustrating desire of the parents, becomes, later in life, generalized into a why, a chavoi, addressed to institutional forms of authority. It places the analyst in the position of the enigmatic other who has the power to cathect the subject's drive energies. However, rather than seeking to reconcile the subject to hegemonic social formations, the analyst encourages it to pursue life directions that might have been previously foreclosed or unimaginable. Instead of paralyzing the subject, the analyst's enigmatic desire galvanizes layers of inner potentiality that the subject might not even have realized it had. The subject as an analysand, always unconsciously and transferentially, responds to the analyst's unreadable desire. Whenever there is movement in its psychic life, whenever its deep-seated fantasies, fixations, and symptoms are being worked through and dissolved, it is in part because it finds itself reacting to subtle messages radiating from the analyst. This is why the best analytic work sometimes happens when the analyst says very little. The less transparent the analyst's messages, the more they create room for the revitalization of the analysand's psychic life. 14. On this view, transference works, in part at least, by leading the subject to unanticipated discoveries about its desire. By inducing the subject to discard some of its most ingrained fantasies, it provokes a massive reorganization of its existential orientation, opening what Lacan, in a different context, has described as the possibility for new possibilities. 2000a, 112. The possibility for new possibilities. Lacan is not a Lacanian, but his statement transmits the ethos of what I am trying to express, namely that analysis, as Lacan envisions it, can transform the fantasy-generated fixity that characterizes symptomatic lives into a more fluid configuration of subjective possibilities. This opening up of the possibility for new possibilities, Lacan specifies, is not merely a matter of adding a fresh possibility, one that is analogous to already existing ones, to the subject's psychic repertoire, but rather of revising its entire world of possibilities. It enables the subject to reinterpret the fundamental premises of its existence so that more inspired ways of meeting the world become conceivable. For instance, a subject whose life is permeated by a persistent sense of failure and disappointment might come to understand its own role in the repetitive reproduction of this failure and disappointment. It might come to see that the world it lives in is, to some degree at least, of its own making, that the world it has taken to be objective is in fact subjective. As Lacan explains, the analyst facilitates a process, by which the analysand slowly comes to recognize that what he had taken to be the world as it really is in fact the imposition of a distorting point of view. The analysand has been living with a skewed view of himself and others, and all along he has assumed that he has been the passive recipient of the world as it really is. 2004, 47. The danger of this approach is that it can be misinterpreted to suggest that we are all fully responsible for our destinies regardless of how privileged these destinies are. To return to my earlier reference to Oedipus, this approach can lead us to believe that we are personally guilty for the failings of a social order that predates our birth. It can cause us to overlook the ways in which the deeply inequalitarian world in which we live can repeatedly generate the failure and disappointment of some people while facilitating the success and satisfaction of others, that many of the injustices of the world are not subjective but, rather, absolutely objective, in the sense of being structural. We cannot, then, forget that sometimes our perception of the world as unfair and unkind captures, quite accurately, what the world actually really is. But this is not what Lacan is talking about. Rather, he is getting at the idea that a subject driven by unconscious fantasies tends to continuously recreate the same imaginary relationship, of being punished, suffocated, persecuted, embarrassed, or slighted, for instance, to what it presumes the others desire to be. This is the illusion of objectivity that analysis can dismantle by allowing the subject to see how it has unwittingly become the obedient string puppet of a desire that does not in any way serve its interests. As Fink's delineation of the aims of analysis reveals, transference works when the subject begins to develop a questioning relationship to its desire, no longer meekly accepting the desire of the other as its own. This empowers it to rework the basic sketch of its psychic life, for the less it is willing to cede on its true desire, and aspires instead to actively speak the language of this desire, the less beholden it remains to the other. Lacan puts the matter as follows: surely, what is at stake here is the development of a capacity, a certain kind of capacity for creative living. Being able to take responsibility for one's unconscious motives is not an ability one is born with, it is something that, under favorable circumstances, may develop. The analysand emerges with new relations to life's possibilities, and that increases the capacity for joy, as well as for genuine sorrow. 2000b, 37. The compensation for the subject's ability to take responsibility for its own desire, in other words, is a more flexible sense of life's possibilities. This is not a matter of making the subject happy but of increasing its overall emotional range, of augmenting its capacity to work through feelings of all kind. These may well include the sorts of bad feelings that arise in response to objecting or inequalitarian social structures, so that even if analysis cannot rectify the world's injustices, it may be able to help the subject to better cope with the psychic impact of such injustices. This is what I meant above when I said that even when we cannot control the controllers of the world, we can develop a greater degree of agency in relation to them so that they cannot overpower us quite so easily. We are now finally in a position to fully grasp what Sandner means when he argues that the miracle does not aim at an otherworldly sanctuary, but rather releases the blessings of more life within the present moment. If fantasies that seek to artificially contain the surplus of the drives make us defensive, if they function as misleading interpretative gestures that hinder life and cause pain, their disbanding represents a revitalizing upsurge of fresh energy that summons us to our character by conjuring up the possibility for new possibilities. This, however, should be not confused with the idea that our lives will become easier for, as I have been arguing, the awakening of character can be acutely disorienting. 15. This may be why Lacan asserts that, at the end of a training analysis, the analysand should know the domain and the level of the experience. Of absolute disarray, 1960, 304. I have noted that there are instances when existential disarray reaches too high a pitch, when the subject is overwhelmed by a too muchness of too muchness, and this is an argument I take up in greater detail in the next chapter. At this stage, it is enough to observe Lacan's position, namely that the subject who has completed analysis, or at the very least the subject who plans to become an analyst, should be able to tolerate a relatively high degree of anxiety. Such tolerance, rather than happiness in the usual sense of the word, could be said to be the goal of Lacanian analysis. In this way, Lacan, like Lear, invites us to accept unexpected breakdowns as an essential component of our psychic destinies. 16. Lacanian analysis is meant to show that we are rarely the entirely helpless victims of our fate, even when this fate has been encoded within our unconscious and bodily constitution. If this were the case, there would be little point to therapeutic practice, the purpose of which is, exactly, to intercede in the unconscious and bodily composition that propels our destiny. When we are alienated from the truth of our desire, when we are overrun by the hegemonic desire of the other, our existence can feel lackluster and devoid of meaning. When we are caught up in soul-defeating fantasies, we go through the motions of daily existence in an apathetic and insipid manner, living at a distance from ourselves. We lack singularity, passion, and inner subjective grace. This is why analysis targets the nexus of desire, repetition, symptomatic rigidity, and the return of the repressed that characterizes psychic lives that are too dedicated, too faithful, too unyielding fantasy formations. When analytic intervention, however imperfectly, attains its aim, we can begin to loosen psychic patterns that cause us suffering. From this point of view, analysis strives to convert the symptomatic sticking points of our being into a more versatile sense of how our lives might turn out. It liquefies unconscious and bodily deposits of fixity, deposits that are frequently experienced as an arresting sense of existential impossibility, into a living and breathing sense of possibility. I have argued that analysis mobilizes the play of signification in order to release psychic and bodily energies that have become ensnared in life-constricting fantasy formations. This is why the talking cure, which essentially consists of the signifier galvanizing methods of free association, interpretation, and transference, resides at the heart of clinical practice. However, there is a form of fantasy, the so-called fundamental fantasy, that does not respond well to this approach. This fantasy functions as the most deep-seated depository of the subject's jouissance. As such, it resides beyond the talking cure, it cannot usually be reoriented by any mediation on the part of the signifier. Quite the contrary, any attempt to draw too near to it results in the collapse of the subject's symbolic identity. As Zizek posits, it is never possible for me to fully assume, in the sense of symbolic integration, the phantasmatic kernel of my being. When I approach it too closely, what occurs is the aphonesis of the subject loses his or her symbolic consistency, it disintegrates. 2005, 147-48. This is why the fundamental fantasy operates so forcefully. The core of the subject's fantasy life is protected by the fact that the only way to intervene in it is to allow the subject to fall into pieces. Here it is, once again, helpful to think about the relationship between desire and the drive, for if the fundamental fantasy resists analysis so effectively, it is because it operates on the level of the drive. This is not to say that it is always possible to distinguish between desire and the drive, for, as we have seen, not only do they both pursue the same thing, das Ding, but there is a point of overlap between them in the sense that the lack inflicted by the signifier, which causes desire, is the opening through which jouissance, the undeadness of the drives, bubbles into the realm of social subjectivity. On this view, the subject finds it difficult to confront its constitutive lack, not only because this lack reminds it of its alienated status, but also because it serves as a portal to what most encroaches upon its desire-driven sense of cohesion. If the subject's lack bars its access to the real, it also forces it to face this very real as something that is too insistently present, too insistently undead. Yet, there is still a difference between the subject of desire and the subject of the drive. The subject of desire is the one who stuffs one object A, after another into the lack within its being, only to discover that no object can fully make up for the loss of the thing. The subject of the drive, in contrast, is a subject of uncontrollable jouissance, which is why its emergence results in the undoing of the culturally viable individual. As Lacan explains, if the subject of desire is a subject with holes, the subject of the drive is situated at the level of a headless subjectification, a subjectification without subject. 1964, 184. Another way to convey the matter is to say that if the subject of desire thrives on the postponement of satisfaction, the drive has no patience with deferral, it aims directly at the sublime thing. As a result, even though neither the subject of desire nor the subject of the drive attains complete satisfaction, the subject of the drive, the headless subject of jouissance, comes closer to it, it grazes the nub of unmitigated bliss that the subject of desire can only circle from a distance. Yet because the drive is always, ultimately, the death drive, the closer the subject comes to full satisfaction, the closer it also comes to utter destruction. This nexus of satisfaction and self-annihilation has led critics such as Zizek and Edelman to valorize the act of subjective destitution, the subject's suicidal plunge into the unmediated jouissance of the real, as a liberatory act that, finally, grants the subject some real satisfaction. The purpose of this chapter is to trace the outlines of this reasoning, starting with Lacan's analysis of the symptom as the kind of symptom that cannot be alleviated through the talking cure, and ending with the idea that the act of subjective destitution is the ethical act par excellence. Although this is not my preferred reading of Lacan, I want to show that there is an internal logic to it, one that does raise some intriguing questions about effective political and ethical action. The symptom as a site of singularity. In his 1975-76 seminar on James Joyce, entitled The Symptom, Lacan contrasts the symptom, the tight knot of jouissance that encloses the subject's fundamental fantasy, with the conventional Freudian rendering of the symptom. Freud asserts that the symptom arises when symbolization, in one way or another, misses its target. The symptom communicates what the subject is unable to articulate through any other means. This suggests that symptoms can be dissolved through successful interpretation, which is exactly why analysis seeks to promote the subject's capacity to verbalize the truth of its desire, to catch the potentially traumatic tangle of unspoken desire in the network of the signifier. Lacan, however, argues that there is a steadfast breed of symptoms, or symptoms, that cannot be unraveled through the signifier's intervention. Such symptoms do not express the subject's repressed desire, but rather organize its jouissance on such a basic level that they reside beyond processes of symbolization and working through. This is why they cannot easily be amended by analytic treatment. While the symptom is a coded message addressed to the other in the sense that it is motivated by the subject's misguided conviction that someone in the external world can decipher the meaning of its suffering, the symptom operates independently of the conventions of intersubjective exchange. Beyond the erroneous belief that the big other is a dependable file that contains the cure to the subject's affliction, the symptom connects the subject to the real of its being outside of any recognizable sequence of discourse. As Edelman maintains, the symptom binds the subject to its constitutive libidinal career, and assures that no subject, try as it may, can ever get over itself, get over, that is, the fixation of the drive that determines its jouissance. 2004, 35-36. Edelman goes on to explain that because the symptom cannot be substituted for any other signifier, because it accedes to no equivalent, to no translation, and thus to no meaning, it functions as a locus of idiosyncrasy that captures the individual's singularity as definitively, and as meaninglessly, as a fingerprint. 36. 1. On this account, singularity emerges at the very place where meaning is refused, where social identity and intelligibility disintegrate. There are obvious similarities between Edelman's claim that the symptom functions as the underpinning of the subject's singularity of being, as a kernel of jouissance that resists the logic of comparison and that cannot therefore be translated into a socially feasible identity, and the idea, advanced by Levinas and Sandner, that singularity is what ensures that the subject is never merely a part of a whole, or a piece of the world, but contains elements that defy all social categories and classify cations. Edelman specifies that, as a site of mindless enjoyment, as a note of senseless compulsion on which the subject's singularity depends. 2004, 38. The symptom is so essential for the subject's life orientation, what Sandner calls drive destiny, that it feels that in compromising its symptom, it compromises itself. That is, insofar as the symptom constitutes the most elementary tier of subjectivity, operating as a nucleus of jouissance that holds the subject together on the level of the drives, it feels so absolutely irreplaceable that the subject, quite simply, cannot live without it. Or, to articulate the issue slightly differently, because the symptom is what in the subject is more than the social parameters of its existence, the subject will rather destroy itself than give up its symptom. This is why Lacan, in the final phase of his thinking, came to believe that analysis achieves its end only when the subject comes to identify with its symptom, recognizing in it the real of its identity. If analysis typically aims to disperse symptoms through processes of signification that promise to provide the subject with the missing signifier, the signifier that conveys the truth of its desire. The only thing to be done with the syntome is to accept it as the core of one's unique approach to jouissance. Against this backdrop, the goal of analysis becomes to enable the subject to own up to its syntome, to assume the disruptive kernel of the real that lends its character a degree of distinctiveness beyond its symbolic calling. Instead of striving to unravel its fixations, the subject opts to identify with these fixations, with its always highly specific way of circling the thing, because it realizes that they impart a paradoxical kind of self-sameness to its being. One could say that to the degree that Lacan, in his later work, shifts his emphasis from the symptom to the syntome, he redirects his attention from the subject of lack, the subject of desire who is subjected to the symbolic order, to the question of singularity beyond both lack and subjection. If the syntome represents a surge of singularity beyond the social, then the final Lacan is more interested in the subject's capacity to access this singularity than in its ability to navigate its existential predicament of constitutive lack. Indeed, if one of the principal lessons of Lacan's early thought was that it is only when the subject acquaints itself with the current of its desire that it gains some agency over its life, the lesson of his later thought was more radical in that he came to connect singularity to jouissance and to advocate identify cation with the syntome as a means of sidestepping the dominant economy of the symbolic order. Lacan, in other words, transitioned from theorizing the conditions under which the subject can recognize the truth of its desire to trying to understand the conditions under which it can forego desire, which, even at its most counter-hegemonic, is always indebted to the other, for the sake of the drive, which represents a side of singularity that is deeply antithetical to the other. That is, while Lacan's early work focused on the ways in which the subject can begin to dissociate itself from the desire of the other, so as to open up the possibility for new existential possibilities that I discussed in the previous chapter, his later work interrogates the real as what has the potential to transport the subject beyond the reach of the other by causing a categorical break with its injunctions. Or, to put the matter in yet another way, Lacan moves from desire as a function of lack to the possibilities for jouissance opened up by the suspension of symbolic identity. 3. The act of subjective destitution. The subjective desire retains a relationship to the desire of the other even when it manages to attain the truth of its own desire. The subject of the drive, in contrast, identifies with its syntome as a manifestation of singularity that has absolutely no interest in the other. This is why there is a conceptual parallel between the act of identifying with one's syntome and the act of subjective destitution, of completely forsaking one's allegiance to the symbolic order. Edelman is perhaps the thinker who has most profited from this parallel, pushing it to its limits in the context of theorizing queer sexuality and politics. If Santner takes the insight that singularity makes the subject something more than its social identity, more than a piece of the world, towards the transcendent, Edelman chooses to pursue the destructive by positing that queerness attains its ethical value only to the extent that it accepts its figural status as resistance to the viability of the social. 2004, 3. Starting from the premise that the symbolic is structured around the relentlessly future-oriented optimism of reproductive heteronormativity, an optimism that finds its emblem of hope in the image of the innocent child, Edelman asserts that it is inherently hostile to queer sexuality, what he ingeniously dubs synthomosexuality. As a consequence, queer subjects are mistaken when they seek social assimilation, acceptance, and equality through strategies such as gay marriage or economic prosperity. Rather, queers should take it upon themselves to embody the threat to the social fabric that they, whether they so wish or not, always already signify. Since queer subjects are by definition aligned with negativity, with what menaces the integrity of the establishment, their best strategy is to ride the full force of this negativity in order to rupture the symbolic at its very foundations. Criticizing those who naively place their faith in the symbolic order's limitless elasticity, 2004, 14, and ever-widening horizon of inclusiveness, 104, Edelman asks queer subjects to renounce their devotion to the ideal of an improved future and to adopt, instead, a stubborn denial of teleology, 27. That is, rather than seeking to dismantle the homophobic representation of queers as death-driven and socially destructive, queers should welcome the antisocial pulsation of the death drive that they are, culturally speaking, forced to epitomize. For they should embrace the anti-identitarian and meaningless force of jouissance so as to forsake all causes, all social action, all responsibility for a better tomorrow or for the perfection of social forms. Against the hollow promises of political activism, they should, in short, perform the act of repudiating the social. It is in this sense that the synthomosexual stands for the wholly impossible ethical act. By personifying intelligibility's internal limit, This subject boldly situates its ethical register outside the recognizably human. 101. Edelman's reading is both compelling and frustrating. Compelling because one can certainly sympathize with his skepticism about the normative order's willingness to accommodate non-normative forms of sexuality, but frustrating because his stance leaves no room for transformative political action or, for that matter, for socially sustainable identity. 5. While it is clear that Edelman does not expect queer subjects to commit mass suicide, that the synth homosexual, for him, functions as a figure, a metaphor of sorts, for an internal limit to sociality, in much the same way that the real functions as an internal limit to the symbolic's consistency, there is still, arguably, something defeating about the alignment of queer subjectivity with a position that is, practically speaking, untenable. Moreover, although I agree with Edelman that the dream of futurity can keep us from living in the present, can hold the place of life empty, as he puts it, 2004, 48, I do not see a reason to equate the future, as he does, with the utopian dream of seamless self-realization. For Edelman, there is an intrinsic connection between our hopeless quest to recover an imaginary state of plenitude, to attain the thing, and our quest to find fulfillment in the future. Our pursuit of a better future, in his opinion, is merely an attempt to heal the constitutive wound inflicted by the signifier. It is an attempt to recreate a fantasized past where all desires were satisfied. 6. To be exact, our mistake is to imagine the future as a place that redeems our suffering by granting us the final signifier, the signifier that ensures that being and meaning are, at long last, joined as one. 2004, 10. Admittedly, Edelman is right in the sense that this vision underpins both the Christian notion of salvation and the idea that our children will somehow complete our life's mission. Yet, from a more psychoanalytic angle, the future does not so much rescue us from the pain of the past as it allows us to engage in an, always incomplete, rewriting of this past. Because the future is, by definition, open-ended, it is not merely an illusory return to an imaginary state of wholeness where being meets meaning, but rather what guarantees that the two can never coincide. It does not suture our identity by closing the lack within us, but rather ensures that we keep translating this lack into ever-renewed forms of meaning. Instead of offering us the final signifier, it draws us into previously unencountered webs of signification that facilitate our continuous process of becoming. On this view, the future is not where we rediscover a perfect past, but rather where we take responsibility for the imperfections of this past, where we do our best to make sure that what is hurtful about the past is not repeated. 7. This is not a matter of denying death, but merely of holding on to the possibility that between the present moment and the moment of death, we are capable of meeting the world in ways that are worthy of our passion. Beyond the good. This is where Zizek, too, whom Edelman's analysis is indebted, offers a valuable counterpoint. To be sure, Zizek's commentary on subjective destitution shares a great deal with Edelman's theory of synth homosexuality, for, like Edelman, he defines the ethical act as one where the subject risks total social obliteration, and sometimes even actual death, in order to sidestep the dictates of the big other. In other words, he agrees with Edelman that the act represents an unfaltering refusal of the symbolic complex of meaning that legitimates the subject as a member of a given cultural fabric. Simply put, the act asks the subject to relinquish all of its normative supports by hurling itself into the abyss of the real. However, because Zizek is a Hegelian in the sense that he believes in the potentially constructive consequences of destructive acts, he tends to underscore the transformative, even heroic, implications of the act more than Edelman does. By this I do not mean to argue that radical negativity, for Zizek, redeems itself in some sort of a positive outcome, such as a stable social order or identity position. Quite the contrary, he repeatedly stresses that the act cannot be understood within the framework of any kind of a dialectical resolution. And he points out that the act of saying no to the symbolic establishment is much more important than any potential benefitee of the act could ever be. 8. Yet Zizek's position is not nearly as consistently on the side of abjection as that of Edelman. Our first clue to this is the fact that while Edelman foregrounds the mindless thrust of jouissance, Zizek, who is by no means negligent of this thrust, adds a political dimension to his analysis by maintaining that the subject who is willing to destroy its social viability in the act is often, not always, but often, defending a principle of some sort, one that it experiences as absolutely compelling. This, incidentally, is the usual structure of heroic acts. Zizek writes, somebody who, for a long time, has led an opportunistic life of maneuvering and compromises, all of a sudden, inexplicably even to himself, resolves to stand firm, cost what it may. The paradox of the act thus lies in the fact that although it is not intentional in the usual sense of the term of consciously willing it, it is nevertheless accepted as something for which its agent is fully responsible. 2376. The subject thus accepts responsibility for its act even when this act is not consciously willed or premeditated. 9. Although the subject is frequently, afterwards, disturbed by the act as well as incapable of coming to terms with it. 376. There is something noble about its readiness to surrender the customary coordinates of its identity for the sake of this act. There is a heroism of sorts to committing an uncompromising act that cuts through the layers of maneuvering and compromising that characterize human life as an opportunistic pursuit of social validation. Zizek's examples of the act are often intentionally controversial in the sense that they challenge our habitual understanding of ethics, thereby making a statement about the inherently countercultural impact of the act. A case in point is his discussion of Mary Kay Letourneau, the schoolteacher who was imprisoned for sleeping with her 14-year-old student. With characteristic wry humor, Zizek describes the affair as one of the great recent love stories in which sex is still linked to authentic social transgression. This affair was condemned by moral majority fundamentalists, as an obscene illegitimate affair, as well as by politically correct liberals, as a case of child sexual molestation. 2381. Stating that the ethical act proper by definition involves a move beyond the good, not beyond good and evil, but simply beyond the good. Zizek maintains that the incident demonstrates that acts are still possible today. 382. After all, the destabilization of what the social collectivity considers moral, rational, or plausible is one of the necessary constituents of the authentic act, so that, as Zizek continues, crucial here was Mary Kay's unconditional compulsion to accomplish something she knew very well was against her own good. Her passion was simply too strong. She was fully aware that, beyond all social obligations, the very core of her being was at stake. 386. That is, Mary Kay knew full well the possibly catastrophic consequences of her act, but she did it anyway. That is what the pure act, according to Zizek, is all about. Zizek goes on to ridicule the attempts of Mary Kay's legal defense to categorize her act as a medical problem, bipolar disorder, that should be dealt with prescription drugs that would stabilize her behavior. This, then, is the sad reality of our late capitalist tolerant liberal society. The very capacity to act is brutally medicalized, treated as a manic outburst within the pattern of bipolar disorder, and as such to be submitted to biochemical treatment. Do we not encounter here our own, Western, liberal democratic counterpart to the old Soviet attempts to diagnose dissidence as a mental disorder? 2387. Mary Kay's case was therefore one where the social establishment sought to neutralize the subversive implications of the act by reinterpreting it as a mental ailment, as something that could be treated, and consequently safely tucked away at the margins of the cultural order, by the scientific tools of the establishment. This pathologization of Mary Kay's act, Zizek posits, was a pathetic attempt to conjure away its disruptive passion. This is why he believes that Mary Kay betrayed herself when she, at her trial, renounced her passion, seated on her desire, as it were, by admitting that she knew that she had done something legally and morally wrong. In contrast, Zizek adds, when she later reasserted her unconditional fidelity to her love, stating with dignity that she had learned to remain true and faithful to herself, we have a clear case of someone who, after almost succumbing to the pressure of her surroundings, overcomes her guilt and regains her ethical composure by deciding not to compromise her desire. 388. The will to begin again. Zizek asserts that inasmuch as the act arises from the subject's non-negotiable fidelity to an internal obligation, it entails its own idiosyncratic reasonableness. Its value or correctness cannot be determined by reference to an external standard. Even though the act violates cultural norms in the sense that it is unfathomable, even impossible, from the perspective of the social order, it, Zizek notes, involves its own inherent normativity which makes it right. 2388. In addition, to the extent that the act annuls the subject as a social entity, as a moral agent with a binding connection to a world of shared ideals and codes of conduct, it does not serve the goals of subjectivization or psychic integration. Yet, as Zizek observes, the subject who endures the act emerges from the experience a different being, someone who is literally not the same as before. The act differs from an active intervention, action, Zizek concludes, in that it radically transforms its bearer, agent. In it, the subject is annihilated and subsequently reborn, or not. 2001, 44. This statement about rebirth is important, for it raises the possibility of future repercussions. Unlike Edelman, Zizek here appears to recognize that the act transforms the subject, potentially paving the way for a new kind of relationship to the social world. That is, even if the act itself is radically antisocial, it may, over time, translate into effects that can be carried back into the social. This should not be confused with the idea that the act consciously aims at change, let alone social change. Yet what often gets lost in post-Lacanian accounts of the act, and sometimes even in Zizek's own work, is the fact that although Lacan certainly describes the act as a suicidal, destructive encounter with the death drive whereby the subject explicitly goes against its own well-being, whereby the subject sacrifices not only its social position but also the promises of its future, he also links the death drive to a will to make a fresh start, a will to create from zero, a will to begin again. 1960, 212. Indeed, insofar as the death drive challenges everything that exists, 212, it can make visible what is invisible from the point of view of the social organization, thereby inviting a drastic reconfiguration of the normative order. As a result, although Lacan certainly does not suggest that the act invariably results in individual or social rebirth, this is why Zizek's, or not in the above quotation is perceptive, the potential is nevertheless present in his account. There is hence an intriguing tension in Lacan's rendering of the act. On the one hand, the act is a deed without any promise of future redemption or reward. As a matter of fact, the very point of undergoing the act as a locus of socio-cultural impossibility is to shed any lingering hope of such redemption or reward. On the other hand, Lacan implies that there is something transformative about this experience, that the dissolution of social subjectivity that the act brings about is potentially a gateway to some new, presumably more worthwhile, way of interacting with the world. The act of self-negation that erases the subject is simultaneously a basis of a fresh form of subjectivity, not in the sense of serving as a prelude to some sort of a reassuring recentering of identity, but in the sense of instigating a sweeping realignment of priorities. Because the act fractures the subject's usual life world and taken-for-granted mode of being, it can induce it to question the underpinnings of its existence in ways that provoke a sudden shift in perspective. It can offer the subject a more piercing sense of what really matters in its life. And it can, under some conditions, even bring about social change, so that, as Zizek puts it, after the act, nothing remains the same. 2001, 45. A real-life example of such an ethical act might be the refusal of Rosa Parks to sit in the back of the bus or the resolution of Mohamed Bouazizi to set himself on fire for the sake of his cause. Both of these acts represented, to borrow from Zizek, a deed of pure risk, of refusal, of persisting on one's own. 2001, 45. Neither Parks nor Bouazizi could possibly have predicted the outcome of their actions, neither could have known ahead of time that their acts would have tremendous collective ramifications, yet this uncertainty did not keep them from acting. 11. Their acts might have seemed crazy from the viewpoint of the surrounding social order, yet these acts also possessed an internal logic that made them necessary for the actors themselves. Moreover, both sparked social rebellions of immense fervor. At the time of writing, the full impact of Bouazizi's act is still unclear. But Parks's act reveals that no matter how seemingly transgressive the act is, it can ultimately, as Zizek concedes, become the very foundation of a new social link. 45. If the case of Mary Kay Letourneau is an example of an act that did not, in the final analysis, make much of a dent in the facade of the symbolic establishment, particularly as she ended up marrying her lover after having served her sentence, thereby, with a poignant irony, entering into a covenant with the very social order that had earlier condemned her actions, Parks's no to a racist state arguably changed the course of world history. Antigone's act of defiance. The contrast between these two cases raises a question about the act's content. While few would doubt the ethical force of Rosa Parks's act, even those vehemently critical of social hegemonies might have reservations about Mary Kay Letourneau's actions. The best way to consider the issue may be to ask a related question: what distinguishes genuine singularity, the kind of singularity that makes the subject more than just a part of a whole, from, say, the actions of the Canadian immigration officer who decided that I did not qualify for permanent residency? Did not the actions of the latter also constitute a kind of assertion of singularity, a defiant refusal to follow protocol? These considerations reveal that a lot depends on how the actor is positioned in relation to social power. Both Letourneau and the immigration officer held institutional authority in their respective situations, Letourneau because of her status as a much older teacher and the immigration officer because of his right to decide the fate of the applicant whose file he was reviewing. The matter is of course complicated by the fact that power is far from straightforward, that youth, which Letourneau's student had, can exert a lot of influence, as can the cultural capital of a university professor, which I had. But this does not change my sense that a big part of what makes an act ethical rather than merely dictatorial, tyrannical, sadistic, or self-serving, is its point of origin among those who are disempowered. To use an extreme example, the decision of a concentration camp inmate to disobey a guard would qualify as an ethical act, but the decision of the guard to shoot the inmate would not. Both might say that they could not help themselves, that they felt compelled to commit a destructive act, but this does not alter the fact that the guard's act hardly qualify as ethical. It seems to me that daring or destructive acts that fit the template of Lacanian ethics are usually staged by individuals, or social groups, who inhabit privileged subject positions. In other words, I cannot concur with Zizek that the serial killer who keeps murdering people, or the man who kills his entire family with a machine gun, qualify as ethical actors in the Lacanian sense, no matter how lonely or desperate, Zizek. 2001, 57, they may be. These individuals still, at the moment of committing their acts, wield power over others in ways that make it difficult to interpret their actions as acts of freedom. 33. Rather, to use a term that foreshadows my discussion of Badiou in the next chapter, their actions might be best understood as simulacra, as actions that may share some of the outward qualities of the ethical act but that lack its dignity. After all, what leads Lacan to read Antigone's defiant note to Creon's edict, which prohibits the proper burial of her brother, Polynices, as ethical is not just its self-destructiveness, but also its sublime nobility? I am in fact not at all sure that Lacan would agree with Zizek. When the latter asks, is not, in the eyes of Lacan, the ultimate ethical achievement the suicidal ecstasy, the full acceptance of our being toward death? 45. I think that Lacan recognizes that there are situations where the impasses of the symbolic are so intransigent that only a resounding rejection of its parameters, such as Antigone's fervent no, will do. But this seems quite different from suicidal ecstasy. The no of the ethical act may be more exasperated than ecstatic in the sense that it demands change at any cost. As Lacan maintains in relation to Antigone, she literally cannot stand it anymore. Her life is not worth living. She lives in the house of Creon, she is subject to his law, and that is something she cannot bear. 1960, 263. Lacan thus stresses that Antigone has reached her limit and that Creon's edict is one that she cannot tolerate. But, ultimately, what makes Antigone's transgression ethical is the fact that she is rooting for the underdog. Antigone places her love for Polynices ahead of her life as well as of the interests of Creon's state, choosing, as Lacan remarks, to be purely and simply the guardian of the being of the criminal as such. 283. Her position is unyielding, admitting of no compromise. 12. Her desire is obviously not the desire of the other, and she insists on following this desire to its bitter end. Yet the flip side of her self-destructiveness is a paradoxical kind of freedom, a singularity of being that does not let anyone else dictate the course of her desire. As Lacan states, Antigone affirms the advent of the absolute individual with the phrase, "That's how it is because that's how it is." 278. We have, once again, reached the core of Lacan's ethics of psychoanalysis, of not ceding on one's desire. Antigone is a heroine because she does not give ground relative to her desire, but rather pursues this desire beyond social limits, to a place where she feels herself to be unassailable. 1960, 278. Lacan observes that tragic heroes are often isolated in this fashion, in one way or another separated from the structure that surrounds them. While most human beings situate themselves within a network of conventional signifiers, within what Lacan calls the morality of the master, 315, the hero as a singular creature attaches herself to the break that the very presence of language inaugurates in the life of man. 279. This break, the hole in the symbolic through which jouissance gushes into the realm of sociality, is, of course, where the thing appears as lost, so that what distinguishes the hero from her less noble compatriots is her willingness to directly confront the lack, or nothingness, at the heart of her being. In addition, while the ordinary subject tends to capitulate its desire in the face of external pressure, the hero pursues the track of this desire, the track that, as we have learned, situates her in a particular destiny, to its conclusion regardless of the price. The hero knows as well as the rest of us that insisting on her desire is not a bed of roses, yet she is willing to meet her fear head-on in order to accomplish this task. In Lacan's words, the voice of the hero trembles before nothing. 323. Getting satisfaction. But how is it that we have, once again, transitioned from the drive energies of the real to desire? Why is it that every time we try to talk about the subject of the drive, we end up back at the subject of desire? The answer is actually relatively uncomplicated, for if it is true, As I have pointed out, that what sets the drive apart from desire is its closer proximity to the thing, then the subject who pursues its desire to its outmost limit by necessity catches up with the drive, ultimately, the death drive. This is why the act of subjective destitution is the logical outcome of not seating on one's desire. However, I would say that it is merely the most radical expression of Lacanian ethics, for Lacan is by no means saying that the only way to become an ethical agent is to destroy oneself or the social establishment. These are not the comments of an anarchist. 1960, 315, he reassures us. Though the injunction to not seat on one's desire may, in extreme cases, result in a terroristic or suicidal act, it can also, in less extreme ones, merely be a matter of doing what one, deep down, wants to do rather than what social wisdom deems prudent or productive. The ethical act can be as sublime as Antigone's no to Creon, but it can also be as ordinary as loving a person everyone else thinks is of the wrong race, religion, gender, or class status. What matters is that one honors one's own inner directive even when this leads to a degree of social discomfort or inconvenience, even when this directive results in personal choices that the collectivity judges as perverse. The reason Lacan connects ethics to desire is that if following the thread of one's desire can complicate one's life, failing to do so is even worse. As Lacan explains, what I call giving ground relative to one's desire is always accompanied in the destiny of the subject by some betrayal. You will observe it in every case and should note its importance. Either the subject betrays his own way, betrays himself, and the result is significant for him, or, more simply, he tolerates the fact that someone with whom he is more or less vowed to do something betrays his hope and doesn't do for him what their pact entailed. 1960, 321. In such instances, one gives ground to the point of giving up one's own claims and says to oneself, well, if that's how things are, we should abandon our position. Neither of us is worth that much, and especially me, so we should just return to the common path. 321. The problem with this is that even though backing away from one's desire may help to preserve a modicum of inner subjective harmony, it also generates a deep contempt for both self and other. In other words, because desire is the metonymy of our being. 321. When we betray our desire, we betray ourselves, with the consequence that we lose respect for ourselves. And we also lose respect for those who are too cowardly to do what they have promised to do. We have discovered that, under normal circumstances, desire serves as a defense against unmanageable jouissance. The incessant circling of desire around the lost thing shields the subject from the thing's more devouring aspects. Against this backdrop, the subject who undertakes an act of subjective destitution, as Antigone does, allows its desire to meet the arc of its jouissance. It allows its desire to aim directly at the fundamental fantasy. Such desire, like the mechanical pulsation of the drive that it expresses, causes the subject to persevere in its goal regardless of external demands to relinquish it. Or, to state the matter in another way, the subject who carries out an act does so because it is fed up with the secondary satisfactions of the pleasure principle. It reaches beyond the pleasure principle because it is frustrated by the fact that this principle tends to translate pleasure into displeasure by postponing satisfaction indefinitely. As Lacan points out, individuals who adhere to the pleasure principle sometimes give themselves too much trouble. 1964, 166. Because they approach satisfaction through the roundabout trajectory of the pleasure principle, through the mediation of objet A, they can exhaust themselves in the quest, particularly when this quest becomes synonymous with the repetition compulsion. In this sense, the subject who, however briefly, seeks to touch the thing is so tired of giving itself too much trouble that it is willing to sacrifice its social standing for the sake of finally attaining some satisfaction. Such a subject moves towards real satisfaction because it has had enough of the utter dissatisfaction of always falling short of satisfaction. This is why, as What Their Pact Entailed, 1960, 321. In such instances, one gives ground to the point of giving up one's own claims and says to oneself, well, if that's how things are, we should abandon our position. Neither of us is worth that much, and especially me, so we should just return to the common path. 321. The problem with this is that even though backing away from one's desire may help to preserve a modicum of inner subjective harmony, it also generates a deep contempt for both self and other. In other words, because desire is the metonymy of our being. 321. When we betray our desire, we betray ourselves, with the consequence that we lose respect for ourselves. And we also lose respect for those who are too cowardly to do what they have promised to do. We have discovered that, under normal circumstances, desire serves as a defense against unmanageable jouissance. The incessant circling of desire around the lost thing shields the subject from the thing's more devouring aspects. Against this backdrop, the subject who undertakes an act of subjective destitution, as Antigone does, allows its desire to meet the arc of its jouissance. It allows its desire to aim directly at the fundamental fantasy. Such desire, like the mechanical pulsation of the drive that it expresses, causes the subject to persevere in its goal regardless of external demands to relinquish it. Or, to state the matter in another way, the subject who carries out an act does so because it is fed up with the secondary satisfactions of the pleasure principle. It reaches beyond the pleasure principle because it is frustrated by the fact that this principle tends to translate pleasure into displeasure by postponing satisfaction indefinitely. As Lacan points out, individuals who adhere to the pleasure principle sometimes give themselves too much trouble. 1964, 166. Because they approach satisfaction through the roundabout trajectory of the pleasure principle, through the mediation of objet A, they can exhaust themselves in the quest, particularly when this quest becomes synonymous with the repetition compulsion. In this sense, the subject who, however briefly, seeks to touch the thing is so tired of giving itself too much trouble that it is willing to sacrifice its social standing for the sake of finally attaining some satisfaction. Such a subject moves towards real satisfaction because it has had enough of the utter dissatisfaction of always falling short of satisfaction. This is why, as states, Antigone explores the way in which moral action presents itself as an experience of satisfaction. 1959, 56. The service of goods. At first glance, it may be difficult to appreciate the ethical potential of the Lacanian act. It may be hard to see the ethical relevance of an act that radically uproots the subject from the domain of sociality and intersubjectivity, for ethics in its usual sense negotiates conduct between subjects in this very domain. We are used to thinking about ethics as what arbitrates relationships between people, as well as what allows us to distinguish between right and wrong, just and unjust, actions. The idea that ethics might be a matter of following one's desire to the point of self-annihilation and/or social destruction may appear individualistic and socially irresponsible. Since when has ethics been a matter of doing what one wants to do, regardless of consequences? And what happens when the desire of one person conflicts with that of another? Or even hurts others? How are we supposed to adjudicate such tensions? What I have said about the act defending the underdog is one way to foreground its ethical potential. Another closely related way emerges from the fact that the act shatters the subject's paralyzing devotion to what Lacan calls the service of goods, the tendency of the other to privilege practical concerns of productivity and mass consumption over the integrity of the subject's desire. To put the matter plainly, Lacan renounces the idea that ethics mediates symbolic relationships for the same reason that he repudiates the assumption that analysis aims at social adaptation, namely that the subject's desire and the demands of disciplinary power, the morality of the master, are frequently inherently antithetical to each other. Part of the world has resolutely turned in the direction of the service of goods, thereby rejecting everything that has to do with the relationship of man to desire. It is what is known as the post-revolutionary perspective. The only thing to be said is that people don't seem to have realized that, by formulating things in this way, one is simply perpetuating the eternal tradition of power, namely, let's keep on working, and as far as desire is concerned, come back later. 1960, 318. Lacan asserts that one of the primary characteristics of our post-revolutionary late capitalist society is to make desire wait, even as it simultaneously offers a multitude of shimmering lures that are designed to incite this very desire. The subject is drawn into the fold of commercially generated desires at the same time as it is expected to suppress the kinds of desires that do not directly serve the interests of consumer culture and ideology. The service of goods that the other expects, Lacan maintains, reliably commands the following: carry on working. Work must go on. Which, of course, means, let it be clear to everyone that this is on no account the moment to express the least surge of desire. 315. 13. It is because of his contempt for this mentality that Lacan deems the subject who gives ground on its desire guilty of self-betrayal. If the service of goods valorizes utilitarian aspirations over the specificity of the subject's desire, Lacanian ethics asks, have you acted in conformity with the desire that is in you? Lacan 1960, 314. 14. Zupank? Ich. Spins this statement as follows: will I act in conformity to what threw me out of joint? Will I be ready to reformulate what has hitherto been the foundation of my existence? 2000, 253? We will see in the next chapter that this is also Badiou's main question, one that determines the subject's fidelity to the truth event. This fidelity to the event, to whatever, in a moment of passion, threw the subject out of joint and forced it to rethink the fundamentals of its life, is, in turn, what brings the subject into being as a real subject. As Zupank? Ich. explains, it is only after this choice that the subject is a subject. 235. It is at this level, she specifies, that we must situate the ethical subject, at the level of something which becomes what it is only in the Act 103. But you and Zupank? Ik? Here employ the term subject, the version of the subject that comes into being as a result of its fidelity to the event, in much the same way as I have been using the term character, namely as a site of an uncompromising singularity of being. Ethical betrayal, in this context, equals social compliance. Lacan in fact ridicules both the Aristotelian path of moderation and the Kantian notion that ethics must be disinterested, divorced from any idiosyncratic passions. Regarding the latter, he posits that the categorical imperative act in such a way that the maxim of your action may be accepted as a universal maxim, in today's docile society, implies that you should never act except in such a way that your action may be programmed. 1960, 76-77. That is, the categorical imperative dictates that you should only do what the mainstream morality of the other has conditioned you to do. Kant himself might have been as disturbed by this formulation as Lacan is. But the contrast to Lacan's ethics of psychoanalysis holds in the sense that, as I have shown, the latter asks that you, quite simply, cease to care about what the other wants, that you reject the legitimacy of the other's desire. Ethics, from this perspective, is less a matter of negotiating relationships between subjects than of the subject's altered relationships to its own desire. As Joan Kopiak elaborates, the ethics of psychoanalysis is concerned not with the other, as is the case with so much of the contemporary work on ethics, but rather with the subject, who metamorphoses herself at the moment of encounter with the real of an unexpected event. Ethics, Kopiak concludes, is a matter of personal conversion, of the subjective necessity of going beyond oneself. 2004, 44. Towards revolutionary politics. For Lacan, there is nothing as ethically complacent as perpetuating the morality of the master, which always, in the end, bolsters the service of goods. If we return to the statement about the service of goods fueling the post-revolutionary perspective of late capitalism that I quoted above, then the ethical act in some ways restores the potential for revolutionary politics. While I do not agree with those who interpret Lacan as saying that the symbolic order is always and in every way hegemonic, more on this in the second half of this book, it seems clear that he regards the act as a means to counter immorality that is created for the virtues of the master and linked to the order of powers. 1960, 315. And it seems equally clear that he sees the act as something that gestures towards the possibility of radical change beyond mere reform or incremental improvement, for he professes that the ethical attitude of the hero suspends everything that has to do with transformation, with the cycle of generation and decay, or with history itself. 285. While there are obviously situations where historical transformation is invaluable, where new possibilities arise gradually from old conditions, there are others that call for a more definitive break with the establishment. The ethical act represents exactly such a break, for it does not serve the patient processes of regeneration that characterize the unfurling of history. This is why Antigone, with relation to Creon, finds herself in the place of synchrony in opposition to diachrony. 285. Antigone's act does not contribute to the horizontal continuation of historical progress, but situates her in a vertical rift that fissures that progress. Rather than attempting to oil the squeaky wheel of history, she inserts a spoke through it, momentarily halting its motion. One reason the ethical act has become such an influential concept in post-Lacanian theory is that its political implications are enormous, eliciting the key question of whether it is more effective to try to subvert the symbolic from within, as is the case, for instance, with Foucauldian, Butlerian, and other post-structuralist theories of reiteration, performativity, and deconstruction, or to stage an adamant rebellion against the system as is suggested by the Lacanian and post-Marxist approaches of Zizek and Badiou. Lacanian ethics, in short, offers a much-needed language for comprehending social upheavals that reach beyond a politics of modification. It, as it were, rescues the subject from the logic of repetition. While an approach such as Butler's theory of reiteration could be said to still partake of this logic in the sense that it advocates repetition with a difference, the act short-circuits the incessant march of the personal or cultural repetition compulsion that the subject experiences as unbearable. The subject's fierce no to this repetition is precisely what allows it to move towards real satisfaction in the manner that I described above. According to this view, if repetition and perhaps even Butlerian reiteration has to do with the relentless return of signs, with their automatic pressure, the encounter the touche with the real jolts the subject beyond this relentlessness, this automatism. In Lacan's words, it ushers the subject beyond the automaton, the return, the coming back, the insistence of the signs. 1964, 53. At such moments, Jouissance defeats the signifier, thereby making it impossible for the service of goods to proceed with business as usual. 15. To better understand this defeat of the signifier by jouissance, it may help to revisit my earlier account of the subject's paradoxical relationship to the signifier. As much as the subject is subjected to the symbolic, it also needs the tools offered by this symbolic, particularly the all-important tool of signification, to cope with this subjection. Even though the subject can never claim full agency over the signifier, it can have a more or less empowered relationship to it. Under auspicious conditions, it may be able to borrow some of its creative spark to devise ideals, values, and nuggets of meaning that offer it an always inadequate antidote against traumatization. Such ideals, values, and nuggets of meaning give the subject a sense of self-governance that keeps it from transferring all of its powers to the other. Even though these ideals, values, and nuggets of meaning can never fully conquer the other's authority, they may enable the subject to envision alternatives to the circumstances it faces, thus making it possible for it to oppose what seeks to oppress it. In short, the fact that the subject is rarely completely overrun by the dominant signifiers of the collective world, but possesses the power to invent new signifiers, new ideals, values, and nuggets of meaning, allows it to put up a degree of resistance. This idea, in one way or another, resides at the heart of most post-structuralist theories of subversion, which, explicitly or implicitly, rely on the notion that the signifier always, in the final analysis, overflows the normative strictures that are designed to contain it. The problem with this is that those who have been particularly badly traumatized can find it extremely difficult to access the agency of the signifier. When the subject is surrounded by signifiers that carry the hegemonic messages of the tyrant, and that do not consequently grant it any opportunity for affirmative self-constitution, the signifier itself can become an enemy of insurmountable proportions. In such situations, the act of subjective destitution may offer the kind of respite that the signifier is no longer able to proffer. In this sense, the defeat of the signifier by jouissance takes place when the subject's frustration spills over the dam, when there is, to return to the phrase I introduced in the previous chapter, a too muchness of too muchness. These are situations where the subject of desire yields to the subject of the drive because the repetition of the same old pattern is no longer a feasible option, because the aggravation of always wanting what one cannot have, say, social justice, becomes so overwhelming that the only reasonable response is to rupture the endless cycle of desire and disappointment by reaching for direct rather than socially mediated satisfaction. These are situations where one more spin on the wheel of desire is so intolerable that the subject would rather destroy itself or its social environment than endure it. The act, then, emerges during moments of breakdown when the subject is past the point of polite negotiation, when there is no choice but to stake everything on a stubborn stance of defiance that attacks the other's hegemony, that represents a categorical rejection of the enigmatic or obvious signifiers of the other's desire. The fraying of social ideals. The matter gains some urgency when we place it in the context of the long-term effects of social trauma and oppression. Speaking from a clinical viewpoint, Louis Kirshner proposes that trauma destroys the points to capiton, the quilting points that suture the subject to the symbolic order, thereby eroding its capacity for self-maintenance. 2004, 76. The quilting point, as Lacan himself explains, is the knot that fastens a given signifier to its corresponding signified, so that everything radiates from and is organized around this signifier, similar to the little lines of force that an upholstery button forms on the surface of materials. 1956, 268. That is, the quilting point arrests the incessant sliding of the signifier by attaching the subject to a specific signified, a specific side of cultural meaning. We all need a number of such points, or hooks, in order to develop a workable sense of how we fit into the world, what Kirshner appropriately characterizes as a sense of having a life. As Kirshner stipulates, such hooks allow us to consolidate an identity based on symbolic ideals that support our lived sense of subjective cohesion, or, in more Lacanian terms, the metonymic chain of discourse enabling participation in the intersubjective exchanges of ordinary life. 2004, 120. One of the injurious effects of trauma is that it severs the link between signifiers and signifieds, triggering a dramatic unraveling of the points to capiton, the symbolic supports, that protect the subject against excessive jouissance. Kirshner maintains that traumatic events such as funerals, accidents, and scenes of catastrophe, for instance, bring the subject so close to the bodily real that it becomes vulnerable to a cauldron of symptomatic enactments, to what he, following Lacan, calls signifiers of the flesh. As Kirshner puts it, what is foreclosed in the symbolic returns in the real. 2004, 73. In other words, trauma that cannot be mediated by symbolization, and I would add social trauma and oppression to Kirchner's list, threatens to thrust the subject into pure thingness by causing a fraying of the cultural reference points that normally anchor it in a universe of collective ideals. The best way to repair this kind of damage, Kirchner proposes, is to restore the subject's faltering connection to this universe. In my interpretation, the social context provides the points to capiton in the form of shared narratives, for example where signifiers of desire can be quilted down to consensual reality. 119. Explaining that the capacity to idealize social values offers a degree of much-needed stability to the traumatized subject, he sums up the matter as follows: I have situated the analytic work within the framework of reconstitution of the functions of an ego ideal or of re-establishment of links to the pole of values within the symbolic order, which allow for variegated affective narratives. 100-1. 16. In principle, this is a compelling solution, one that is close to what I myself advocated in the last chapter. But it also highlights the fundamental problem about social inequality that I am in the process of delineating, namely that symbolic ideals can hardly help a subject who is being traumatized by these very ideals, say, a racist idealization of whiteness, a homophobic idealization of heterosexuality, or a sexist idealization of masculinity. Sustained patterns of social oppression rob the subject exactly of what Kirchner describes as the capacity to express affect in a form that can be communicated within a framework of shared meanings and social conventions. 2004, 19. While none of us can construe a coherent or conclusive account of ourselves, oppression violently attacks the subject's capacity for self-narration by coercing it to internalize the very signifiers that are calculated to disparage it. Such signifiers immobilize the subject into debilitating nodes of meaning, marking it with and making it the unwilling bearer of the oppressor's aggression. They turn the deprivileged subject into an object of use for the oppressor so that the subject becomes an instrument of the oppressor's sadistic jouissance. Such signifiers infiltrate the subject's psychic life and bodily constitution in the manner that I portrayed in the context of talking about the enigmatic desire of the other, and the less the subject is able to counter them by signifiers of its own, the more devastatingly they operate. By depriving the subject of an agentic relationship to social meaning, they annihilate its capacity to actively mold its future. In this fashion, oppression reinforces the traumatic logic of the repetition compulsion, whereby the very signifiers that carry harm are also the ones that are most insistently present in the subject's inner life, deepening its sense of despondency. The point of no return. This is one way in which the subject arrives at the Lacanian ethical act. I have proposed that one of the most effective means to oppose the oppressive ideals of the other is to devise ideals of one's own. This is something that happens not only in analysis, but also in subcultural or countercultural settings that are organized around a different consensual reality from that of the normative symbolic. Such an alternative reality can offer its participants symbols that neutralize the impact of those disseminated by the other. The ability to translate victimization into an empowered vocabulary of collective action, for instance, may allow deprivileged subjects to develop a dynamic and perhaps even a creative relationship to the signifier. But this process is often only partially successful, not to mention difficult to sustain over time, which is why I also comprehend the urge to suddenly break with the establishment in a gesture closer to the Lacanian act. In this latter scenario, and this has been the main point of this chapter, the subject deems the dominant system to be so thoroughly corrupt that the only option left is to declare one's independence from it. The act's result is frequently tragic, as was the case with Antigone, and as continues to be the case with those contemporary subjects, such as Bouazizi, who commit destructive terroristic or self-destructive suicidal acts because the social order leaves them no room to demand their fair share of the agency of the signifier. But it can also be transformative, like Parks's act was, in the sense of paving the way for personal, political, or ethical possibilities that have either been completely absent from, or buried by, the dominant order. It can release the actor or, in those cases where the actor does not survive, those who choose to take up the actor's cause from traumatizing attachments to authority so that their energies become available for counter-hegemonic usage. I have demonstrated that the act shatters the cycle of repetition of business as usual when the subject or a social movement has had enough, when things have reached a point of no return. By this, I obviously do not wish to advocate either terrorism or suicide as an antidote to victimization. But it may be useful to understand how things can get this far. And we may as well admit that there is often a tinge of terrorism or suicidal tendency in effective political action. It may in fact be that the choice between constructive dialogue and unwavering acts of insubordination is not as unconditional as it may at THIRD seem, that successful political action may sometimes entail a combination of these two approaches. If I am correct in thinking that the Lacanian act mobilizes not only the death drive, but also this drive's will to create from zero, it might be possible to see it as a stepping stone to a state of affairs where the social establishment is finally forced to participate in constructive dialogue. Indeed, it is arguable that we are all the beneficiaries of mutinous acts akin to that of Park's acts that, at various moments in history, have broken a stalemate where those in power refused to negotiate for the simple reason that they did not have to. The French Revolution, the Civil Rights Movement, early forms of feminism, many post-colonial struggles, etc. involved a passionate renunciation of the status quo and attitude of enough is enough or we don't give a damn about what you want us to want. As much as these acts may have over time become imbricated in dialogue with the other, at their core resides a posture of dog defiance, a defiance for the sake of which many people were willing to face imprisonment, ridicule, torture, hunger, or even death. A more contemporary example might be a soldier who refuses to carry out a mission ordered by a superior, a political prisoner who stands his or her ground in the face of violence, or an activist who would rather confront a racist mob than surrender his or her principles. If, as I concluded in the previous chapter, Lacanian analysis reveals that we are rarely the entirely helpless victims of our destiny, that the truth of our desire functions as an entryway to resistance, the act merely takes the attitude of not ceding on our desire to its absolute limit. If analysis relies on the signifier to reconfigure our destiny, the act usually temporarily ushers us beyond signify kata into a place that demolishes the quilting points that customarily hold together our symbolic universe. The hope, here, is that out of the ashes of this destructiveness rises a new private or collective set of possibilities. Clearly, neither of these approaches is perfect. But both have the potential to ensure that what seems impossible from the point of view of the normative symbolic, however fleetingly, becomes possible. Both undermine our faithfulness to the hegemonic desire of the other, allowing us to access deposits of passion that are more representative of our singularity than what we have inherited from our environment. As I stated in the end of Chapter 1, there is no way around the fact that we are constantly compelled to negotiate the tension between our cultural inheritance and our singularity, between social subjection and the capacity to claim a distinctive destiny. But, as I have underlined, it is only as singular creatures that we can attain real satisfaction, that we can develop an identity that is not entirely subsumed to the rules of social conventionality. This is why I have tried to illustrate that if we are to engage in embarrassing displays of surplus ardor, it is better that this ardor be directed at the truth of our desire than at social sites of authority that seek to secure our loyalty by convincing us that, really, what we should desire is what the other desires us to desire. Alain Badiou's theory of the truth event, and particularly his approach to ethics, shares a number of important intersections with Lacanian psychoanalysis, intersections that not only allow me to wrap up some of the themes I have been developing this far, but also provide a bridge to the concerns of the second half of this book. Badiou conceives of human existence as consisting of two at times overlapping realms. The first is the ordinary, everyday domain of seemingly coherent identities. This domain or situation is organized around the pursuit of personal interests, such as wealth, success, acclaim, happiness, or rewarding relationships, and it is held together by a pool of taken-for-granted knowledge about the state of the world and the meaning of human life. The second is the exceptional domain of truth events, moments when the subject is seized by an epiphanic vision so powerful that it is momentarily dislodged from its ordinary life. During such sudden surges of insight, the subject is able to view the world from an angle that is foreclosed by its customary mode of being. In the same way that the Lacanian real explodes the coordinates of the symbolic, the truth event pierces the membrane of the subject's interest-driven preoccupations. Perhaps most importantly, Badiou suggests that if the domain of interests is dominated by the conventional concerns of those in power, the domain of the truth event is by definition one of innovation, an unexpected occasion for something previously unimaginable to shatter the established order of things. Like Lacan's act, Santner's miracle, and Rosenzweig's daimon, the truth event opens the possibility for new possibilities, or, to use Badiou's own wording, the possibility of the impossible. 2002, 39. In this manner, Badiou lends yet another perspective to the line of inquiry I have been pursuing about the conditions under which something new might enter the world. He invites us to think about the premises of transformation. Moreover, he raises the question of how it might be possible to stay faithful to the force of this transformation in the face of the world's inevitable opposition or indifference. How might it be possible to convert what, from the viewpoint of the status quo, appears impossible into a sustainable sense of possibility? We will discover that this question is, for Badiou, by necessity one of ethics. His ethic of truths, which draws its inspiration from Lacan's ethics of psychoanalysis, is centered on the problematic of the subject's fidelity to the rupture represented by the truth event. In this chapter, I would like, first, to outline the major principles of Badiou's ethic of truths and, second, to highlight the differences between the Lacanian real and Badiou's modification of the concept. I will show that Badiou's rewriting of Lacanian ethics reconceptualizes the subject's private experience of resistance and/or disorientation as an opening for artistic, intellectual, interpersonal, or political change in the collective realm. We have seen that this possibility is already implicit in Lacan's analysis of the act. But if the social ramifications of the act are, for Lacan, an afterthought of sorts, for Badiou they are absolutely central. One might in fact say that if transformation within the social arena is, for Lacan, a potential byproduct of the act, for Badiou the act only becomes a genuine act to the extent that it brings about such transformation. Even the truth event of love, seemingly the most solipsistic of Badiou's examples, entails the forging of a new inner subjective entity so that the lovers enter into the composition of one loving subject, who exceeds them both. 2002, 43. This does not mean that Badiou's subject wills the event into being in order to produce a social or inner subjective outcome any more than the Lacanian subject wills the act. For Badiou stresses that the event cannot be planned for in advance, forced into appearing, or in any way mastered. Yet it seems that, for Badiou, the event only means something if it generates social or at the very least inner subjective ripples. The subject of truth. Badiou's phrase about the possibility of the impossible recalls Lacan's assertion that the impossible is not necessarily the contrary of the possible. Lacan makes this statement in the context of arguing that it is the real, specifically, that is impossible, adding, however, that its economy all the same admits something new. 1964, 167. That is, even though the real as such remains impossible, for example, unmediated jouissance, the thing, it can nevertheless bring something unprecedented into existence. It can, precisely, produce the possibility for new possibilities. Or, in a somewhat different vein, the encounter with the real is the impossible event that nonetheless takes place. Zupanc conveys this beautifully when she writes, "The real happens to us, we encounter it as impossible, as the impossible thing that turns our symbolic universe upside down and leads to the reconfiguration of this universe. This is why the impossibility of the real does not prevent it from having effects in the realm of the possible." 2235. This is one way to understand why the encounter with the real, say, the ethical act, has the power to transform not only our self-perception, but also the structure of the world. Likewise, Badiou's truth event represents a break in routine that manages to provoke something utterly surprising or unforeseeable. Badiou's distinction between the ordinary human situation and the event bears an unmistakable residue of the phenomenological divide between inauthentic and authentic, culturally complacent and creative, existential modalities. But where the phenomenological subject must take responsibility for actively orchestrating its process of becoming, Badiou's subject only comes into being as a subject as a result of being captivated by the event. For Badiou, there is no abstract subject who exists prior to the event, but only an always particular creature, particular body, particular someone, who is summoned by an extraordinary event to become a subject, to become a quasi-transcendent being driven by the fire of its commitment to the truth it has discovered. Badiou regards the four domains of art, science, love, and politics as potential sites of such a summons, giving the following examples. Someone can be this spectator whose thinking has been set in motion, who has been seized and bewildered by a burst of theatrical fire, and who thus enters into the complex configuration of a moment of art. Or this assiduous student of a mathematical problem, after the thankless and exhausting confusion of working in the dark, at the precise moment enlightened by its solution. Or that lover whose vision of reality is befuddled and displaced since, supported by the other, he remembers the instant of the declaration of their love. Or this militant who manages, at the end of a complicated meeting, to find simple words to express the hitherto elusive statement which, everyone agrees, declares what must be pursued in the situation. 2002, 45. The event being spellbound by a play, solving a mathematical problem, becoming absorbed in an amorous encounter, attaining a moment of political insight transforms the ordinary someone that we all are into a subject of truth, a subject who is willing to proceed with its life in accordance to a deep faithfulness to the event. From this moment on, the subject reads its life situation through the demands of the event rather than through the lens of its self-serving interests. Once again, speaking of love, Badiou postulates, it is clear that under the effect of a loving encounter, if I want to be really faithful to it, I must completely rework my ordinary way of living my situation. 42. Like the Lacanian subject of the act, but use subjective truth exhibits a radical decenteredness in relation to the normative expectations of its social setting. To utilize the central terms of my discussion thus far, one might say that the event interpolates the subject beyond its usual ideological interpolations, beyond its usual symbolic investments, so as to make room for its singularity. It converts a replaceable individual, an individual who, in Levinas's terms, is a classifiable part of a whole, into an irreplaceable subject of truth. One, to be precise, it enables the someone to attain the complex status of a universal singular, of a subject who is at once singular in the sense of being unique and inimitable, and universal in the sense of being traversed by a truth that is applicable to everyone without exception. To the subject, in this sense, is a specific instance of a universal truth. Furthermore, although subjecthood is not something that everyone attains, the position of the subject is one that could in principle be inhabited by anyone. Insofar as the event articulates a thoroughly generic truth, it engenders a subject whose irreplaceability consists of the fact that it is endlessly replaceable. 3. The void of the situation. But use specifies that the truth event invariably arises from the void, lack, absence, or silence at the core of a given situation. Such a void is the suppressed point of negation that secretly supports the seemingly stable plenitude of the situation that surrounds it. For the event leaps out of this void like a frog leaps out of a puddle, calling attention to an element that the situation consistently erases, even as it also relies on it for its survival. For instance, to use one of Badiou's favorite examples, Marx represents an event for political thought because he manages to designate the void around which bourgeois society is built, the proletariat, as the dispossessed masses that are absent as agents from the political stage. 5. In this sense, though the event is inherently situated in that it always intervenes in a particular set of circumstances, it is utterly unrelated to the governing rules of the situation. It cannot be reduced to, or even recognized by, the terms of the situation. Badiou goes as far as to state that ontology itself rejects the event as that which is not being, qua being. 2005, 184. Or, as he elaborates in a less abstract tone, we might say that since a situation is composed by the knowledges circulating within it, the event names the void inasmuch as it names the not known of the situation. The fundamental ontological characteristic of an event is to inscribe, to name, the situated void of that for which it is an event. 2002, 69. 6. I will return to the question of naming below. But first it should be noted that Badiou explicitly aligns the void with the Lacanian real, with the point of impasse or foundational antagonism of every symbolic situation. However, while Lacan understands the real as a structural, universal and ever-present dimension of human life, Badiou regards it as something that is always specific to the situation at hand. The real of the situation is what the situation's normal configuration of possibilities is designed to hide, render impossible. 7. This is why the situation is blind to its own void, why the void, the real of a situation, is never knowable from within that situation, but only becomes discernible from the perspective of the event. The void or real of the situation that the event discloses is therefore context specific yet never marginal. Quite the opposite, it functions as the organizing principle of the situation. Zizek has pointed out that social animosities frequently structure the very reality that they appear to fissure. Along the same lines, the void, limitation or obstruction that impedes the comfortable closure of a particular situation or socio-symbolic hegemony is what ensures the proper functioning of that situation. What is so revolutionary about the event, then, is that it shows that what might seem like a mere contingent obstacle to the system's smooth operation is in reality what guarantees its viability. It reveals that the obstacle in question is a systemic necessity without which the situation's logic would collapse. So, for instance, it becomes clear that the poor, the homeless, the prostitutes, the illegal immigrants, the socially abjected, the inner-city youth, the gang members, and so forth who constitute the void, the invisible underside of American society, in fact facilitate the confident running of this society its business as usual. They represent the underprivileged stain in the Lacanian/Zizekian sense that perpetuates social privilege as one of the defining characteristics of the dominant ideology of what it means to be American. The immortal within. The truth event strikes a blow at the normative order because it makes visible this invisible underside. Even in less politically charged contexts, it challenges the situation's appearance of normalcy by exposing its blind spots. It is disquieting because it alters the subject's entire world orientation, revealing facets of its life situation that were previously undetectable. This is one reason that it is impossible to meet the event with anything less than a complete commitment. A half-hearted or lackadaisical approach would represent an immediate betrayal of the event. This is why, as Badiou asserts, the subject who is seized by the event is summoned to become an immortal, a transcendent entity that it did not know it was or could be. As is the case with Santner's miracle, the event introduces a sublime spark of eternity and infinity into an ordinary situation of linear temporality and finitude. It indeed, Badiou's contention that it is through the event that the subject becomes something other than immortal being 2002-12 serves as a predecessor to Santner's statement that jouissance makes the subject more than just a piece of the world. In this sense, to be convoked to become a singular subject is not only to allow the passion of truth to penetrate one's being, but also to be always temporarily carried to a place where one is at once oneself and other than more than oneself. The subject of truth, a subject who responds to a call arising from a dimension of being that is not easily reconcilable to its mundane reality, is suspended between the ordinary and the extraordinary. It belongs both to its own artistic, scientific, amorous, or political situation and the universal yet context-specific truth that is in the process of materializing. It is, so to speak, pierced by the truth that passes through it. Or, in slightly different terms, the event causes the subject's habitual self-interest to pour out of it so as to create room for a transcendent truth. 9. This emptying out of the individual is exactly what transforms an ordinary mortal into an immortal. Once again, this does not mean that the subject will never die. But it is now inhabited by a truth that is immortal in the sense of being eternally valid. Even though there may in due course be other events that supplant the knowledge gained from the event in question, the latter does not therefore become false. Because the event expresses the singular truth of a particular situation, the fact that later situations might give rise to other events does not in any way diminish its impact. 10. Because the event releases the immortal part of the individual by connecting him or her to something larger than the self, for example, a scientific community, a revolutionary struggle, it, as Badiou posits, brings about a local subject of collective humanity. 2005, 345. It replaces the distracted person of everyday concerns by the fully engaged subject of truth. This is why Badiou aligns the immortal with existential freedom, with a radical stance of autonomy and self-determination. Peter Hallward explains the matter as follows: as far as its subjects are concerned, access to truth is identical to the practice of freedom pure and simple. Ordinary individuals are constrained and justified by relations of hierarchy, obligation, and deference. Their existence is literally bound to their social places. True subjects, by contrast, are first and foremost free of relations as such, and are justified by nothing other than the integrity of their own affirmations. Pure subjective freedom is founded quite literally on the absence of relation, which is to say that it is founded on nothing at all. 2003, 31-32. There is here a somewhat problematic sliding from the notion of hierarchical social obligations to relationality as such, as if freedom and relationality were inherently antithetical to each other. There are those who would point out that the idea that there could ever be a wholly autonomous integrity to a given person's affirmations is a myth pure and simple. And there are also those who would argue that freedom is attained through relationality, that human beings reach the transcendent through their interactions with others. Indeed, the fact that Badiou himself links immortality to the process of being interpolated to a larger cause supports this reading. But if we understand the matter through the link I have drawn between undeadness and singularity, between what is immortal within us and what bypasses normative sociality, we once again encounter that dense core of existential loneliness Santner that connects the subject to the non-relational pulse of jouissance. We once again meet up with the antisocial compulsion of Antigone. In Badiou's terms, Antigone's decision to disobey Creon is what turns her from a mortal creature to an immortal one. Her defiance is an act of freedom in that it liberates her from all bonds to the socio-political establishment. Freedom, in this sense, is not an ontological attribute, but something that comes into existence through the truth event. As such, it cannot be taken for granted. Immortality, in other words, is not an automatic reward for a virtuous life. Rather, it must be sustained over time through what Badiou calls fidelity. Fidelity to the event. The question facing the subject summoned by an event is whether, and how, it can remain faithful to that event, whether, and how, it can sustain its passion beyond what Badiou calls the enthusiastic clarity of the seizing. 2002, 60. How can it, in short, remain loyal to the inspiration the event represents? After all, the event itself evaporates as soon as it appears. The subject's fidelity to the event consequently entails its ability to retroactively elaborate a process of truth, to safeguard the effects of the event after its flash has been extinguished. Truth, while revealed by the event, is also what the subject gathers together gradually, bit by its fidelity to the event. In a way, the subject must ask, how can I continue to exceed my own situation specificity being, How can I continue to link what is familiar about my world with the singular event of being engulfed by the unfamiliar? How can I defend, in the context of my mortal life, the immortal that the event brings into being? The matter is complicated by the fact that the someone who is punctured by a truth cannot know ahead of time if she is capable of fidelity to this truth. In Badiou's terms, this someone sustains her fidelity to the event only by way of the unknown. This is why the subject's ethical fortitude, its capacity to maintain the truth process in the long run, its fidelity to fidelity, as it were, demands the willingness to submit the perseverance of what is known to a duration, durée, peculiar to the not known 47. This is not easy. The event is difficult to sustain over time because it causes a major upheaval that complicates the subject's existence. As Badiou maintains, if I fall in love, the word fall indicates disorganization in the walk of life, or if I am seized by the sleepless fury of a thought, pensée, or if some radical political engagement proves incompatible with every immediate principle of interest, then I find myself compelled to measure life, my life as a socialized human animal, against something other than itself. 2002, 60. The event is disorienting because it forces the subject to evaluate its life in terms of criteria that are different from its usual preoccupations. Fidelity, in turn, is a matter of working through this disorientation in order to impose a degree of organization on the utter disorganization generated by the event. This secondary organization is what Badiou calls ethical consistency, the subject's ability to faithfully tend to the long-term effects of the event that has derailed it. 60. One could of course say that life even in its normal course is inherently disorganized, that the disorganization of life is, quite simply, life itself. 11. Yet there are unquestionably life events that disrupt the subject's usual rhythm, demanding a drastic rethinking of its overall existential landscape. To return to an earlier line of reasoning, one could say that the event releases drive energies that have been stored in individually or socially symptomatic ways of living. It disperses the congealed surplus agitation or overanimation that haunts the subject as a result of its normative seduction by the enigmatic signifiers of the other. If this seduction determines the contours of the subject's drive destiny, the event uncouples the drive from its destiny, allowing a new kind of destiny to slide into view. In Santner's rendering, the event empowers the subject to unplug from the automatism of its drive destiny. 2005, 121. This is exactly how the event, like the defeat of the vampire by the daimon, breaks the subject's inertia, creating an opening for genuinely new possibilities. The temptation to give up. The discharge of congealed energies in the subject's fidelity to the event facilitates fresh forms of life. Yet to the extent that the event deprives the subject of its accustomed social supports, it, like the Lacanian act, threatens the very parameters of its symbolic existence, potentially generating a high level of anxiety. As a consequence, if the event sounds a compelling call to an alternative life direction, the challenge of fidelity is to learn to heed this call without being destroyed by the torrent of newly released energies. The challenge is to learn how to survive the partial loss of one's known life, one's customary cadence and concerns. The temptation to give up, to betray the event, is always strong because it is difficult to hold on to the force of the revelation in the context of lives that are organized around the fulfillment of personal interests. In effect, our collective world more or less by definition undermines the subject's fidelity because it actively coaxes it towards utilitarian goals, the service of goods. Furthermore, inasmuch as the symbolic rewards a healthy, sensible, and utterly level-headed approach to existence, it tends to disparage the subject's attempts to stay faithful to an event the minute this event seems somehow pathological. If we step back, for a moment, from the most esteemed values of our society, it is easy to see that there is something profoundly ideological about the assumption that we should live lives that are geared towards balance and longevity regardless of how bland these lives might prove to be. Why not, instead, valorize lives that get imbalanced and a little unhinged because they are guided by strong convictions? The truth event is by definition an incident that if only implicitly raises this question. And because the event's importance is accessible only to those who are caught up in it because it may seem unintelligible or inconceivable to those who are looking at it from the outside, the pressure to betray it can be considerable. Badiou explains that even though the truth process itself cannot be touched by a crisis, cannot be marked by uncertainty or hesitation, the someone who has chosen to undertake this process can. Everyone is familiar with the moments of crisis faced by a lover, a researcher's discouragement, a militant's lassitude, an artist's sterility. 2002, 78. For instance, the subject's fidelity to the life-altering experience of falling in love can sometimes appear self-destructive and even self-abusive to the surrounding world, so that friends, relatives, colleagues, and sometimes even therapists do their best to convince it that its passion is misguided. Likewise, The subject's political fervor may strike others as deluded, unrealistic, or disproportionate. And an artist's or scientist's withdrawal from the concerns of the social world may be condemned as selfish or unwholesome social isolation, supposedly being an instant marker of pathology. Fidelity is demanding in part because it asks the subject to defend the value of something that is rationally indefensible. The event versus the simulacrum. Perhaps even more arduous than the challenge of living up to the potential of the immortal within one's being is the fact that it can be virtually impossible to distinguish between a genuine truth event and an insidious simulacrum of such an event. A crisis of fidelity frequently crystallizes because the subject is doubtful about the truthfulness of his truth process. As Badiou states, opinion tells me and therefore I tell myself, for I am never outside opinions, that my fidelity may well be a terror exerted against myself, and that the fidelity to which I am faithful looks very much like too much like this or that certified evil. It is always a possibility, since the formal characteristics of this evil as simulacrum are exactly those of a truth. 2002, 79. This proximity of the truth event to the possibility of evil, and the difficulty of telling the two apart, is one of the major weaknesses of Badiou's theory. One might say that if the event is where the daimon defeats the vampire, the simulacrum is where the vampire defeats the daimon. As I have illustrated, both the daimon and the vampire are characterized by a disconcerting kind of single-mindedness, so that the difference between the two has to do with how this single-mindedness is deployed. Likewise with the event and its simulacrum. If, as Badiou concedes, Nazism and other forms of dictatorial terror display some of the main characteristics of the event, such as the subject's sense of being initiated to a cause that is more important than the self and that consequently induces it to anti-normative actions, then the question becomes whether it might be more prudent to resist the impulse to be swept under the ethos of truth events altogether. If there is the slightest chance that the event turns out to be a simulacrum, would it not be a sign of social responsibility to preserve a skeptical distance? Are the gains of staying faithful to a genuine event ever enough to compensate for the very real dangers of falling into the illusion of a false one? Such considerations, which are serious indeed, introduce an inherent ambiguity to the subject's relationship to the event, in the sense that it can never know, ahead of time, whether the event will turn out to be genuine or not. Every act of fidelity carries within it the risk of being drastically wrong. The subject may even be aware that the very fervor it feels towards the event might be a manifestation of the various ways in which it is allowing itself to be duped. Add to this the opinions of others who might be trying to convince the subject that its fidelity is injudicious, and it is clear why the temptation to betray the event can and perhaps should sometimes be overwhelmingly strong. Yet Badiou postulates that if being deceived by a simulacrum releases evil to the world, betraying a genuine event does the same, because it prevents the emergence of something of great value, the possibility of the impossible. It returns the subject to the service of goods, thereby ensuring the continuity of the cultural status quo. What is more, in the same way that the Lacanian subject betrays itself when it betrays the truth of its desire, the subject who betrays the event betrays itself by convincing itself that the immortal part of its being, the part that urged it to stay faithful to the event, never existed in the first place. This is how, Badiou specifies, we arrive at scenarios where, for example, a former revolutionary detracts his prior commitment, a spurned lover claims to have never loved his partner, and a tired scientist replaces his inventiveness by the bureaucratic minutiae of his profession. 12. In this fashion, the subject thwarts its own becoming. Subject 2002, 79, and sometimes even ends up an enemy of the very truth it has helped to bring into being. The injunction to keep going, staying faithful to the event and living up to the call of singularity that the event represents, hence takes courage and dedication. Badiou links the subject's ethical consistency, its fidelity to truth, to the Lacanian injunction to not cede on one's desire that we have already encountered several times. Simply put, Lacan's ethics of psychoanalysis, of not giving ground on one's desire, provides Badiou with a general blueprint for his ethic of truths. Badiou expands on Lacanian ethics by proposing that to the degree that desire is constitutive of the subject of the unconscious, it by definition connects the subject to the not known of its life, to the immortal aspects of its being. This, Badiou asserts, implies that do not give up on your desire rightly means, do not give up on that part of yourself that you do not know. Or, more succinctly, do not give up on your own seizure by a truth process. Lacan's maxim therefore becomes, in Badiou's interpretation, equivalent to the subject's unqualified dedication to the event, so that, in the final analysis, the ethic of truths commands, do all that you can to persevere in that which exceeds your perseverance. Persevere in the interruption. Seize in your being that which has seized and broken you. 2002, 47. If the crisis of fidelity emerges from the tension between the subject's situation as a mortal and the event as a site of immortality, the maxim of ethical consistency states, keep going. Keep going even when you have lost the thread, when you no longer feel caught up in the process, when the event itself has become obscure, when its name is lost, or when it seems that it may have named a mistake, if not a simulacrum but you 2002, 79. Ethical consistency, then, is a matter of persisting, of persevering beyond one's normal perseverance, even when one is no longer sure of one's direction, when one no longer feels excited about the investment one has made, when the outlines of the event are no longer obvious, and when one can no longer be sure that the truth the event names is not, in actuality, a simulacrum. The injunction to keep going demands the subject's self-sacrificing devotion to its goal even when the cost of this devotion is its own well-being, and even when it feels besieged by forces of corruption, exhaustion, and distraction. The moment the subject betrays its fidelity, it is no longer a subject, but reverts to being a mortal, someone who rates her situation to be more important than truth. Ethical consistency is thus, on some level, a matter of blind faith. The subject decides to act even when there is no assurance that its action will work as intended. It does not wait for all the relevant circumstances to click into place or become favorable but, rather, acts upon incomplete information because it understands that, in a fundamental sense, one is either for or against the event. 13. Badiou's ethic of truths, in short, shares with Lacanian ethics the ideal of acting without knowing how things will turn out in the end. However, much more than Lacan, Badiou accentuates the life-affirming implications of the event. As Hallward remarks, the imperative of the event is as much one of power and joy as it is of austerity and faith 2003, 266. Even if Badiou's notion of the situated void quite loyally reproduces Lacan's insights about the ways in which the real renders the symbolic inconsistent, and even if Badiou's event, like the Lacanian act, transfigures the basic coordinates of the subject's existence, Badiou resists connecting ethics to the death drive, viewing it, instead, as a matter of the subject's positive identification with a truth that is worth fighting for. This has led Zizek to criticize Badiou for not recognizing the radical negativity of the Lacanian act. What remains beyond Badiou's reach, Zizek asserts, is this domain beyond the good, in which a human being encounters the death drive as the utmost limit of human experience, and pays the price by undergoing a radical subjective destitution 2000, 161. 14. Zizek here censures Badiou for rejecting the terrifying elements of the real, as well as for ignoring the fact that the drive is always, in the final analysis, the death drive. Yet how one views that matter depends on one's reading of Lacan. I have illustrated that one can understand Lacan's ethics of psychoanalysis as an attempt to forge a personal and or collective space for the kinds of passions that are not legitimate from the standpoint of the big other. This is why I have placed so much emphasis on the idea that, according to Lacan, both the truth of the subject's desire and the ethical act provide an entryway to the possibility for new possibilities. It seems to me that, inasmuch as Badiou is primarily interested in the process of converting the countercultural passion of the event into enduring effects, his theory is a powerful way of interpreting this aspect of Lacan. One might in fact suggest that Badiou clarifies what Lacan means when he asserts that the death drive does not merely represent an impulse towards self-annihilation, but also the will to begin again. We have seen that Zizek himself argues along similar lines on those occasions when he presents the Lacanian act as a precursor to social change. Indeed, even his critique of Badiou is accompanied by an acknowledgement that the act as the negative gesture of wiping the slate clean at times creates an opportunity for new symbolic beginnings 2000, 153. What, then, is the cause of Zizek's disagreement with Badiou? Naming the event. Both Zizek and Badiou accept that the act/event can have social, political or ethical consequences. But while Zizek highlights the traumatizing impact of the act, the idea that the subject always pays for the act's transformative power if not with its life, then with its social viability, Badiou, as we saw above, adopts a more triumphant tone by declaring that the event names the void for which it is an event, thereby carving a passage to a new type of social viability. More specifically, if Zizek tolerates the idea of a new symbolic beginning as long as the act is not deliberately calculated to bring it about, Badiou implies that such a beginning can only result from a rigorous effort to name the event. That is, while the event itself cannot be planned for, its elaboration over time, the subject's exercise of fidelity demands a measure of mindful exertion. This matter of nomination is essential, Badiou writes, For if the event is merely a kind of flashing supplement to the situation it attacks, what is retained of it after its disappearance must be something like a trace, or a name, that refers back to the vanished event 2002, 72. This suggests that the only way to persevere in the symbolic interruption that the events signifies is to devise a new symbolic paradigm, a new situation, if you will, that preserves the event's imprint beyond its fleeting eruption. This is, Badiou proposes, how the event, the artistic invention, the scientific discovery, the loving encounter, the political inspiration solidify us into an alternative social arrangement. This leads Zizek to claim that Badiou's event is in the end not very different from the sinister workings of ideological interpolation, in the sense that the more faithful the subject remains to the event, the more securely the event's residue gets woven into a new symbolic edifice that serves hegemonic sociality 2145. That is, even if Badiou's event initially functions as an interpolation beyond ideological interpolation, the act of naming it inevitably brings it back into the creases of ideology. More concretely, if the event itself, the death of Christ, the historical shock of revolution Zizek's examples represents a traumatizing encounter with the real, the transcription of the event into discourse Christian doctrine, revolutionary rhetoric redeems its trauma. In Lacanese, Zizek alleges, naming is the new signifier that establishes the new order, the new readability of the situation 141. In this manner, the event, however antithetical to the symbolic situation from which it arises, is, through the process of naming, given retroactive symbolic consistency. It undergoes an ontologization 183 that ushers it back into the domain of conventional knowledge. Naming, for Zizek, is hence an act of betrayal that translates the event's disruptiveness into a new status quo or situation. 15. It softens the event's radical edge, over time repairing the gaping hole in the canvas of the establishment. Or, in more directly Lacanian vocabulary, if the event brings the tumultuous energies of the real into the symbolic, its subsequent naming represents a victory of the symbolic over the real. Yet, from a less paranoid perspective, the process of naming is, exactly, what introduces the possibility of the impossible into our world, what allows what has been absolutely inadmissible within the regime of a given situation to become admissible. The ontologization of the event by naming is, in short, how we move from one constellation of knowledge to the next. Truth may punch a hole in the situation's standard compilation of knowledges, but it is simultaneously, as Badiou remarks, the sole known source of new knowledges. It is precisely because truth violates established wisdom, because it reworks the portable encyclopedia from which collective opinions draw their strength, that it manages to engender a new economy of knowledge 2002, 70. This does not necessarily mean that naming results in social or intellectual progress. But it does imply that formerly undisputed attitudes become less self-evident at the same time as new ones enter into the mix. The lures of power. It might be tempting to dismiss as Zizek does such a process of symbolic recuperation as something that dilutes the revolutionary potential of the event, yet this process is, arguably, an extremely powerful device for refashioning the world. If the event reveals the impossible void of a situation, naming gradually renders this impossibility into an alternative situational possibility. When it comes to political action in the real world, it would be difficult to overestimate the value of this, as Hallward spells out when he postulates what Badiou calls a passion for the real, the driving force, as he sees it, of the revolutionary projects of the 20th century is a passion for what can be done, here and now, in the material urgency of the present 2003, 14. Unlike Zizek, with his idealization of the pure act that risks everything cost what it may, or Ellman with his idealization of the synth homosexual as a figure of absolute social abjection, Badiou seems interested in what can be accomplished on the concrete level by flesh and blood actors who may be ready to sacrifice a whole lot for their cause, but who may nevertheless stop short of being willing to destroy themselves in the process. This does not mean that Badiou's approach is flawless, a point I will return to in the conclusion to this book, where I take him to task on his one-dimensional attack on multiculturalism. But I do think that there is real value in his attempt to ensure that emancipatory politics consists of making conceivable what, from within the situation, appears inconceivable. Because Badiou envisions the real as a tangible entity that can be named, the proletariat, inner-city youth, illegal immigrants, etc., he believes that political action can reach its elusive core in ways that make a real difference. 16. Moreover, Zizek's critique of the ontologization of the event loses some of its power when we recall that naming the real is, for Badiou, always an incomplete act, in the sense that the truth disclosed by the event cannot ever be and should never be totalizable. As a matter of fact, The two lures of power Badiou warns us against are 1. The temptation to reify the real after it has been named, thereby turning it into a site of plenitude, and 2. The temptation to absolutize the new truth, thereby turning it into a site of terror. Regarding the phi-RSD of these lures, Hallward explains that it is one of the faces of evil to try to monumentalize the void, to worship it as a sacred source of identity or perpetual ecstasy. Consequently, it is essential that the subject of truth phi-GHT the inclination to turn the name or the void that the name identifies into something inhabitable, such as the Third Reich, the bastion of socialism, the land of freedom and democracy 2003, 263. Indeed, one of the surest ways to tell the difference between a genuine event and a simulacrum is that while the event is universally addressed applicable to everyone, the simulacrum attempts to translate the name into an identitarian substance of some sort. Badiou 2002, 73. For instance, the rise of National Socialism was unmistakably a simulacrum because its cohesion was erected around an ideology of race, blood, and soil. The Nazis promised to carry a particular community, the German people, to its destiny. However, because they conjured up the plenitude, the national substance of a people rather than the void of the situation, they remained utterly incapable of truth. 73. We see the same dynamic in the historical endeavor to transform the amorphous void of the proletariat into a socialist state with well-defined and well-defended borders and a clearly identifiable membership. Such an effort to convert the void into a nameable community inevitably ends in totalitarianism. Because the void is, as Badiou puts it, the place of an absence, or a naked place, the mere taking place of a place quoted in Hallward 2003, 263. Any attempt to file it by definitive content to transform the singular burst of the event into something repeatable cannot but lead to a dangerous totalization. Along closely related lines, and this is the second lure, Badiou insists that it would be disastrous for any new truth to become all-encompassing. Even if the event can name something of the real, it should never strive to name the whole of the real, for this would lead to dogmatic and tyrannical knowledges. Badiou thus recognizes that if there is bravery and ethical consistency, there is always also the potential for bigotry and narrow-mindedness. As I have noted, there is always the potential to become a vampire. Because the event implies unfailing faithfulness to a particular truth at the expense of all others, it cannot admit other viewpoints, other ways of looking at the situation, into its vocabulary. Inasmuch as the subject of truth is entirely caught up in the event, it is by definition unable to entertain conflicting perspectives. Or, to state the matter in a way that Badiou himself would not necessarily endorse, the very fact that the event's truth is supposed to be universally applicable violently excludes those who do not find it applicable to themselves. To the extent that the event automatically delegitimizes all manifestations of otherness, it, for the time being at least, precludes alternative events that other individuals might find more convincing. Again, I will return to this problem in the end of this book when I interrogate the limitations of Badiou's universalism, which are directly related to the limitations of his account of multiculturalism. Here it suffices to remind ourselves of what I already alluded to above, namely that there might be subsequent events that will contest the situational status quo established by the current one. And it is also important to remember that the elaboration of truth is never a discrete occurrence, but rather an open-ended process. Truth is a process. Somewhat paradoxically, the fact that truth has no choice but to seek expression through immortal someone who cannot ever wholly transcend its mundane interests, who cannot ever fully become the immortal it aspires to be, is what prevents the absolutization of truth, because it is impossible for the subject to entirely overcome its rootedness in the world of everyday opinions. Its attempts to name the truth will by necessity remain partial. Moreover, Badiou clarifies that, in any given situation, there is at least one element that is inherently unnameable. This element is not susceptible to being made eternal, which means that it represents the pure real of the situation. 2002, 86, expressing, as it were, the life of the real beyond truth. In the same way that every situation is punctured by a void, every truth, even as it struggles to name this void, is, in turn, punctured by a kernel of impossibility that stays unreachable. Every truth contains an undecipherable component that cannot be drawn into the network of symbolization. This internal limit to truth, far from being a debilitating obstacle, ensures that the articulation of truth is an infinite process rather than a totalizing terror. In this sense, fidelity, insofar as it is genuine fidelity, resists ficing truth into a stable ideology. One might even say that the moment the subject arrests the creative movement of truth, it betrays the event. The idea that the elaboration of truth is an ongoing process could be used to counter Zizek's contention that naming the event is a form of ideological interpolation. According to Zizek, Badiou overlooks Lacan's insistence that there is an unbridgeable gap between the act and its symbolization, between the encounter with the real and the signifier. Yet to the degree that Badiou insists that the event invariably contains an unnameable element that cannot be forced, that cannot be incorporated into the new situation without sliding into terror, he appears to agree with Lacan. To be sure, the simulacrum results in totalization. But, as I stressed above, the genuine event asks the subject to refrain from trying to turn the void of a particular situation into a substantive form of meaning such as Nazi ideology. From this perspective, the maxim of not seating on one's desire could be interpreted to mean that one should resist the temptation to completely close the space between the void and the name that aims to encapsulate this void. It could be said to imply that desire should remain partially unfulfilled, that some share of desire should always persist as desire rather than become completely overtaken by the jouissance of the act. Furthermore, Zizek may be contradicting himself when he, in his critique of Badiou, insists that the real is utterly unattainable. Is not the ethical act, in Zizek's own view, a means of momentarily hitting the real? I have shown that Lacan suggests that the encounter touché with the real can enable us to break our repetitive pattern of never attaining real satisfaction. This to me is not very different from Badiou's argument that the real can, under the exceptional circumstances of the event, be always partially named in ways that shatter the collective repetition compulsions that govern our social universe. In other words, it seems to me that Badiou merely puts a spotlight on an insight that Zizek himself to some extent endorses, namely that the energies of the real can, on occasion, be brought into contact with the symbolic world in ways that reconfigure this world. But I think we can do even better. If I have devoted the second half of this book to an examination of Lacan's ethics of sublimation, it is because I believe that this ethics offers a sophisticated theory of both personal and social transformation. However, before we turn the page to a new set of questions, let me pose however rhetorically some that arise from our investigation of Badiou. If the event is a searing explosion of acumen that cannot be planned for, 17, can we nevertheless somehow invite it into our lives? Can we increase its likelihood? Is there, for example, a connection between our ability to withstand the contingencies of existence and our capacity to welcome, and perhaps even court, events? 18. Can we learn to tarry with life's ambiguities in a manner that makes us more receptive to truth in Badiou's sense? Can we approach what is mortal about our being with the kind of attitude of curiosity that entices the immortal to make an appearance? I would hypothesize that the more we manage to respond in the affirmative, the easier it is for us to cultivate the singularity of our being. The contrast between Zizek and Badiou I introduced in the end of the last chapter gets to the heart of how we envision subjective singularity, namely the relationship between the symbolic and the real. As I have noted, the early Lacan tended to view the jouissance of the real as something that was intrinsically inassimilable to the symbolic. Zizek has, for the most part, followed this line of reasoning. By this I do not mean that Zizek regards the real as some sort of a positive, extra-symbolic excess that attacks the symbolic from the outside, for he repeatedly stresses that the real is internal to the symbolic, the bone in the throat or imminent crack that prevents the closure of the symbolic. Nevertheless, he remains devoted to the trope of a rebellious real that cannot be reconciled with symbolic reality. In contrast, Badiou, as I have shown, has developed the idea that the real or the void that generates the truth event can be named and to a limited extent rewoven into the fabric of the symbolic. In this chapter, I would like to explain why I believe Badiou's interpretation to be quite faithful to the spirit of the later Lacan. This is not to argue that Zizek neglects the reconceptualization of the real that Lacan performs in the final phase of his theorizing. But I do think that Zizek does not always admit the full weight of this reconceptualization, with the result that he stays resistant to interpretative avenues that have enormous implications for our understanding of subjectivity, politics, and ethics alike. Take the notion of what constitutes legitimate or effective political and/or ethical action. We have seen that those who regard the real as inassimilable to the symbolic tend to valorize the radical purity of both politics and ethics. On this view, the only real politics is a politics of the real whereby the subject severs its ties to the symbolic. The only real political actor is one who is willing to forego all social supports and to defy all social directives in favor of an uncompromising act that shatters the symbolic status quo. Such politics is revolutionary by definition, shunning all reformative approaches. Likewise, the only real ethics is an ethics of the real whereby the subject refuses to cede on its desire even when this means destroying either itself or its social environment. Ethics that takes up the question of normative distinctions between right and wrong, that seeks to offer a retribution for past injustices, or that focuses on the details of the self-other relationship does not count as real ethics. The authentic ethical subject is not one who for instance strives to create a more egalitarian world through processes of lobbying and negotiation, but rather Antigone in her solitary cave, a subject cut off from all networks of intersubjectivity. 2. I have already pointed out that if one starts from the idea that the symbolic establishment is inherently hegemonic, the premise of much of post-68 theory, there are two ways to proceed. One can either reject the establishment altogether, or one can try to gradually change it from within. Thinkers, such as Butler, who wish to subvert and reconstitute the establishment, have tended to rely on the legacies of Foucault, whereas those, such as Zizek, who are more interested in revolutionary politics, have tended to rely on the legacies of Lacan. 3. I have spent the first half of this book outlining the reasons for which Lacanian theory lends itself to the revolutionary perspective. And I have conceded that there are times when the ethical act may be the only viable option. Yet the limitations of this approach are also fairly obvious in that the more one distances oneself from the symbolic, the more difficult it becomes for one to have a transformative impact on it. Arguably, there are situations where a more incremental approach works better, which is why I do not see the need to exclude one approach at the expense of the other. Both have worth, depending on circumstances. And both can help us to think through the parameters of subjective singularity, of the kind of singularity that, within the framework of my argument, founds both political and ethical action. This is why one of the aims of this chapter, as well as of the rest of this book, is to illustrate that the alignment of Lacan primarily with revolutionary politics may be an oversimplified Kantian, in the sense that his conceptualization of the relationship between the symbolic and the real also opens up the possibility of social transformation. Transformative versus revolutionary politics. Zizek has in recent years come under attack precisely because of his apparent disdain for transformative politics. In The Defense of Lost Causes 2009, he stages a spirited vindication of his thinking against those, such as Yanis Stavrakakis and Simon Critchley, who have accused him of fetishizing the suicidal act as the paradigmatic ethical event, of ridiculing those committed to concrete political action, and of advocating a nihilistic stance of not raising a finger to rectify the world's injustices. According to his critics, Zizek dreams of a purifying act of divine violence, cruelty, and force to the extent that his politics becomes, for all practical purposes, utterly apolitical, powerless to effect change in the real world. To some extent, I understand Zizek's exasperation with this assessment. For example, I agree that Stavrakakis is somewhat mistaken in maintaining that Zizek views the act as something that is completely devoid of social consequences. As we saw in Chapter 3, Zizek does frequently specify that the act can re-articulate the symbolic file that, as he puts it, although the act is suicidal, its stakes are symbolic. 2009, 305. Likewise, Critchley's caricature of Zizek as a Slovenian Hamlet paralyzed to the point of political inertia by his fantasies of an absolute, cataclysmic revolutionary act of violence may be a bit overdrawn. For at the same time, Zizek's critics are not entirely wrong, for if it is true that Zizek has written pages and pages, as he keeps stating during his self-defense, that should prevent the kinds of readings that Stavrakakis and Critchley undertake, it is also true that he has written pages and pages that leave themselves open to precisely such readings. Zizek is not a self-consistent writer, which in itself may be fine, particularly in light of the argument I have been advancing in this book, namely that self-consistency is, on some level, always a phantasmatic defense against the surge of singularity. But this means that the conclusions a given reader draws depend on which pages of Zizek he or she chooses to foreground. Consider Zizek's critique of Butler's 2005 contention that we can never give a full account of ourselves because our discourse always already belongs to the symbolic, because we are dispossessed by the very language that we are forced to utilize to tell our story. Zizek counters Butler's argument as follows. Lacan's position is that being exposed/overwhelmed, caught in a cobweb of pre-existing conditions, is not incompatible with radical autonomy. Of course, I cannot undo the substantial weight of the context into which I am thrown, of course, I cannot penetrate the opaque background of my being, but what I can do, in an act of negativity, is cleanse the plate, draw a line, exempt myself, step out of the symbolic in a suicidal gesture of a radical act, what Freud called death drive and what German idealism called radical negativity. 2005, 140. As much as I agree with Zizek's rebuff of Butler's exaggerated insistence on the subject's irremediable disempowerment, a topic I will return to in Chapter 7, and as much as I appreciate his insistence that being born into an established system of social meanings is not incompatible with autonomy, I cannot but wonder what his all-purpose valorization of the suicidal act, In this particular instance, accomplishes. What, exactly, are the act's symbolic stakes? Does it have a transformative impact on the social order? Does it cleanse the plate so as to create a new order of things? Does something dynamic arise from the rupture? Or are we talking about destruction for the sake of destruction? Ironically, Zizek's reading of Lacan, on this occasion at least, does not leave any more room for non-hegemonic varieties of meaning than the Butlerian victim mentality he attacks. There is, in his account, no possibility of revising the symbolic through resignification, political intervention, avant-garde artistic practice, or any kind of Nietzschean revaluation of values. The symbolic is rotten to the core, meaning in all of its forms is corrupt, and every form of socially viable identity serves the interests of the power structure. This type of thinking is exactly how Zizek arrives at the idea that sometimes the best course of action is to do nothing, the very idea that Critchley derides. 5. And it is also how he justifies the claim that the only way to undermine the symbolic is to self-destructively or destructively embrace the jouissance of the real, a claim I cannot fully endorse. Though I agree that the emphasis on the real can be an effective means to question the ideologically complacent edifice of the symbolic, I would insist that taking up permanent residency in the real is hardly a feasible option. Peering into the abyss, remaining aware of lack, tarrying with the negative, and even temporary destructiveness as a springboard to something constructive all make sense to me. But the idea of the real as an alternative to symbolic subjectivity simply does not. What would the plunge into the real achieve in tangible terms? What would it mean to step out of the symbolic altogether? Why the impulse to delimit resistance to one experiential register, the real instead of interrogate? In the vibrant interplay between the symbolic and the real as well as the imaginary, for that matter? If the goal is to escape the rigidity of the dominant symbolic, why build an equally categorical exit strategy? From divine violence, when it comes to the purifying act of divine violence that Zizek's critics indict him of valorizing, it is easy to find examples that point exactly towards such a valorization. As a matter of fact, Zizek concludes the defense of Lost Causes, the very book where he declares that his critics are dead wrong, by a portraiture of divine violence that only confirms what these critics are saying. Zizek's logic holds as long as he sticks to illustrations that support his reading of divine violence as the counter-violence to the excessive violence that pertains to state power. 2009, 483. It makes sense to argue that divine violence is the irrational response to the invisible and therefore all the more poisonous violence of the state, that we cannot blame those who have been systematically deprived of their dignity for rising against their oppressors. 6. It makes some sense to propose that those who have been excluded by the social order owe this order absolutely nothing, and that their acts of violence are, consequently, located beyond good and evil, in a kind of politico-religious suspension of the ethical. 478. But when the discourse suddenly shifts to a celebration of Norman's murder of Marion in Hitchcock's Psycho, or to an admiring account of Che Guevara's decision to point his loaded gun at the temple of a comrade-turned-traitor and pull the trigger, one has to ask what is so divine about these acts. Zizek asserts that divine violence is the kind of violence that functions as its own justification, that is not a means to an end such as a more just social order, but rather a direct manifestation of the divine. 2009, 485. Simply put, divine violence is divine precisely because it does not serve a purpose. Leaving aside the mystifications that necessarily accompany such an evocation of the divine, there is some merit to the argument. But does this mean that any random act of violence qualifies? And is it really true that the socio-symbolic order is, in every instance, so thoroughly tyrannical that only a divine intervention can rectify the situation? In slightly different terms, is there no political traction whatsoever to processes of symbolization, to the kinds of processes that Badiou is getting at through his notion of naming? Is the ethical divine act really the only effective political tool available to us? We are here up against a larger dilemma of contemporary ethics that Dominic Lacapra has, with his characteristic subtlety, identified as a tension between needing to forge a relationship to normative limits while simultaneously staying mindful of situations where it is necessary to transgress these limits. As he explains, there are some normative limits you might want to place in question, some you may want to reform, and others you may want to test critically and perhaps validate. 2001, 154. In other words, it is simply not the case that all normative limits are diabolical. There may be some that are actually worth affirming after they have been critically assessed. This does not change the fact that there are situations where the only way to arrive at a palatable set of normative limits is to exceed the previous ones. This is what Badiou's process of truth is, arguably, meant to accomplish. But the point is that how we choose to move forward should be context specific, that there may be situations where it is much more productive to uphold normative limits than to blow them to pieces. Regardless of how defective our state-sanctioned systems of justice are, there are times when they are the best or even the only way to check the abuses of power. Law Capra observes that post-structuralist theory is often so focused on wanting to transgress any and all limits that it fails to pay sufficient attention to the problem of the actual and desirable relationship between excess and limits. 154. I would say that Zizek, despite his vehement dislike of all things post-structuralist, frequently falls into the same trap. Indeed, he could at times be said to be guilty of what Zupang, in her Ethics of the Real, describes as an attempt to force the encounter with the real. 236. To forcing the act. Zupang, speculates that the inevitable result of any attempt to force the real to appear through an act or an event is a state of terror. While the encounter with the real that the act or event stages is always terror-inducing in that it throws us out of kilter with our social milieu and identity, Zupang, cautions us against confusing this terror with the terror that ensues from taking the encounter with the real as our direct objective. It is necessarily to distinguish between the terror inherent in the event, in the real, and terror as a strategy that aims at forcing the impossible, the real, to appear. 235-236. In exactly the same way as Badiou postulates that striving to name all the components of the void of a given situation leads to terror, thereby undercutting the ethical power of the truth event. Zupang, believes that trying to compel the act or the event to take place expresses an obscure desire for catastrophe that no longer has anything to do with ethics. The real, after all, is not an ethical category. When we forget this, when we envision the real as a goal that must be realized at any price. 236, we are in danger of embracing terror. Bringing Kant into conversation with Sade, Zupang, points out that there is an enormous difference between our unpremeditated encounter with the real on the one hand, and the tendency to try to turn this encounter into a user's guide on how we should conduct ourselves as ethical subjects on the other. If the former can revamp not only our subjectivity but also, to some extent at least, the social world, the latter, while perhaps overtly designed to subvert the dominant order, easily veers into methodical masochism that reifies pain, suffering, and self-injury as an ethical stance in itself. More particularly, translating the Kantian notion that ethics has nothing to do with our well-being into an injunction to act against our well-being or that of others collapses Kant and Sade, so that destruction or destitution become the immediate object of our will. 236. It turns the Kantian categorical imperative into a simulacrum of ethics in Badiou's sense, namely terror. 7. Considering the real as an immediate goal therefore does not give us ethics, but merely celebrates destruction or destitution. Zupang, specifies that when we aim directly at the real, death or some other calamity becomes our ultimate horizon so that, ironically, the purpose of life gets reduced to the opportunity to die. Arguably, Zizek, at times not always, but at times lapses into this mentality, as does Edelman with his alignment of the synth-homosexual with the destructiveness of the death drive without any attention to the drive's more vitalizing potential. One of the main problems with this stance is that it sees life as utterly pointless and devoid of value and, consequently, as Zupang, remarks, privileges the moment of death as the only time we are truly awake. 237. It ignores the possibility that the social world can also afford moments of awakeness that not all forms of symbolic existence deaden us but can, instead, be experienced as deeply enlivening and sometimes even enriching. This is why it is important to construct socially viable alternatives to the ethical or divine act, alternatives that admit the value of transformative. Striving to name all the components of the void of a given situation leads to terror, thereby undercutting the ethical power of the truth event. Zupang, believes that trying to compel the act or the event to take place expresses an obscure desire for catastrophe that no longer has anything to do with ethics. The real, after all, is not an ethical category. When we forget this, when we envision the real as a goal that must be realized at any price. 236, we are in danger of embracing terror. Bringing Kant into conversation with Sade, Zupang, points out that there is an enormous difference between our unpremeditated encounter with the real on the one hand, and the tendency to try to turn this encounter into a user's guide on how we should conduct ourselves as ethical subjects on the other. If the former can revamp not only our subjectivity but also, to some extent at least, the social world, the latter, while perhaps overtly designed to subvert the dominant order, easily veers into methodical masochism that reifies pain, suffering, and self-injury as an ethical stance in itself. More particularly, translating the Kantian notion that ethics has nothing to do with our well-being into an injunction to act against our well-being or that of others collapses Kant and Sade, so that destruction or destitution become the immediate object of our will. 236. It turns the Kantian categorical imperative into a simulacrum of ethics in Badiou's sense, namely terror. 7. Considering the real as an immediate goal therefore does not give us ethics, but merely celebrates destruction or destitution. Zupank? Ik. Specifies that when we aim directly at the real, death or some other calamity becomes our ultimate horizon, so that, ironically, the purpose of life gets reduced to the opportunity to die. Arguably, Zizek? At times, not always, but at times lapses into this mentality, as does Edelman with his alignment of the synth-homosexual with the destructiveness of the death drive without any attention to the drive's more vitalizing potential. One of the main problems with this stance is that it sees life as utterly pointless and devoid of value and, consequently, as Zupank? Ik. remarks, privileges the moment of death as the only time we are truly awake. 237. It ignores the possibility that the social world can also afford moments of awakeness, that not all forms of symbolic existence deaden us but can, instead, be experienced as deeply enlivening and sometimes even enriching. This is why it is important to construct socially viable alternatives to the ethical or divine act, alternatives that admit the value of transformative. The inconsistency of the signifier. One reason that Zizek is for the most part unable, or unwilling, to do so is that he does not sufficiently distinguish between the symbolic order as a hegemonic structure and the signifier as a tool of resistance. To be exact, his characterization of the relationship between the symbolic and the real reveals that he tends to conflate the signifier with the most repressive aspects of the symbolic. Though there are moments in Zizek's work when he recognizes the ways in which the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real work in tandem to constitute human existence. 8. The early core of his theory, one that is articulated in the Sublime Object of Ideology, 1989, and that is never entirely supplanted, views symbolic structures of signification as a colonizing attempt to neutralize the terrifying impact of the real. Zizek, in fact, postulates that the symbolization of the real is precisely what brings the big other into being as a phantasmatic site of coherence and authority. What is the empty gesture by means of which the brute, senseless reality is assumed, accepted as our own work, if not the most elementary ideological operation, the symbolization of the real, its transformation into a meaningful totality, its inscription into the big other. We can literally say that this empty gesture posits the big other, makes it exist. The purely formal conversion which constitutes this gesture is simply the conversion of the pre-symbolic real into the symbolized reality, into the real caught in the web of the signifier's network. In other words, through this empty gesture the subject presupposes the existence of the big other. 1989, 230, that Zizek here describes the real as a pre-symbolic entity explicitly contradicts his later critique of Stavrakakis for being an unmitigated fool for doing the same. See Zizek? 2009, 316-19. This confirms my point about the pages and pages that can guide the reader to conclusions that Zizek no longer endorses, but it is easy enough to explain by the fact that the early Lacan does sometimes portray the real in these terms, more on this below. And the main argument about the symbolization of the real being the elementary ideological gesture by which our social world gains intelligibility is right on target. But what intrigues me is the implicit portrayal of the signifier as an aggressive device that violates the real by catching it in its network. According to this account, although the real mulishly eludes the castrating impact of the signifier, it is at the same time always in danger of being preyed upon by this very signifier. I agree that the aesthetics of the signifier can serve as a shield against the traumatizing impact of the real, hiding the fact that the consistency of subjectivity is a mirage designed to make our lives more manageable. But the image of the signifier as a death-dealing force that violates the real merits further consideration. Take Zizek's much more recent discussion of the lamella as an undead organ without a body, as a partial object. For a human being to be dead while alive is to be colonized by the dead symbolic order. To be alive while dead is to give body to the remainder of life substance which has escaped the symbolic colonization. Lamella. What we are dealing with here is thus the split between other and jouissance, between the dead symbolic order which mortifies the body and the non-symbolic life substance of jouissance. These two notions designate a properly monstrous dimension. Life is the horrible palpitation of the lamella, of the non-subjective, acephal, undead drive which persists beyond ordinary death. Death is the symbolic order itself, the structure which, as a parasite, colonizes the living entity. What defines death drive in Lacan is this double gap, not the simple opposition of life and death, but the split of life itself into normal life and horrifying undead life, and the split of the dead into ordinary dead and the undead machine. The basic opposition between life and death is thus supplemented by the parasitical symbolic machine. Language is a dead entity which behaves as if it possesses a life of its own, and its counterpoint, the living dead, the monstrous life substance which persists in the real outside the symbolic. This split which runs within the domains of life and death constitutes the space of the death drive. 2005, 172, Zizek makes a compelling argument about the manner in which death is internal to life and life is internal to death. The living human being is dead while alive because it is colonized by a dead symbolic, but alive while dead, or undead, because a part of the real always escapes the murderous signifier. We have learned that this undeadness is what, in a certain sense, underlies the persistence of singularity, ensuring that the subject is always something more than just a piece of the world. However, what is noteworthy in the present context is that Zizek, once again, against his own better judgment, as it were, and certainly against his scathing condemnation of Stavrakakis, posits a binary split between the symbolic and the real, the other and jouissance, maintaining that the symbolic mortifies the body and its non-symbolic jouissance, and depicting language as a dead entity which behaves as if it possesses a life of its own. Language, in other words, is a parasitical machine that gorges on the life substance of the real. While thinkers from Derrida to Butler regard language as something inherently mobile, as a nimble entity that is able to bring forth a multitude of unexpected, startling, and rebellious meanings, Zizek connects it to the most stagnant and complacent components of the symbolic order. One might say that Zizek does not entirely appreciate the full implications of his own contention that the most radical aspect of Lacanian theory is the recognition that the real renders the symbolic unreliable. As he explains with regard to the signifier, as soon as the field of the signifier is penetrated by enjoyment it becomes inconsistent, porous, perforated. The enjoyment is what cannot be symbolized. Its presence in the field of the signifier can be detected only through the holes and inconsistencies of this field. 1989, 122. Fair enough. But why not take the next logical step of conceding that the structural impossibility of symbolic closure is precisely what makes the play of re-signify cation possible? Why not admit that the porosity of the other is precisely what allows it to undergo constant transformation, that the inconsistency of the signifier is merely the flip side of its creativity, of its continuous capacity to generate new significations? From this perspective, the fact that the signifier is always disrupted by the energies of the real makes it open to the polyvalence of meaning. In early, Derridian terms, one could say that the reason the big other contains the possibility of counter-hegemonic articulations of meaning is that it does not possess enough stability to ever entirely contain the overabundant play of signification. Derrida 1980, 290. 9. Even though Zizek acknowledges the possibility of experiencing the word in its violent and contingent becoming, before it acquires the features of logos, the universe of symbolic necessity, 2001, 54, language for him functions for the most part as an implement of totalization, one that seeks to overpower the real. The signifier, he asserts, dissects the body and subordinates it to the constraint of the signifying network. The word is the murder of a thing, he continues, so that the power of understanding consists in this capacity to reduce the organic whole of experience to an appendix to the dead symbolic classification. 51. Lacan undoubtedly contributes to this vision by connecting subject formation to the idea that the emerging subject is by definition subjected to disciplinary structures of signification, and by suggesting that the body, as he expresses it, suffers from the signifier. 1960, 118. But this is hardly Lacan's only view on language. While it is certainly the case that the symbolic contains signifiers that are dead in the sense that Zizek describes them, it also contains others that are vividly alive. As a consequence, one does not always need to exit the symbolic in a grand gesture of subjective destitution, or divine violence, in order to activate the subversive potentialities of the real. One merely needs to mobilize the overabundance of the signifier. Lacan's reading of Joyce. Lacan's late seminar on the syndrome, which I discussed in passing in Chapter 3, Confi RMS this. In this seminar, Lacan carries out a close reading of James Joyce, postulating that the syndrome is a peculiar kind of signifier that does not cease to write itself. 1975, 13, trans. Mine. While the signifier under normal conditions keeps the real at bay, concealing and containing its disquieting pulse, in the syndrome the real manages to overtake the signifier so that the latter no longer conveys coherent meaning but becomes, instead, a site of jouissance, of meaning permeated by enjoyment. The syndrome, in short, is where jouissance engulfs meaning. Admittedly, It would be easy to take this to imply that jouissance destroys meaning altogether, thereby ushering the subject to the heart of psychosis, or the ethical/divine act. Yet Lacan maintains that the syndrome does not merely obliterate symbolic structures, but also animates them. More specifically, the signifier's encounter with the real revives the signifier so that it is precisely those forms of signification that capture something of the energies of the real that remain innovative. It is only through the lively interaction between the symbolic and the real that the signifier manages to replenish itself. Without this interaction, Lacan suggests, the signifier would rapidly become worn out and barren. On this account, the signifier's ability to activate, incorporate, and transport morsels of the real is a precondition of creativity. Speaking of Joyce's inspired writing process, Lacan argues that Joyce is able to invent rebellious forms of language that alter the normal rules of signification, not only because he manages to galvanize the real, but also because he identifies with his syndrome. We have learned that the syndrome organizes the subject's jouissance on such a fundamental level that the subject feels that in compromising its syndrome, it compromises itself, that, insofar as the syndrome represents what in the subject is more than its social identity, it will rather destroy itself than relinquish its syndrome. And we also have learned that Lacan came to think that the aim of analysis was to allow the subject to identify with its syndrome, for doing so made it possible for it to disconnect itself from the desire of the other. Most importantly, we have learned that the syndrome resides beyond the reach of the signifier, which is why it does not respond to analytic treatment, but can only be assumed as the symptomatic kernel of one's being. Against this backdrop, it is telling that Lacan concludes that writing, for Joyce, is equivalent to the syndrome, that it is precisely because Joyce is infected by the virus of the syndrome that he is a true artist. As Lacan explains, it is clear that Joyce's art is something so particular that the term syndrome is what suits it best. 1976, 94, trans. Mine. On Joyce's jouissance, Lacan in turn states, read the pages of Finnegan's Wake, without trying to understand. It reads. If it reads, it is because one feels present the jouissance of the one who wrote it. 165, trans. Mine. Lacan's interpretation of Joyce's writing suggests that, for Joyce, compromising his writing would have been akin to compromising his syndrome, that, for Joyce, what was more than his social identity was, exactly, his writing. In this scenario, the signifier, writing, is not neatly aligned with the hegemonic symbolic, as it frequently is for Zizek, but rather stands for what challenges the latter's seamlessness. This implies that even though, as Zizek stresses, Lacan connects the syndrome to the death drive, he does not invariably regard identification with the syndrome as a matter of subjective destitution, or divine violence. In the case of Joyce, such an identification is a means of linking the symbolic and the real so as to generate fresh forms of signification. 11 Indeed, Lacan interprets Finnegan's Wake as Joyce's solution to the fact that the death drive is inherently unthinkable. As Lacan declares, the death drive, it is the real insofar as it cannot be thought except as impossible. That is to say, every time that it shows the tip of its nose, it is unthinkable. What is unbelievable is that Joyce could not find another solution but to write Finnegan's Wake, 1975, 25, trans. Mine. While Zizek advocates the pure no of subjective destitution, or divine violence, as a response to what is impossible about the death drive, Lacan here intimates that Joyce weaves this impossibility into the folds of his art, thereby fending off death, at least for the time being. Epiphanies that transmit the real. Without question, the insurrection of the real within the symbolic in Joyce's writing conveys the destructive force of the death drive. Joyce dissolves meaning. He undoes, destroys, dismembers, and massacres language. However, Joyce and his art are clearly driven by an élan or improvised ardor rather than, merely, by an inclination towards destitution or violence. Regardless of how subversive his writing gets, Joyce endeavors to awaken rather than to choke the signifier. By bringing the real in contact with the signifier, he imparts to language an unparalleled dexterity and resourcefulness. One might in fact say that Joyce's signifiers are unique precisely to the degree that they breathe to the rhythm of the real. Though there is no doubt that language is a trespasser, an intruder, in the domain of the real, Joyce reveals that it is exactly because the real makes language struggle, forces it to fight for its territory, as it were, that the encounter with the real can make language fiercely inventive. He demonstrates that even though the real as such cannot be written, one can write in such a way as to brush against it. One's signifiers can transmit energizing scraps of the real. Roberto Harari points out that Joyce's artistic practice is pioneering precisely because it reaches the edge of the real, 2002, 222, because it, in fact, allows Joyce to bite into bits of the real, 141. In other words, Joyce is calling 12, and we can understand this calling in Sentner's sense of being summoned beyond ideological interpolation, is to take language to its limits in order to rebuild it. This is why his writing is characterized by a dazzling epiphanic force. More specifically, if an epiphany is a sudden glimmer revealing something essential, 66, the vigor of Joyce's epiphanies arises from the fact that they leave language unknotted, 73, so as to create a portal for the real and, ultimately, for the reconfiguration of language. In a sense, unknotting is required for reknotting to become possible. Language is disfigured so that the tissue of signification can be reshaped in previously unimaginable ways. 13. And although epiphanic creativity by definition courts subjective disintegration, the fact that it always, in the final analysis, holds on to the signifier means that it never plummets entirely into the real. This is why Joyce's writing can approach psychosis without never fully falling into it. What is distinctive about Joyce, and one reason that Joyce manages to stay so close to his syndrome, is that he is not particularly interested in making meaning in the rational sense, but often remains on the level of the epiphany. As a result, Harari asserts, it must be said that what Joyce does is in no way metaphorical. One could speak, rather, of metonymous residues, the remnants of an ecstatic experience, dislocated fragments that are displaced into writing and that, as broken pieces, make us feel penetrated by a nothingness, 2002, 74. This explains why Joyce's texts tend to be close to incomprehensible. They sidestep metaphors in order to convey us directly to the hiding place of being in a gesture that is comparable to the Heideggerian image of the unveiling of truth. Heidegger, in his concept of truth, which was adapted, with certain reservations, by the early Lacan, insists that being is unveiled, its truth exposed by the lifting of a veil. This was what the Greeks called aletheia, truth as unveiling and not, in its academic definition, adequation. Joyce sets out, by means of his epiphanies, to lift the veil, an act that, as a literary undertaking, can only expose a split, if it fails to give rise to a metaphor, 74. That is, it is because Joyce's writing does not always communicate meaning that it manages to communicate something else, something more immediately visceral. Like the Heideggerian disclosure of truth, the lifting of the veil, it aims at the essence of being rather than at its distant echo. And it invites the reader to experience jouissance through an intimate engagement with the text. It in fact enacts a certain eroticization of language, an eroticization that makes the act of reading Joyce a different experience from the act of reading most other writers. Enjoyment in meaning. Lacan's appraisal of Joyce's subversive writing practice is hardly original in the context of 20th-century literary criticism. As a matter of fact, Julia Kristova's 1974 Revolution in Poetic Language, note the closeness of the publication date to Lacan's seminar on Joyce, already articulates many of the same themes. My point, then, is not that Lacan presents a groundbreaking interpretation of Joyce, but rather that those interpreters of Lacan who ignore this component of his theory end up producing overly dispirited theories of subjectivity as well as of the impossibility of social change. They valorize the real as a site of subjective destitution, or divine violence, in part because they fail to recognize the signifier as a vehicle of innovative energy and regard it, instead, primarily as a pawn of normative sociality. Yet if we allow for the possibility that the signifier does not invariably obey the dictates of the big other, and that the unruly energies of the real can regenerate, rather than merely weaken, the symbolic, it becomes apparent that the signifier is not always an instrument of ideological interpolation. While it is obvious that we are often confronted by dead signifiers that contain no trace of the real, language is by definition as much a locus of creative potential as it is of hegemonic power. Another way to express the matter is to say that in the final stage of his thinking, Lacan no longer regards language and jouissance as mutually exclusive, but suggests that the signifier remains creative to the extent that it transmits jouissance. In Lacan's early work, not only did the subject's entrance to the symbolic order mutilate the body as a site of immediate enjoyment, but bodily jouissance was inherently unrepresentable through language. Jouissance was the basic stumbling block of signification, the riddle in the face of which the signifier faltered. 14. This is why the statements by Zizek, I quoted above, are not incorrect even if they contradict his claim, in response to Stavrakakis, that he has never envisioned the real as external to the symbolic. However, by the time Lacan gave his seminar on Joyce, He had begun to pay attention to the manner in which jouissance inhabits the signifier itself. He came to admit the possibility that jouissance might manifest itself as the insistent throb of the drives within language. And he developed the notion of jouissance to convey this connection between language and jouissance, the fact that jouissance is inherent to meaning rather than something that resides completely outside or beyond it. The syndrome captures, precisely, the nexus of meaning and jouissance that results in jouis. Senators Dominique Cohns and Ed Pluth explain that this does not imply that the syndrome communicates a particular, identifiable meaning, or even that it contains meaning that could be communicated. Rather, the enjoyment that the syndrome grants is the enjoyment intrinsic in the production of meaning, having to do specifically with the poetic qualities of language, with the fact that imaginative language transmits significatory ambivalence and, to once again use Derrida's expression, overabundance. The syndrome, in short, makes polyvalent meaning possible. Even though it itself is not in the least bit concerned with the various meanings generated, it functions as a locus of enjoyment in meaning, enjoyment in the proliferation of meaning. Indeed, insofar as it remains enigmatic, beyond easy comprehension, it calls forth a countless number of interpretative efforts. Like a poem, it is a pure, evocatory thing that reads you at the same time as you try, and repeatedly fail, to read it. 2002, 11. 15. This is why Cohns and Pluth conclude that the syndrome is the meaning of meaning, a kind of tautological point presupposed for the development of a chain of differentiated, open-ended significations. According to this analysis, one can only be open to meanings because one is always already enjoying the structure within which meaning occurs. Your ultimate identity, the ultimate support of your being, is the particular way in which you enjoy meaning, your syndrome. 12. Joyce as a singular individual. The implications of interpreting jouissance as what both animates language and results from the creative usage of language are far-reaching in that jouissance is no longer merely the seditious underside of the signifier but, rather, foundational to its innovative thrust. Likewise, the signifier no longer merely domesticates the real, but also functions as a means through which jouissance become integrated into symbolic existence. That is, even as the symbolic makes inroads into the real, the insurgence of the real within the symbolic simultaneously forces the latter to undergo a radical alteration. We are hence not talking about a one-sided activity whereby the real is wounded by the signifier, but rather about a more reciprocal process whereby the signifier is remolded to the extent that the real is incorporated into its trajectory. The signifier and the real are both forced to adapt, and this is at least as much a matter of transformation as it is a violation, given that adaptation is usually a necessary precondition of renewal of any kind. This new understanding of the relationship between the signifier and the real is in part what allows Lacan, in his seminar on the syndrome, to present the subject as an active inventor of meaning rather than as a passive recipient of hegemonic forms of meaning. 16. More specifically, Lacan conjectures that language challenges normative symbolic structures as much as it reinforces them, and that to some degree we create the language that we use. As he asserts, this assumes or implies that one chooses to speak the language that one effectively speaks. One creates a language insofar as one at every instant gives it a sense, one gives a little nudge, without which language would not be alive. It is alive to the extent that one creates it at every moment. It is in this sense, that everyone, at every instant, gives a little nudge to the language that he speaks. 1976, 133, trans. Mine. This statement, which implies that we are capable of giving language a little nudge that makes it uniquely ours, is dramatically different from the earlier, and more familiar, Lacanian idea that we are always already subjected to oppressive configurations of collective meaning. Lacan thus proposes that each of us has some leeway in organizing the signifiers of the big other. That is, we can assert our singularity not only by exchanging the symbolic for the real, but also by bringing the real into the symbolic. This is exactly what Joyce does, and it is his ability to do so that leads Lacan to characterize him as a wholly singular individual. As Lacan muses, portrait of the artist. The artist, one must write it by placing all the emphasis on the. One can have faith in Joyce. If he says it's because he thinks that, the artist, it's himself alone, there, he is singular. 1975, 17, trans. Mine. Lacan goes on to support his interpretation by stressing that Joyce becomes a unique individual precisely because he is able to connect the symbolic with the syndrome, as the depository of jouissance. 17. In other words, it is because Joyce is hopelessly stuck on his syndrome, because his jouissance stubbornly circles around a specific nexus of satisfaction, one that compels him to write in his inimitable manner, that he is a singular subject. And what is so remarkable about this is that Joyce manages to attain such a singular way of being without foregoing the symbolic. His singularity is quasi-social, intrinsically tied to the meandering path of the signifier. Singularity as a social phenomenon. It may not be possible, or even desirable, for everyone to be singular in Joyce's sense. What distinguishes Joyce from most of us is that he seemed to be able to bite into the real on a fairly regular basis. He was able to flirt with psychosis in a manner that many of us are not. In addition, he may have hurt those around himself, particularly his wife, in ways that most of us would like to avoid. Yet I would still argue that, to a certain extent, we all have the capacity to navigate the relationship between the symbolic and the real in ways that produce results. We, potentially at least, have the power to link the symptom as a side of compulsion, as what is inexorable in our existence in the sense that it does not cease to write itself with the signifier as what allows us to write ourselves onto the map of the symbolic. While the symbolic is hegemonic in that it carries the weight of tradition, of all the cultural fictions that have over time solidified it into seemingly binding conventions, it cannot ever draw us into its circuit in an entirely dependable fashion. This is why conceiving the relationship between the symbolic and the real as a unilateral process that translates the energies of the real into oppressive symbolic formations is too reductive. Likewise, the idea that symbolic subjectivity represses the asocial energies of the real cannot be remedied by a theory that completely annihilates the social in favor of the real, for this merely reverses the poles of the binary, replacing one form of brutality by another. This, incidentally, is one of the problems with Zizek's notion of divine violence as a response to the systemic violence of the establishment. I have demonstrated that moments when the real penetrates the symbolic are not necessarily indicative of the failure of signification, but rather of its irrepressible agility. Such moments may well be productive irregularities that serve to disband congealed structures of meaning, thereby ensuring that the symbolic is never static but, as Zizek himself affirms in his critique of Butler, historical. What we witness here is the unraveling of the largely artificial opposition between the Foucauldians and Derridians on the one hand and the Lacanians on the other. If Zizek tells us that the real always undermines the symbolic, and if post-structuralism tells us that the signifier always overflows the normative strictures designed to contain it, I have illustrated that these processes are merely two sides of the same coin. It is because the real is rebellious that the signifier can be rebellious. This is easy to overlook as long as we think of the relationship between the signifier and the real as one where the signifier colonizes the real, which is why I have chosen to emphasize that the signifier in fact offers one of the main outlets for the rebellious energies of the real. It functions as a means of binding our surplus agitation. This, in some ways, is the classical definition of sublimation but, as we will see in the next chapter, Lacan develops the issue to the point that sublimation is no longer a matter of artistic, scientific, or intellectual exertion but, quite simply, synonymous with human life as such. Understanding the relationship between the symbolic and the real in this way also allows us to envision subjective singularity as a social, rather than a completely asocial, phenomenon. It allows us to see that we can evade ideological interpolation not only by assuming the non-existence of the big other through a mutinous act of subjective destitution, or divine violence, but also, quite simply, by playing with the inconsistency of the other. And it adds a valuable spin to Badiou's concept of naming, enabling us to think more concretely about what it means to transform the embers of the truth event into an enduring social reality. This is important because aligning singularity exclusively with the real leads exactly to the kinds of evils that Stavrakakis and Critchley, perhaps a little too strongly, but not entirely falsely, accuse Zizek of perpetuating. Within the real, there is no difference, no otherness, no opposition, and therefore no possibility of either politics or ethics in the usual sense of these terms. As a consequence, the valorization of the real as a side of political and ethical purity all too easily turns into a post-political and post-ethical pipe dream that, paradoxically enough, transforms singularity into something that no longer signifies as such. After all, even if the singular is what is not a part of any whole, it needs this whole, this collectivity, to register as singularity. It needs difference, otherness, and opposition to set itself apart from the whole. The human being cannot be pure substance, the real of the body, or pure subject, symbolic identity, for it is composed of both body and meaning-making capacity. This is why I have argued that if signification is a process by which the energies of the real are, always and completely, brought into the symbolic, then the signifier is, potentially at least, an effective means to cultivate our singularity. One might even propose that it is through the creative work of the signifier that what is immortal about us, the real, becomes a part of our mortal, symbolic, identity. Or, to use a more precise formulation, Lacan's reading of Joyce implies that the immortality, the agitation or undeadness, of the real can be transformed into symbolically viable modalities of vitality. The excess, too muchness, of the drives can become the basis for the excess, overabundance, of meaning. In this sense, pioneering forms of meaning production are a way to infuse the dead signifier with the undead energies of the drive so as to keep the symbolic moving forward. This gives us yet another rendering of how what is impossible, jouissance, becomes the foundation of the possible, innovation. According to this interpretation, it is not only how we die, literally or figuratively, or even how we face the prospect of our mortality, as phenomenology asserts, that singularizes us. Rather, it is how we choose to inhabit language that gives our identities a distinctive resonance. Although being compelled to participate in a common symbolic system on one level deprives us of autonomy, on another level it offers us the opportunity of carving out a singular place within its system, of claiming language for our own purposes. Harari reminds us that when the symbol and the syntome are separated, this is an effect of the discourse of the master, 2002, 88. In other words, when our discourse fails to transmit the real, when it is separated from the syntome, it obeys the master's dominant law, thereby remaining unoriginal. Discourse that communicates the real, in contrast, crafts what I have been calling a character. Singularity, in this sense, is a matter of creative living, of the always idiosyncratic ways in which we manage to activate the energies of the real within the symbolic. One could even say that through creative activity, what in the subject is more than itself, the energies of the real, the syntome, comes to permeate the subject's social identity in ways that cause it to stand out from the pool of standardized, and sanitized, humanity. The language of resistance. All of this raises the question of what kind of language qualify us as a sign of singularity. If we accept Joyce as a paradigmatic singular subject, we might be left with the impression that only the obscure, ambiguous, fragmented, and to some extent indecipherable discourse of modernist, and postmodernist, literature fights the mode of singularity, that the singular, even when it is no longer fully allied with the asociality of the real, carries the mark of this asociality in the form of solipsism and non-referentiality. That is, we might be forced to acknowledge that the asociality of the real returns as the asociality of language so that the singular self is only capable of producing discourse that is not immediately accessible to others, because the conventional social link is, intentionally or unintentionally, severed. There is undeniably a seedling of truth in this. Insofar as the real transmits the traumatic impact of the death drive, its entrance into language can, as Kristeva puts it, be spotted precisely in the dissociation of form itself. In this sense, the disfiguration of language is the prerequisite of our ability to reach ultimate thresholds of inscribable dislocation and jouissance. 1989, 27. From this perspective, even if the singular can be conceptualized as a social phenomenon, there is still always something vehemently asocial about it. Is singular language, then, by definition traumatized language? There is a lot to support this reading, for one could argue that the kind of language that exhibits the signs of formal dissociation, in Kristeva's sense, expresses a certain incapacity to work through trauma. La Capra in fact proposes that the significatory aporias, anxieties, excesses, hyperboles, and undecidabilities of modernist and postmodernist discourses, whether literary or theoretical, can be interpreted as a species of post-traumatic writing. More specifically, the intense resistance to narrative closure, totalization, and harmonization that frequently characterizes such discourses could be hypothesized to arise from a compulsive repetition of the very traumas that they are trying to overcome. Such discourses are, as it were, haunted by the personal or collective traumas of the past and, consequently, performatively caught up in an endless cycle of narrative irresolution that is, at bottom, a symptomatic form of acting out. On this view, the singularity of Joycean or equivalent discourses might simply be the underside, or upside, of the kind of trauma that has not been adequately processed. Yet La Capra also stresses that modernist and postmodernist discourses might offer a relatively safe haven for responding to trauma. 2001, 180. If redemptive narratives deny the persistence of trauma, non-redemptive narratives are narratives that are trying to come to terms with trauma in a post-traumatic context, in ways that involve both acting out and working through. 178. Experimental narratives, in other words, provide a capacious, provocative, and affectively resonant space that, instead of positing acting out and working through as two mutually exclusive modalities, allows for their complex intertwining so that acting out may come to serve as a means of working through, or trying to get to working through, and working through may contain elements of acting out. Referring to Virginia Woolf in particular, Law Capra concludes that what she writes is in no sense a conventional narrative but one that both traces the effects of trauma and somehow, at least linguistically, tries to come to terms with those effects, so that they will be inscribed and recalled but perhaps reconfigured in ways that make them not entirely disabling. 180. Law Capra thus raises the possibility that even if modernist and postmodernist discourses often reenact trauma, they also at times transmute it in ways that make it less debilitating. Similarly, I would propose that even if singularity is, as I remarked in Chapter 1, always in some ways connected to the idiosyncratic ways in which we have been traumatized, the ways in which the repetition compulsion has bound not only desire, but also the drive, in tortured configurations that do not let us rest, it might also be a sign that there is a defiant part of us that has not been entirely broken. What I have sought to illustrate in this chapter is that when singularity erupts within the social, it inevitably contains a spark of this defiance. Experimental writing such as Joyce's, the kind of writing that is animated by the energies of the real, is a linguistic marker of this spark. But Joyce's writing is merely one way for language to communicate the flash of singularity. I would say that any language that makes us question our assumptions, allows us to think in original ways, disrupts the monotony of the status quo, moves us emotionally, makes us sit up and pay attention, or exhibits the kind of creative suppleness that allows us to reinvent a slice of the world, is singularizing. Such language, by definition, avoids resolution. Inasmuch as it allows the immortal vitality of the real to infect its structure, it incessantly pushes aside fossilized forms of meaning in order to elude being subsumed by the dominant symbolic. It, as it were, harnesses the destructiveness of the death drive for the purposes of new life. As a result, even if we are inevitably the involuntary heirs of cultural signifiers, language that manages to foster the spark of singularity grants us a measure of agency over this inheritance so that we come to possess the, always incomplete, capacity to intervene in our, personal or collective, destinies. When it comes to the aliveness of language, we are never far from the Lacanian thing, or, more particularly, the absence of this thing. I have already established that lack and creativity are related in the sense that it is precisely because we feel lacking that we are compelled to create, and it is through our creative activity that we find ways to compensate for our lack. Kristeva expresses this vividly when she states that there is meaning only in despair, 1989, 5-6. In other words, it is because we are haunted by the sadness of having lost the thing that we are driven to try to reincarnate it through our various efforts to make meaning. As I noted in Chapter 2, without loss there would be no motivation for signification, there would be nothing to push us to take an interest in the world, let alone interact with it in innovative ways. The reverse of loss, and of the constitutive melancholia that this loss generates, is, therefore, sublimation, our capacity to use the signifier, in the broadest possible sense, not only to invent new objects and representations, but also to endow old objects and representations with fresh, lustrous significance. As Lacan famously puts it, sublimation raises the object to the dignity of the thing, 1960, 112. It, in short, infuses mundane objects or representations with the nobility, brilliance, and incomparable worth of the lost thing. Our ability to make the lost thing manifest itself through the countless objects and representations that we bring into the world, that we create, invent, or discover, is the source of our inner richness. Lacan makes this tangible when he, in outlining the dialectic between the lost thing and its sublimatory resurrection, resorts to the Heideggerian image of a potter who creates a vase around emptiness, creates it, just like the mythical creator, ex nihilo, starting with a hole, 1960, 121. Likewise, it is because there is lack, of the thing, within our being that we undertake ever-renewed efforts to signify it. Lacan stipulates that the vase, in his simile, is in its signifying essence a signifier of nothing other than of signifying as such, or in other words, of no particular signified. That is, the vase signifies the process of signification itself. It is a metasignifier for signification rather than merely a specific instance of signification. It reveals that emptiness and the possibility of filing it are introduced into the world simultaneously. The vase can only be filed because it is in its essence empty. 120. In this context, Lacan introduces two other examples that capture the relationship between lack and signification, namely an empty mustard pot and a hollow piece of macaroni, a hole with something around it. His point about these mundane objects is that they render concrete a fundamental fact about human life, namely that the fashioning of the signifier and the introduction of a gap or a hole in the real is identical. 1960, 121. This is a precise way of expressing what I have emphasized all along, namely that the lack in the real that results from the subject's encounter with the symbolic world is also what makes it a subjective signification. This is why, as I have argued, the signifier is not merely what deprives the subject of the thing but also, paradoxically, what allows it to cope with this constitutive loss. Or, to articulate the matter in yet another way, it is because the thing resists symbolization, because it cannot ever be fully captured within the folds of the signifier, that the subject spends its lifetime circling around it. It is because the subject cannot fill its inner void, undo its alienation, in any definitive manner that it persists as a creature of continued creative capacity. This is why, as Lacan maintains, a mustard pot possesses as essence in our practical life the fact that it presents itself as an empty mustard pot. 120. The grief of being apart. Our ability to fill the void of the lost thing with an almost endless array of, either tangible or purely mental, surrogates is therefore what founds human subjectivity. To Lacan of course specifies that the thing, the primordial, non-object that, phantasmatically, promises us unadulterated jouissance, was never actually lost. The thing is not something that we once, in some material sense, possessed. Yet its imagined loss generates the kinds of psychic effects that shape the contours of our existence in fundamental ways. It is exactly because the thing in itself can only be represented by emptiness, because we can only ever relate to it obliquely, as something missed, 1959, 52 that we are forced to approximate it through our variegated attempts to recapture it. In Lacan's words, if the thing were not fundamentally veiled, we wouldn't be in the kind of relationship to it that obliges us, as the whole of psychic life is obliged, to encircle it or bypass it in order to conceive it. 1960, 118. In a nutshell, it is because the thing can only be represented by something else. 130, that sublimation is, by definition, characterized by a change of objects. 94. Kristeva pushes this line of reasoning to its logical conclusion when she states that there is no imagination that is not, overtly or secretly, melancholy. 1989. 6. If loss is the basis of creativity, then melancholia is by necessity the somber lining of human imaginative capacity. In point of fact, symbolic subjectivity, the kind of subjectivity that is capable of imaginative production, is, in a deep sense, a defense against an underlying melancholia that threatens to pull the subject back into the silent crypt of the thing. Sublimation, Kristeva specifies, protects the subject from being overwhelmed by sadness by weaving a hypersign around and with a depressive void. This is allegory, as lavishness of that which no longer is, but which regains for myself a higher meaning because I am able to remake nothingness. 99. Sublimation, in other words, rescues the subject from the utter devastation of loss by allowing it to replace emptiness by the polyvalence of signs. For Kristeva, as is well known, it is poetic language specifically, the kind of language that is able to capture the energies of the real in the sense that I characterized in the previous chapter, that offers one of the most effective means of binding the melancholy impulse. As she argues, the so-called poetic form, which decomposes and recomposes signs, is the sole container seemingly able to secure an uncertain but adequate hold over the thing. 14. Kristeva asserts that it is to the extent that we are able to transcend melancholia by taking an interest in signification that we discover the royal way through which humanity transcends the grief of being apart. 1989, 99-100. As a form of signified sadness, sublimation keeps us from being consumed by the thing. But this is a constant struggle, for life has a way of resuscitating our foundational melancholia. The various losses, setbacks, betrayals, misfortunes, disappointments, and disillusionments of human existence can cause us to plummet into depressive states that overpower us in part precisely because they stir up our suppressed sorrow. If sublimation represents a negation of loss 3, an ongoing attempt to keep loss at a distance, depressed persons affirm loss by disavowing this negation, they nostalgically revert back onto the thing, the real object, to which they remain painfully riveted. 43-44. Those racked by depression, then, cannot bear the loss of the thing, remaining, instead, enthralled by it. They do not, so to speak, know how to lose but insist on the jouissance of endless mourning. They are so wholeheartedly devoted to the thing that they bear witness to the signifier's flimsiness, to its occasional failure to compensate for loss. 20. This kind of depression, Kristeva proposes, can result in asymbolia, in loss of meaning. 42, so that, suffocated by the over-proximity of the thing, the subject becomes incapable of translating Lacan to signify cation, it loses its sublimatory capacity to endure privation. The Erscheinung of the matchbox. For Kristeva, art in its various forms, literary, poetic, visual, is a privileged means of fending off depressive states. Art seems to point to a few devices that bypass complacency and, without simply turning mourning into mania, secure for the artist and the connoisseur a sublimatory hold over the lost thing. 1989, 97. Lacan, in many ways, agrees, for he postulates that all art is characterized by a certain mode of organization around emptiness. 1960, 130. He even punctuates his review of sublimation by recounting an art-driven case history of a patient called Ruth Jar, the details of which he gleans from an article by Melanie Klein 4. Apparently, Jar was a depressive woman who kept complaining about an empty space inside her, a space she could never fill. As chance would have it, the walls of her house were covered by the paintings of her talented brother-in-law. At some point, this brother-in-law decided to sell one of his paintings, with the result that there was suddenly an empty spot on the wall as well. This spot precipitated Jar's descent into severe depression. Lacan portrays her miraculous recovery as follows. One fine day she decides to daub a little on the wall, so as to fill up that damned empty space that has come to have for her such a crystallizing power. So as to fill up that empty space in imitation of her brother-in-law, she tries to paint a painting that is as similar to the others as possible. She goes to an artist's supply shop to look for colors that are the same as those of her brother-in-law's palette. And out of this there emerges a work of art. 116-17. 5. Although Lacan admits that Klein presents the anecdote with a lack of critical distance that cannot but raise reservations about its accuracy, he thinks that it is still a useful illustration of the power of sublimation. 1960, 117. Perhaps more importantly, Lacan quickly transitions from a consideration of artistic practice in particular to an analysis of sublimation as a general condition of human life. This is how, he observes, we come to the question of what man does when he makes a signifier. 119. What follows in the text is the story of the potter and the vase to which I already alluded. But an even more resonant example of man's capacity to manipulate the signifier may be Lacan's charming account of his friend's collection of matchboxes. Lacan tells us that his friend has hung a colorful, decorative ribbon made of used matchboxes around his mantelpiece. It was the kind of collection that it was easy to afford at that time. It was perhaps the only kind of collection possible. Only the matchboxes appeared as follows. They were all the same and were laid out in an extremely agreeable way that involved each one being so close to the one next to it that the little drawer was slightly displaced. As a result, they were all threaded together so as to form a continuous ribbon that ran along the mantelpiece, climbed the wall, extended to the molding, and climbed down again next to the door. I don't say that it went on to infinity, but it was extremely satisfying from an ornamental point of view. In other words, this arrangement demonstrated that a matchbox isn't simply something that has a certain utility, that it isn't even a type in the Platonic sense, an abstract matchbox, that the matchbox all by itself is a thing with all its coherence of being. The wholly gratuitous, proliferating, superfluous, and quasi-absurd character of this collection pointed to its thingness as matchbox. Thus the collector found his motive in this form of apprehension that concerns less the matchbox than the thing that subsists in a matchbox. 1960, 114. Lacan thus asserts that his friend's string of matchboxes reveals the thingness rather than the utility or even the Platonic type of the matchbox. It shows that a box of matches is not simply an object, but that, in the form of an Erscheinung, as it appeared in its truly imposing multiplicity, it may be a thing. 114. That is, rather than being merely an assemblage of ordinary matchboxes, the collection illuminates the trace of the thing that subsists in the matchbox. It makes the sublime appear in the most commonplace of objects. In this sense, sublimation is not merely a matter of artistic innovation but also, on a much more basic level, of inducing the thing to materialize within the mundane weave of everyday life. The matchbox here is a way to explain how ordinary objects become invested with a special meaning. The example demonstrates the transformation of an object into a thing, the sudden elevation of the matchbox to a dignity that it did not possess before. However, Lacan continues, it is a thing that is not, of course, the thing. 1960, 117-18. The object, in this case, the matchbox, elevated to the nobility of the thing is still a substitute in the sense that it can never give us the thing in itself. Yet it comes closer to the thing than other objects, it grants us a tiny portion of jouissance that connects us to the luster of the thing. As I pointed out in Chapter 1, it is because we feel that we have lost something infinite, and infinitely precious, that we hunt for its pleasurable associations. 52. We hunt for crumbs of sublimity that can give us a little taste of the jouissance that is forbidden to us. Such crumbs are always mere muffled echoes of the original sublime object, yet they still manage to satisfy us because they transmit a muted imprint of this object. Cézanne's apples. There is another key moment in Lacan's account of sublimation that illustrates this dynamic. Musing about the overall purpose of art, Lacan criticizes Plato for having deemed art to be a mere shadow of a shadow, imitation of an imitation. 1960, 141. This, Lacan claims, is a misconception, for even if art imitates objects, it also simultaneously contains something inscrutable beyond these objects, such as a tone, timbre, or a resonance that is highly distinctive yet eludes our grasp. Imitation, then, is not the ultimate aim of art, for art's endgame is much more interesting, namely to allow something of the thing's dignity to effloat to the surface. Art, like the string of matchboxes, renders the thing accessible by making its echo reverberate within a tangible object. This is why works of art, however realistic, are never identical to the objects they represent, but rather create something slightly different from these objects. 6. Referring to Cézanne specifically, Lacan writes, "At the moment when painting turns once again upon itself, at the moment when Cézanne paints his apples, it is clear that in painting those apples, he is doing something very different from imitating apples, even though his final manner of imitating them, which is the most striking, is primarily oriented toward a technique of presenting the object. But the more the object is presented in the imitation, the more it opens up the dimension in which illusion is destroyed and aims at something else. Everyone knows that there is a mystery in the way Cézanne paints apples, for the relationship to the real as it is renewed in art at that moment makes the object appear purified. It involves a renewal of its dignity by means of which these imaginary insertions are, one might say, repetitively restated." 1960, 141. When Cézanne paints an apple, he renews its dignity. Inasmuch as his art forges a relationship to the real, to the dwelling place of the thing, he taps into a mystery that resides beyond his skill at imitating his object. Cézanne's apple is never just a simple imitation of an apple, for the deeper objective of his art is a dimension that exceeds mere imitation, that points at something else. This is why his apple is at once an imitation of an apple and something more than this imitation. His genius resides in the fact that his art makes the object appear purified, that he manages to capture something about the enigma, and even the sublimity, of the thing in his representation of an utterly banal object. The same principle applies to many of the prosaic things that we, on a routine basis, insert into the void of the missing thing. Although few of us attain Cézanne's skill, the objects, and representations, that we either discover or invent as stand-ins for the thing can resonate on its frequency, they can house a more or less intense residue of the lost thing. In the same way that Joyce's signifiers enclose morsels of the real, sublimation can saturate an ordinary object with the radiance of the thing. This is why the fictions we fashion, the substitute satisfactions we endow with special significants, hold such value for us. They may fall short of the sublime object yet, insofar as they evoke it, they lend meaning to our lives. And if there are certain objects that move us more than others, if we feel strongly about some objects while others leave us cold, it is because these objects communicate more of the thing's aura than others. 7. As illusory as the sparkle of such objects may be, we experience it as real. As a result, the reverence we feel for our most cherished objects cannot be relegated to some post-humanist dustbin of discarded affects, for it is an inevitable psychic manifestation of the power of the thing to electrify us. I have remarked, at various points in my discussion, that we are able to tolerate jouissance only in small doses so that we, for instance, cannot usually sustain transcendent states for very long. Lacan's analysis of sublimation gives us an additional way to approach the question of manageable jouissance, for it implies that the very fact that we are barred from the thing makes it possible for us to gain little bits of jouissance within the confines of symbolic existence. From the vase to the mustard pot to the string of matchboxes to Cézanne's apples, the things we place in the cavity of the thing give us, always necessarily partial and diluted, enjoyment. This is why Lacan specifies that even though his friend's matchbox collection did not go on to infinity, did not meet the sublime, if you will, it was still able to grant satisfaction. As Danny Nobis succinctly conveys, any artificial stuffing of the whole in the symbolic coincides with the production of jouissance. 2002, 31. 8. Sublimation and the pleasure principle. Let me formulate the relationship between the thing and sublimation in yet another way, one that is already somewhat familiar to us from Chapter 1. Sublimation transforms the drive for jouissance into a desire that is mediated by the pleasure principle. I have indicated that although the drive, ultimately always the death drive, aims at the thing, coming too close to it would be terrifying because it would spell the demise of social subjectivity, because it would mean that the death drive had actually reached its target. This is why Lacan declares that when the limit of bearable jouissance is breached, the psychic impulse is not capable of advancing any further toward what is supposed to be its goal. 1959. Rather, the impulse becomes scattered throughout the organism, resulting in the state of too muchness or surplus agitation I have depicted. The task of sublimation is to curtail this scattering. Because the subject cannot endure the direct impact of jouissance, but can only handle its reflection, sublimation transforms the drive for the thing into a desire directed at various objets. It forces the drive into the mold of the pleasure principle so that the boundary of manageable excitation is not exceeded and satisfaction becomes a concrete possibility. It inserts the signifier between the subject and the thing so that what the subject experiences is an endless series of secondary satisfactions rather than the primary satisfaction it covets yet cannot allow itself to have. As Lacan asserts, the pleasure principle is nothing else than the dominance of the signifier. 1960, 134. 9 to be exact. While the thing spurs the subject's quest for satisfaction, it is the pleasure principle that controls the movement of this quest, imposing the detours of desire, the winding voyage of psychic attachments from object to object, or representa, tie to representation, that keep the subject at a safe distance from the thing. 10. As we have seen, this mechanism is by no means infallible. It can never entirely contain the excess jouissance of the drives, which is why so many of us end up with the kind of too muchness of energy that periodically overwhelms the pleasure principle and causes anxiety. Yet without the modulating impact of the pleasure principle, and of sublimation as one of the major instruments of the pleasure principle, our lives would be largely unbearable. It may also be worth thinking about the matter in terms of the theme of destiny I have been elaborating from time to time, for to stipulate, as Lacan does, that the thing is the object at which the drive, as well as, from a greater distance, desire, aims is what determines the trajectory of our quest for satisfaction is to proclaim, quite simply, that the thing shapes our overall psychic orientation, or disorientation, which is to say, our destiny. This is why Lacan announces that the thing constitutes the heart of man's destiny and that it is the cause of the most fundamental human passion. 1960, 97. Because the thing stands at the origin of the kind of desire that can never be satisfied, it gives us our destiny by dictating, through the always highly idiosyncratic cadence of our pleasure principle, how we go about the task of shifting from one substitute to the next. It fixes our fate by providing a difficult-to-alter map that separates desires that seem viable to us from those that do not. According to this account, one of the distinctive characteristics of human life is that we are obliged to travel from object to object, or from representation to representation, in a manner that is both faithful to our fate and makes this fate livable. Repetition as creativity. This may help to clarify why the repetition compulsion is an important manifestation of the regulatory force of the pleasure principle, for repetition is obviously an immensely reliable means of controlling the movement of desire, of obliging desire to stick to a predetermined path. Even though it would be easy to assume that the repetition compulsion violates the pleasure principle, Lacan implies that it is merely a particularly virulent expression of the latter's power to command the subject's destiny. If the thing is the knot des Lebens, around which the drive, and, again, desire from a greater distance, circulates, repetition manages this incessant circulation. This is why I specified in Chapter 1 that the stubbornness with which the repetition compulsion lands the subject in the same spot over and again is an essential facet of its attempt to contain the otherwise overwhelming pressure of jouissance. But my discussion in this chapter suggests something even more counterintuitive, namely that repetition may, under certain conditions, be a conduit of creativity. As we have learned, repetition offers the drive the peculiar pleasure of never attaining its object, the thing, which is why, as Lacan posits, its satisfaction occurs elsewhere than where its aim is. 1960, 111. 11. If we add to this Copiaque's contention that this inhibition of the drive is the very definition of sublimation, 2004, 30, we arrive at a very intriguing idea, namely that sublimation, and the burgeoning of creativity that sublimation implies, only becomes possible to the extent that the drive persists, to the extent that the subject's drive destiny is, precisely, not overcome. This is in many ways what Lacan's equation of Joyce's writing with the symptom suggests. But Lacan articulates this even more directly when he states, repetition demands the new. It is turned towards the ludic. The adult, and even the more advanced child, demands something new in his activities, in his games. But this sliding away, glissement, conceals what is the true secret of the ludic, namely, the most radical diversity constituted by repetition in itself. 1964-61. Repetition veers towards the ludic, the creative, because it demands the new. The insistence of the drive, the undeadness of the death drive, as it were, demands variation, and this variation allows the subject to sidestep the drive's real aim by giving it certain outlets that go some way to satisfying the pleasure principle. 62. It is in this sense that the true secret of the ludic is repetition, repetition as a vehicle of sublimation, or, as Lacan here puts it, of radical diversity. Lacan goes on to propose that this is exactly the dynamic we witness in the repetitive forte game of a child who has been momentarily abandoned by his mother, for this game is the child's answer to what the mother's absence has created on the frontier of his domain, the edge of his cradle, namely, a ditch, around which one can only play at jumping. 1964-62. The forte game is designed to fill the ditch, the lack, void, or abyss, that is opened up around the child's cradle by the mother's absence. The game is, if you will, the child's first attempt at sublimation, one that will later be supplanted by a whole host of creative activities. As such, it already exhibits sublimation's most basic mechanism, repetition. The variation, or diversity, of repetition that sublimation calls for could be said to arise from the fact that the child's spool never falls in precisely the same way. Nor is any instance of recovery entirely identical to previous, or future, recoveries. In the adult, this variation obviously takes more sophisticated forms, but the principle holds, so that even when we repeat, we never repeat in precisely the same way, no matter how symptomatic our repetitions. We never live out our pain in exactly the same manner, but continuously invent new ways to sting ourselves. This is because repetition, like the sublimatory impulse it serves, is extraordinarily plastic. It finds infinite ways to approach its object so that when one route is obstructed, others take its place. In this manner, it guarantees that there is always the possibility of satisfaction, even if it is substitutive. Lacan 1960-94. Deviant satisfactions. This conceptual affinity between sublimation and repetition explains in part why the line between creativity and symptom formation can at times get blurry. On the one hand, the fact that we are stuck on the thing, that we are forever condemned to circulate a knot of jouissance that we can neither reach nor disband, facilitates the discovery of ever new ways to reincarnate the lost object. But, on the other, it can give rise to agonizing symptoms. After all, the symptom, like sublimation, is at bottom a means of binding excess jouissance. It consumes and to some extent disciplines the drives that circle the thing, shielding us from its more devouring aspects as effectively, and sometimes even more effectively, as sublimatory activity does. One could in fact propose that the symptom is, in the final analysis, merely a pathological form of sublimation. What distinguishes it from less pathological, more creative, varieties of sublimation is that the latter mobilize the signifier whereas the symptom, as I have observed, arises from the subject's failure to do so. While there may be cases, and Joyce might be a good example of this, where the signifier itself becomes symptomatic, usually the emergence of the symptom is a sign that the signifier has not managed to adequately contain the drives. This flimsiness of the signifier, to recycle Christova's phrase, is precisely why we are all prey to the too muchness of energy I have analyzed. The symptom as a nexus of tortured and roundabout satisfaction is what absorbs this too muchness, thereby doing its very best to prevent a total breakdown of psychic functioning. The symptom is thus a stopgap measure intended to ensure our survival. Sublimation, in contrast, reaches beyond survival to something more life-affirming. If symptomatic strains of the repetition compulsion already introduce a degree of diversity in that, as I indicated above, we never repeat pain in quite the same way, the repetitive thrust of sublimation demands variety so ardently that even when it reiterates the old, it produces something new. Or, to put the matter slightly differently, even when sublimation replicates the past, it animates the future as a site of imaginative possibility. This is why it constitutes the cornerstone of my attempt to theorize singularity as a social phenomenon, why it offers a viable alternative to the ethical, or divine, act. More specifically, if sublimation, as Lacan claims, populates the field of dusting with imaginary schemes, 1960-99, and if the contours of this imaginary expansion are always distinctive, reflective of our highly personal relationship to loss, then sublimation functions as a crucial resource for the augmentation of our character. Its summons, its interpolation beyond ideological interpolation, may not be as palpable as that of the act, or event, but its long-term effects can be equally valuable in that it gradually adds layer upon layer of depth and meaning to our psychic lives, inserting precious deposits of singularity into the texture of our social existence. There is no doubt that this singularity can be compromised by the fact that many of our sublimatory satisfactions are dictated by what the normative social order recognizes as a useful or lawful pleasure. This is why our satisfactions tend to be historically and culturally specific, dedicated to collective fantasies of legitimacy. However, as I illustrated in the previous chapter, the complex mechanisms of sublimation can also work semi-independently of, and sometimes even in direct opposition to, what the establishment finds acceptable. In the same way that learning to read the truth of our desire allows us to distance ourselves from the enigmatic desire of the other, our sublimatory efforts can, over time, revise our repertoire of satisfactions. This is how we sometimes end up with deviant satisfactions, ones that digress from what our environment judges as valid or even recognizes as possible. As is the case with Badiou's truth event, the logic of our satisfactions may be invisible from the outside, which is why we sometimes end up defending their reasonableness. Such non-compliance can obviously complicate our lives. But it is also how we end up with avant-garde art and other pioneering types of cultural innovation, along with intellectual, ethical, political, and scientific, not to mention sexual, inventiveness. The sublimations of Galileo and Mary Wollstonecraft, to choose two obvious examples, were not accepted as legitimate by their social settings. But, in the larger scheme of history, they turned out to be exceptionally important. This is the luminous face of sublimation, the face that confirms that our failure to attain the thing can stimulate tremendous feats of originality. The allure of false objects. In this context, it is helpful to acknowledge how easy it is to get sucked into the whirlwind of superficial satisfactions promised by our overly saturated consumer culture. By this I do not mean to set up a facile distinction between high and low culture, authentic and inauthentic satisfactions, for I believe that the gratification we get from watching HBO can be just as valid, just as genuinely fulfilling, as seeing a Shakespeare play. Nevertheless, I cannot but agree with Zizek's appraisal that there is something pathetically hollow about our current cultural injunction to enjoy the almost fanatical command that we seek sexual, spiritual, personal, and professional satisfaction as voraciously as we can, and that we use the cookie-cutter solutions offered by our late capitalist market economy to do so. 12 From Viagra to Deepak Chopra, we are told that there are ways to improve the quality of our lives, yet the improvement in question often remains elusive, so that we end up expending our energies in a futile attempt to catch up with satisfactions that forever fail us. We fall into this trap to the degree that our desire to feel meaningfully present in our lives causes us to pursue one activity after another, one interest after another, so relentlessly that we lose our capacity to accurately assess which pleasures actually meet the real of our desire. This is how our very quest for enjoyment can, ironically enough, rob us of it. What is more, because we understand that the profusion of the various enjoyments on offer in our culture can harm us, we can become a bit paranoid about our satisfactions. Zupanc has characterized this as the double bind of contemporary nihilism, on the one hand, the imperative enjoy, and, on the other, the reminder that we are also constantly bombarded with, enjoyment can kill you, enjoy. But be aware that enjoyment can kill you. 2003, 68. 13 It is easy to be deceived by false objects that proffer the kind of satisfaction that they cannot ultimately deliver. As Lacan explains, in forms that are historically and socially specific, the elements, the imaginary elements of the phantasm come to overlay the subject, to dilute it, at the very point of das Sting, 1960, 99. In other words, the imaginary components of the object can function as shimmering lures that eclipse the aura of the thing, seducing us to look for satisfaction in entirely illusory directions that little by little detach us from the truth of our desire. This is exactly how we come to be overrun by the desire of the other to the point that we no longer recognize the voice of our own. In addition, when the imaginary components manage to overtake the object, it is no longer capable of transmitting the thing's echo. It no longer contains a little piece of the sublime object, but merely participates in an empty play of aesthetic effects that cannot bring us any real satisfaction. Unfortunately, to the degree that the other seeks to hide its slack by offering us a dizzying cornucopia of unnecessary objects, our life worlds are filled with such decoys, with distractions calculated to steer our attention away from social problems to the problem of deciding which shade of lipstick, scent of aftershave, size of television screen, or box of breakfast cereal will most satisfy us. The archetypal North American breakfast cereal aisle, the enormity of which never ceases to shock me even after nearly 30 years of close encounters, is in many ways a perfect example of the double bind of nihilism's Upank outlines. On the one hand, you want a cereal you can enjoy, but, on the other, you want to make sure it is good for you, will not in any way contribute to your untimely death. Many cereals are explicitly calculated to mollify the apprehension caused by this bind, so that when you reach for a particular box, you get instant gratification from knowing that you have managed to outwit the problem. Alternatively, the cereal aisle allows you to rectify your lapses of hedonism at the very moment of their occurrence, so that if your cart already contains a box of Cocoa Puffs, adding a virtuous box of organic Swiss muesli will immediately balance things out, appeasing any pangs of bad conscience you might have felt creeping in. Furthermore, the cereal aisle is the perfect microcosm for determining how your enjoyment compares with that of others, so that your sidelong glances at other shoppers' carts enable you to figure out if you are being either overly indulgent or overly prudish. As compensation for the impossibility of visiting other people's bedrooms while they are having sex, the cereal aisle offers a convenient way to gauge how your enjoyment measures up to theirs. And it even empowers you to make snap judgments about the moral fiber and sanity of others, so that, unless the buyer is a skeleton skinny teenage boy, you deem anyone who fills his or her cart with sugar smacks as somehow lacking in basic human integrity. All of this is to say that the uniquely human capacity to sublimate generates not only meaning, but also heaps and heaps of stuff in which we can lose ourselves, or at least hours of our day. The Western world is guilty of this to such an extreme that anyone arriving at an average American or European department store from a less privileged place is justified in feeling disgusted, particularly as it is clear that the West's affluence is usually purchased at the expense of the rest of the world. And our sublimatory urge also spawns a lot of ugliness. From waste dumps to weapons of mass destruction, our world is filled with harmful objects that, in an increasingly symptomatic manner, represent the residue of human endeavors to compensate for the lost thing, to fill the lack that founds human being. As a race, we are on the brink of devastating our environment because we are overloading it by our desperate attempts to fend off the specter of nothingness. We do this on the social level, so that nuclear arsenals erect a phallic barrier against the abyss at the center of the symbolic other. But we also do it on the individual level by accumulating piles of useless possessions that are meant to make us feel full rather than empty, but that ultimately end up cluttering the world. In this sense, if sublimation allows us to access the world's resources as raw materials for our creative undertakings, it can also prompt us to act destructively towards this very world. This is why we have a pressing ethical obligation to pay attention to the difference between objects that contain an echo of the thing and the various lures that drown out this echo. Arguably, many of our most burning environmental problems are due to the fact that we sometimes confuse the two, with the consequence that our relationship to the world is driven by sheer gluttony rather than the quest for new forms of resourcefulness. Whenever this happens, we violate the thingness of things, we deprive them of the sublime kernel that alone can offer us real satisfaction. Symbolic ideals and values. I want to be careful here to resist the temptation to demonize our symbolic universe in its entirety, for I do not think that the lures of consumer society even begin to exhaust its domain. Concluding that there is nothing worth venerating in our culture would only lead us back to the idea that the only way to assert our singularity is to relinquish all of our symbolic supports in an act of subjective destitution, or divine violence. We have seen that there are situations where such an act is the right, or only, course of action. But I hope to have illustrated that this is not invariably the case, that there are times when engaging with the social world achieves a lot more. Indeed, if we go back to the notion of quilting points I introduced in Chapter 3, it seems obvious that most of us have cultural reference points that connect us to something more constructive than the distractions of consumerism, that provide the kinds of meaningful ideals and values that anchor us in the collective world even as we endeavor to define our singular place within that world. 14 In my earlier discussion of quilting points, I emphasized that they become toxic when they are laced by prejudice. This is why it is essential to choose our ideals and values carefully, and to maintain a critical attitude towards them at all times so that, if need be, we remain capable of dissociating our desire from the desire of the other. At the same time, it would be futile to pretend that we could step outside of our usual network of quilting points without losing the foundations of our lives. Regardless of where we find them, in our general cultural setting, in a subcultural space, between several cultures, they stabilize our lives by offering us places to cathect our desire. Social quilting points work best when they lend consistency to our existence without arresting the movement of our desire. In such cases, they do not impede our sublimatory impulse, but merely allow us to better manage it by offering us a number of steady summits of cultural meaning that ensure that the endless sliding of desire from one object to the next does not spin completely out of control. They provide some known signifieds for our signifiers so that we do not need to begin the process of orienting ourselves in the world from scratch every morning. 15. Or, to restate the issue in the terms of my analysis of sublimation, the fact that we borrow energy from relatively stable coordinates of meaning does not deprive us of the ability to personalize these coordinates. The fact that we are connected to specific signifieds does not mean that there is no room left for the playfulness of the signifier. It does not mean that the link between signifieds and signifiers cannot be severed and reconfigured. This severing may not always be easy, but it is entirely possible, as is proven not only by Joyce, but also by artists, intellectuals, politicians, and social activists, among others, who manage to revamp our cultural ideals and values from year to year, from decade to decade, so that someone from the 19th century would have a hard time fighting into our current cultural configuration. Quilting points guarantee that no matter how ludic the sliding of the signifier gets, it does not slide quite to the point of psychosis, or complete non-meaning. Likewise, inasmuch as they offer collective containers for our desire, they connect us to the social world in ways that facilitate our capacity to gain satisfaction in and through that world. In a more technical vein, one might say that they rescue us from the narcissistic economy of the imaginary, allowing us to exchange the ideal ego of the mirror stage for the ego ideals of the symbolic. Kirchner's distinction between the ideal ego as a grandiose fantasy of a cohesive self on the one hand and the ego ideal as what arises from our internalization of social values on the other is useful here. While I would once again caution against assuming that all of the social values that surround us are benevolent, Kirchner is right to argue that they serve as an effective antidote to the kinds of mirroring identifications that collapse the space between self and other, making it difficult for us to admit that external objects possess an integrity of their own. Kirchner specifies that while both the ideal ego and the ego ideal defend against the threat of fragmentation, the former is problematic because it denies all personal limitation. The ego ideal, in contrast, allows us to transition from the deceptive universe of the mirror stage to collective structures of meaning production. 2004, 46-49, 100-1. Or, to return to the framework I have developed in this chapter, one could propose that the ego ideal succeeds where the ideal ego fails because it chooses sublimation over narcissism. Professor D. Shoes. Sublimation, as Lacan theorizes it, explains how we come to fill our world not only with worthless junk, but also with worthwhile ideals and values. Quilting points. In Chapter 1, I examine transcendence as a worldly, rather than an otherworldly, phenomenon, proposing that moments that allow us to, however briefly or incompletely, hit the real introduce a sliver of sublimity into our everyday realities. Along related lines, Lacan's analysis of sublimation reveals that to the extent that we discover little specks of the thing in mundane objects and representations, matchboxes, Cézanne's apples, etc., we make the sublime present within the fabric of ordinary life. This is why I have stressed that it is important to be able to differentiate between objects and representations that contain the thing's echo and others that do not. Consumer goods that have been divested of the last vestiges of the thing fall into the latter category, which is why they betray the thing's dignity. But it is necessary to be cautious even here. I do not think that all the items that fill our stores and television screens are devoid of the thing's aura. Where a given person finds this aura is absolutely idiosyncratic, so that an item I find completely banal might elicit a strong reaction from someone else. I suspect that many of us are familiar with the tingling sensation that comes over us when we chance upon the perfect article in a crowded store. We might have spent hours looking for something worth purchasing when this article suddenly calls on us from some inconspicuous corner or from underneath a pile of kitschy trinkets. Personally, I have turned shopping into an effortless activity by having unconditional faith in this process, so that I can determine within a couple of minutes whether a particular store holds any promise or not. I scan the articles in a fairly absent-minded manner, and if nothing leaps at me immediately, I move on. In a given year, I might spend less than 2 hours shopping for clothes, yet I always seem to have ones that feel right. This may appear light years from the Lacanian thing, but who is to say that if Lacan finds the Erscheinung of the thing in a matchbox, I cannot find it in a pair of Jimmy Choo shoes? Indeed, I may be explicitly invited to do so by Lacan's story of how his wife discovered that Professor D, his former mentor from the École des Langues Orientales, was lodged in the same quaint London guest house as Lacan himself was. Lacan tells us that his wife returned to their room one morning and declared that Professor D was in the guest house. When Lacan asked her how she knew this, she responded, "I've seen his shoes." Lacan reports that he remained skeptical, not willing to take a pair of clodhoppers sitting outside a door as sufficiently convincing evidence. But, lo and behold, it turned out that Professor D in fact was staying at the guest house, something that Lacan discovered when he caught the esteemed professor slipping out of his room in his dressing gown, exposing as he went a pair of long and highly academic drawers. 1960, 296. Lacan segues from here to Van Gogh's peasant shoes, famously analyzed by Heidegger, concluding that any object may be the signifier by means of which that reflection, mirage, or more or less unbearable brilliance we call the beautiful starts to vibrate. 297. 16 However, what most interests me about Lacan's anecdote is the idea that a pair of clodhoppers may, in spite of its dumbness, 297, speak, and speak quite eloquently, about the singularity of its owner. Professor D's shoes, in short, were a sight where the universality belonging to the shoes of an academic was intimately joined to whatever it was that was absolutely specific to Professor D, 296-97. Do we not here witness precisely the escape of the singular from underneath the generic, the man from underneath the scholar, that Rosenzweig was looking for? Moreover, Professor D's drawers may have been academic, but the sight of him wearing them in the corridor of a London guest house, an establishment marked by the delicious smell of toast and the menace of inedible gelatin desserts, 296, certainly was not. As a matter of fact, the irony of the word academic here is meant to call our attention to how very non-academic, expressive of the man rather than of the scholar, the situation really was. The sublime is accessible. My point here is that if ordinary objects can vibrate on the unique frequency of a given individual, in this case, Professor D, the reverse may also be the case. We can feel summoned by objects, or representations, that match the distinctive outlines of our desire. Even though we often fall for the seductions of hollow objects and representations that can only give us a shallow, and usually short-lived, satisfaction, we do usually know when we have stumbled upon the real thing, be it in the form of a pair of shoes or a beloved person. We know when we have discovered something that is not easily replaceable. In other words, we may err by attributing the luster of the thing to too many objects. We may on occasion let ourselves be fooled by shiny lures, but we rarely hesitate in the face of the genuine article. There are objects that resurrect the thing in highly suggestive ways, which is why they carry a strong affective valence, at times tapping into deposits of melancholia that bring us to the verge of despair, other times rendering us uncommonly alive by galvanizing existential frequencies we rarely visit, or even recognize we have. We may not know why certain objects touch us, why certain people, for example, energize us while others deplete us, and we may also not know why some objects manage to have this impact over long stretches of time while others only offer a transitory satisfaction. All we know is that objects that do have the power to move us on this level are more adored than those that do not. And we also know that some circuits of desire are more truthful than others precisely because they are directed at objects that, however ineffably, possess this power. One might even hypothesize that those of us who are able to find objects that convey something about the things or activate the immortal within ourselves better than those who live entirely on the level of empty, counterfeit, objects. This is why we need to hold on to the content of our satisfactions by recognizing that objects matter, that the makeup and emotional resonance of the article or person we welcome into our lives makes a difference. 17 Lacan acknowledges this much when he states, in the context of his discussion of the matchbox, that we do not find the thing in a random way in any object whatsoever. 1960, 114. This is yet another reason I cannot endorse Zizek's critique of the false heroism involved in the acceptance of symbolic castration. See Chapter 2. Zizek implies that those who fall into such heroism meekly reconcile themselves to the notion that real satisfaction is impossible. They idiotically submit themselves to the metonymic sliding of desire so that worldly objects, objet, will always block their access to unmediated jouissance. I have tried to show that the matter is much more complicated than this. I do not think that Lacan's assertion that symbolic castration is the price we pay for our social viability is meant to suggest that all real satisfaction is forbidden. Although Lacan certainly criticizes the corrupt nature of much of what our society sells as enjoyment, he does not ask us to shun material things in favor of some sublime ideal that will never crystallize, or even in favor of a radical act that will detach us from the world. Quite the opposite. He intimates that the various things, objects and representations, of the world are how real satisfaction makes its way into our lives. Lacan's theory of sublimation reveals how far he is from valorizing a transcendent, or death-driven, real beyond worldly semblances. It shows that it is through such semblances, the various objects we cathect to, that we attain jouissance, with the result that when we shun mundane objects, we gain neither these objects nor the real. This is to say that aiming directly at the real thing without going through objects of desire does not, in most circumstances, get us anywhere. With typical acumen, Zupang asserts that when we insist on an unbridgeable chasm between the thing and all worldly things, we remain perpetually dissatisfied. We become caught up in a hopeless fidelity to a lost enjoyment in the sense that we spurn everyday objects because we imagine that only the missing thing can grant us authentic fulfillment. In the name of the lack of the true object, we reject all other objects and satisfy ourselves with none. 2240. Because we convince ourselves live entirely on the level of empty, counterfeit, objects. This is why we need to hold on to the content of our satisfactions by recognizing that objects matter, that the makeup and emotional resonance of the article or person we welcome into our lives makes a difference. 17 Lacan acknowledges this much when he states, in the context of his discussion of the matchbox, that we do not find the thing in a random way in any object whatsoever. 1960, 114. This is yet another reason I cannot endorse Zizek's critique of the false heroism involved in the acceptance of symbolic castration. See Chapter 2. Zizek implies that those who fall into such heroism meekly reconcile themselves to the notion that real satisfaction is impossible. They idiotically submit themselves to the metonymic sliding of desire so that worldly objects, objet, will always block their access to unmediated jouissance. I have tried to show that the matter is much more complicated than this. I do not think that Lacan's assertion that symbolic castration is the price we pay for our social viability is meant to suggest that all real satisfaction is forbidden. Although Lacan certainly criticizes the corrupt nature of much of what our society sells as enjoyment, he does not ask us to shun material things in favor of some sublime ideal that will never crystallize, or even in favor of a radical act that will detach us from the world. Quite the opposite, he intimates that the various things, objects and representations, of the world are how real satisfaction makes its way into our lives. Lacan's theory of sublimation reveals how far he is from valorizing a transcendent, or death-driven, real beyond worldly semblances. It shows that it is through such semblances, the various objects we cathect to, that we attain jouissance, with the result that when we shun mundane objects, we gain neither these objects nor the real. This is to say that aiming directly at the real thing without going through objects of desire does not, in most circumstances, get us anywhere. With typical acumen, Zupang asserts that when we insist on an unbridgeable chasm between the thing and all worldly things, we remain perpetually dissatisfied. We become caught up in a hopeless fidelity to a lost enjoyment in the sense that we spurn everyday objects because we imagine that only the missing thing can grant us authentic fulfillment. In the name of the lack of the true object, we reject all other objects and satisfy ourselves with none. 2240. Because we convince ourselves, beyond all ordinary objects there is something which alone would make our life worth living. 240. We fail to appreciate the partial satisfactions offered by worldly things, thereby gradually evacuating our existence of all possibility of jouissance. This is why Zupang maintains that the attempt to distinguish between the thing and things, the real and semblances, and to valorize the former over the latter, amounts to a machine for producing the nothing, a kind of factory of nihilism. 2003, 129. 18 Zupang thus suggests that if we are to avoid the kind of nihilism that renders the world meaningless, we must recognize that the thing can only be approached through things. She calls this phenomenon desublimation because it makes the sublime accessible within the semblances of the world. 2003, 180-81. But there may not actually be any need for a new term, given that, as I have demonstrated, Lacan's theory of sublimation is designed to communicate this very idea, namely that the sublime enters the world through ordinary objects and representations. Ideally, this results in an enhanced capacity to find value in the minutiae of everyday life. And it illustrates how drastically Lacan's existential ethos, if I may call it that, differs from philosophies that place satisfaction beyond the world, in some ultimate moral or divine good. For instance, in the Lacanian vision, instead of looking for satisfaction in Platonic ideals, the Christian afterlife, or any other transcendent domain, we aspire to discover it in the here and now of our existence. From a slightly different standpoint, one might say that if metaphysical notions of satisfaction seek the end of desire, Lacan advocates its infinite perpetuation. Though one can certainly interpret the ethical/divine act as one that extinguishes desire by dropping the subject into the turbulent ocean of jouissance, Lacan's account of sublimation unmistakably valorizes the continuation of desire. 19 On this view, not seating on one's desire is not only a matter of holding on to the truth of one's desire, but also of making sure that this desire does not dissipate under the utilitarian pressures of life. Given how much emphasis post-Lacanian theory has, in recent years, placed on the ethics of the act, it is important to note that Lacan also views sublimation, our capacity to raise mundane objects to the dignity of the thing, as a matter of ethics. We must now, therefore, consider the notion of creation with all it implies, because it is central, not only for our theme of the motive of sublimation, but also that of ethics in its broadest sense. 1960, 119. Lacan here links creation to ethics, making it difficult to interpret his ethics of psychoanalysis, of not seating on one's desire, solely as a function of diving into the deadly jouissance of the real. While Lacan's reading of Antigone certainly points to that direction, his analysis of sublimation, as I started to suggest in the end of the previous chapter, offers an alternative reading of what it means to persist in one's desire. According to the latter, ethics is not a matter of seeing one's desire to its destructive climax, but rather of keeping desire alive by refusing to close the gap between the thing and things. By now we know that there are, at least, two ways to access the real. While the act aims directly at it, sublimation takes the more subtle approach of looking for the echo of the thing in ordinary objects and representations. Both have to do with the quest for satisfaction, but while the jouissance of the act neutralizes the symbolic, sublimation aspires to reconfigure it by bringing bits of jouissance into the realm of signification. I have argued for the viability of both of these approaches to counter the tendency to celebrate the act as the zenith of Lacanian ethics, in part because I am not convinced that such celebration faithfully captures the spirit of Lacanian ethics. If nothing else, Lacan's contempt for Sade should make us think twice. After all, there are few who have gone further than Sade in their efforts to forego all symbolic mediation, to raise the middle finger at all established norms, as it were, in order to reach the heart of jouissance. Yet Lacan thought that Sade liked imagination. Although in the eyes of some the work of Marquis de Sade seems to promise a variety of entertainments, it is not strictly speaking much fun. Moreover, the parts that seem to give the most pleasure can also be regarded as the most boring. 1959, 78. All of this implies that when Lacan tells us to act in conformity with our desire, he is not necessarily advocating that we abdicate our status as creatures of symbolic capacity. I have granted that there are cases where the cost of staying faithful to the truth of our desire results in such a radical outcome. Yet we have seen that persevering in our desire may also be a matter of struggling to find ways to incorporate the echo of the thing, as the cause of our idiosyncratic desire, into the rhythm of our social lives even when doing so proves demanding, even when our environment erects obstacles to our ability to accomplish this task. In both cases, Lacanian ethics asks us to revere the utter singularity of our relationship to the thing even when it would be easier to capitulate to the desire of the other. It may in fact be that the act and sublimation are merely two different points of resistance on a continuum that runs from antisocial rebellion to meek social conformity, so that honoring the echo of the thing through sublimatory efforts to reinvent social ideals and values is merely a less drastic, or desperate, manifestation of ethical action than the act is. Perhaps we are simply dealing with two faces of the attempt to ensure that what the cultural order considers impossible somehow becomes possible. The debt of desire. The ethics of sublimation shares a basic similarity with the ethics of the act, namely that, like the latter, it pursues the thread of desire, follows the echo of the thing, even when doing so means going against the service of goods, the morality of the master, that Lacan so despises. A comparison with Heidegger may once again be useful, for Lacan's critique of the master's morality is in many ways akin to Heidegger's critique of Das Man. The difference from Heidegger is that Lacan tackles the issue through the authenticity of desire rather than through the authenticity of being. He wants to remind us of the debt of desire that grounds our subjectivity. If analysis has a meaning, desire is nothing other than that which supports an unconscious theme, the very articulation of that which roots us in a particular destiny, and that destiny demands insistently that the debt be paid, and desire keeps coming back, keeps returning, and situates us once again in a given track, the track of something that is specifically our business. 1960, 319. In other words, insofar as the signifier brings us into being as symbolic subjects, granting us a, more or less developed, sense of social belonging, we are irrevocably indebted to it for our very existence. This debt can never be paid in full, but our endeavors to redeem it situate us in a singular sublimatory track, singular constellation of desire, through which we strive to reincarnate the lost thing. This, as Lacan suggests, and as I've been underlining throughout this book, is what our destiny is made of. There may be nothing that impacts our destiny more than the fact that our desire keeps coming back, keeps returning to the same track, demanding that we place one object A, after another into its groove. Incontestably, some of these objects cater to the narcissistic side of desire, the side that expects the things of the world to seal the gaping wound left by the absent thing. When this happens, the repetition compulsion trumps the ethical dimension of sublimation, the dimension that empowers us to renew the world on a regular basis, so that the things in question remain stuck in the gullet of the signifier. Lacan 1964, 270. To be exact, the tortured trail of the repetition compulsion is a sign that the sublimatory impulse, which, in principle, possesses the power to resurrect the thing in endlessly novel ways, has congealed into symptomatic patterns. But, as I have shown, this does not mean that desire's repetitive force is by definition tyrannical. When it is coupled with sublimation's open-ended energy, when it acknowledges that the thing cannot be reduced to, totalized by, any one incarnation, it allows us to observe the various ways in which the thing echoes within different objects, or within the same object at different times. This last insight is important because I do not mean to suggest that we are mistaken when we get affected to a specific object, that it is somehow more rewarding to move from object to object than to devote ourselves to one object that manages to revive the thing with unusual intensity. Obviously, the object of our deepest appreciation can be a valid means of venerating the thing's echo. But the point about the sublimatory mobility of desire applies here as well, and may even apply more urgently, in the sense that an excessive rigidity of desire can cause a lot of problems, particularly when our object is another person. Simply put, the more inflexible and narrow-minded, narcissistic, our desire, the less generous it is, it suffocates the object, fixing it into a static ideal that is not allowed to evolve. Such desire does not respect the shifting reality of the object, but instead expects it to reincarnate the thing with absolute accuracy and consistency so that any deviation from the ideal comes to be read as a betrayal. Needless to say, this places an unreasonable burden on the object, for not only is it impossible for any one object to flawlessly coincide with the thing, but the requirement that there be no change in the object violates the basic principles of relationality. It renders the object a prisoner of its past by asking it to endlessly replicate its original embodiment. Against this backdrop, what makes the ethics of sublimation ethical is that it is driven by the longing to find ever new ways to approach the thing, which means that it by definition accepts the variable nature of the object. It in fact welcomes this variability because the less predictable the object, the better it facilitates the endless perpetuation of the sublimatory impulse. Beyond the reality principle. Another way to consider the issue is to stress, once again, that there is an enormous difference between the symbolic other as a site of hegemonic power and the signifier as a site of sublimatory capacity. If the other worships the master's morality, the signifier as a tool of sublimation has the power to challenge this morality precisely because it pursues the unknown and as of yet unrepresented. Zupanc sums up the issue by arguing that sublimation is a matter of ethics insofar as it is not entirely subordinated to the reality principle, but liberates or creates a space from which it is possible to attribute certain values to something other than the recognized and established common good. 2003, 77. That is, our faithfulness to the echo of the thing establishes a code of ethics that is drastically different from that of the reality principle, the principle of the other. It, like the Erscheinung of the matchbox or Cézanne's apples, ensures that there is something more than reality within reality. It creates a space for the luster of the real within reality, thereby making the symbolic not all. One sublimation thus undermines the seamlessness of social reality. Because the objects we endow with the thing's nobility contain a trace of the real, they automatically challenge the notion that the other's reality principle is all we have got. In this sense, it is exactly the fact that reality does not fully correspond to itself, that it is always punctured by the energies of the real, that forges an opening for the reinvention of personal or social ideals, values, and systems of representation. Or, to approach the matter from the opposite direction, it is only when something of the real is admitted to the space of the symbolic that it becomes possible to reach beyond the reality principle. 2. On this view, sublimation is not what tempers prohibited passions by directing their unlawful energies into something more lawful, as Freud saw it. And it is also not what turns passion into beauty in the conventional sense. Rather, It strives to clear a stage on which ideals, values, and systems of representation that are considered illegitimate and devoid of worth become legitimate and worthwhile. 3. In a deep sense, it institutes a set of ethical criteria that give the subject pause whenever it is asked to betray the thing's echo. As Lacan himself clarifies, there is another register of morality that takes its direction from that which is to be found on a level of das Ding. It is the register that makes the subject hesitate when he is on the point of bearing false witness against das Ding, that is to say, the place of desire. 1960, 109-10. This is an ethics that is not dictated by the instrumentalist imperatives of utility, but rather assesses the value of things, as well as of the ethical actions related to those things, on the basis of their proximity, or loyalty, to the thing. The object that comes the closest, or remains the most loyal, to the thing is, ethically speaking, more important than one that is merely useful. Once again, this does not mean that we have the right to expect the objects of our desire to capture the thing's aura with complete precision. But it does suggest that objects that most powerfully emit this aura are also the ones that most readily engage our passion. This is why, as Lacan remarks, the ethics of sublimation has nothing at all to do with something that may be satisfied by moderation, that moderation which soberly regulates a human being's relationship with his fellow man at the different hierarchical levels of society in a harmonious order, from the couple to the state with a capital S, 1960, 110. This lack of moderation is of course exactly what attracts Badiou to Lacanian ethics, for Badiou's truth event also has absolutely nothing to do with moderation. Inasmuch as the event activates the immortal within the mortal, turning an ordinary someone into an extraordinary subject, it inevitably brings the subject's immoderate passion for the thing into its conventionally moderate situation. In the same way as the everyday object, say, a matchbox, that contains a faint echo of the thing ushers some of the immortal energies of the real into the symbolic, the event reanimates the subject, infusing it with a kind of passion that may not be rationally explicable but that renders it acutely awake. As a result, the event guarantees, precisely, that reality does not fully coincide with itself. By causing the subject to question the complacent self-coincidence of its known surroundings, the event urges it to challenge the reality principle. According to this account, Badiou's fidelity to the event is nothing other than fidelity to the echo of the thing. It is nothing other than an attempt to ensure that reality is never just reality, that there is room in human life for the undead, or transcendent, energies of the real. Badiou's notion of naming the event, in turn, is one way to understand how the echo of the thing finds its way into symbolic formations. The banalization of the world. All of this suggests that whenever we insist that there is nothing beyond the reality principle, that nothing besides our customary reality has any value, we engage in an active banalization of the world. I have accentuated the dangers of assuming that the transcendent is something we can only attain in some otherworldly paradise. But it may be equally important to avoid the seemingly opposite trap of thinking that there is nothing worth revering outside the mundane parameters of the reality principle. As a matter of fact, a deeper look reveals that these two attitudes ultimately amount to the same thing, namely the inability to view the world as anything but utterly prosaic. If the former causes us to shun the world, the latter causes us to shun those aspects of the world that aspire beyond the reality principle. As a consequence, both betray the ethics of sublimation. Both seek to separate the sublime from the signifier, for to equate the sublime with what escapes signification is merely the flip side of insisting on the inherent impossibility of inspired forms of meaning production, of the kinds of creative processes that, like Joyce's writing, grab hold of fragments of the real. In the same way that the subject who is caught up in the repetition compulsion comes to regard its private reality as the only conceivable reality, see Chapter 2, the person who refuses to admit the desirability of anything beyond our current reality ensures what Zupang describes as the inexorable dictatorship of the reality principle as something that self-evidently functions as the ultimate limit of the possible. 2003, 81. Zupang isolates two ways of thinking that both result in this dictatorship. The FIRST is the idea I raised in passing in the end of the last chapter, namely that nothing on the level of everyday reality matters, that the world is composed of mere semblances, and that we should consequently aim directly at the real. This attitude strives to separate all symbolic formations from the real and to assert that the real is the only thing that matters. Those who uphold this view rail against the notion that there could be anything in the world that is capable of giving us a little slice of the thing, that has the power to grant us any real satisfaction. Zupang characterizes this approach as a zealous passion for the real that demands an end to all ideological configurations, all semblances, as a distraction from the real thing. The second attitude, in contrast, claims that there is no transcendent reality beyond ideological configurations, specifying that the belief that there is a real different from symbolic formations is nothing but the last grand narrative, the last great illusion. According to this account, Zupanc posits, there is no real, everything is convention, language games, a labyrinth of different possibilities that, at least in principle, are all of equal value. 80. The THIRD of these approaches could be said to span from religious fundamentalism, as a pursuit of an otherworldly paradise, to Zizek's valorization of the ethical/divine act, which also, in a very different sense, represents a pursuit of an otherworldly place, albeit perhaps one closer to hell than paradise. It could be claimed to underlie Zizek's contention that the big other is nothing but a set of ideological deceptions designed to cover over and pacify the monstrous real. It fails to acknowledge that it is only through symbolic formations, semblances and even ideologies, that the real materializes as something tangible. I have conceded that many of these materializations remain empty. And undeniably there are others that are deeply hegemonic. But, as I have stressed, there are also those that carry the immortal passion of the real into the domain of symbolization in highly transformative ways. That is, even if symbolic formations are mere semblances and ideologies, some of them convey real commitment, they communicate the kind of absolute dedication that Badiou's event also calls for, thereby feeding our sublimatory efforts to turn the world into a less insipid place. The second approach, in turn, leads to the nihilistic attitude of why bother that typifies some strands of post-structuralist theory, as well as much of contemporary Western society. Zupanc proposes that this attitude arises from the belief in the impossibility of any definitive truth or satisfaction. Because our world seems inauthentic, filled with simulacra rather than genuine truth events, we come to assume that real passion is untenable, that a strong investment in a goal, cause, person, or purpose is, in the final analysis, utterly useless. Nihilism of this kind reflects our awareness that although there are countless seductions and sites of interest that surround us, few of these can arouse our commitment in any meaningful fashion. For the realization that there is no definitive point to our lives, no final redemption, salvation, or transcendent insight, can induce us to see the world's offerings as both futile and insincere, so that, as Zupanc concludes, we give up on things because we know that they make no sense, because there is no ultimate meaning attached to them. 2003, 153. 5. The crisis of sublimation. This is how we end up with a world devoid of higher aspirations, how we end up reconciling ourselves to the notion that the way things are is how they always will, or should, be. Zupanc describes this as a crisis of sublimation, our increasing inability to invest our surroundings with sublime meaning. This crisis causes us to denounce all hopes for a better future as too utopian. It persuades us to adopt a wholly pragmatic approach to our lives so that we come to affirm the validity of the cultural status quo by barring the possibility of new possibilities, by forbidding any new ideals, values, and systems of representation from entering the world. This pragmatism is, precisely, what ensures that the reality principle coincides with our actual reality, that our present reality represents the only version of reality that is imaginable to us. In Zupanc's terms, the crisis in question concerns the weakening of the sublimatory force, the force that could produce or create some distance toward the reality principle and its claims. It entails the closure of the very space of creativity. 2003, 80. 6. If the beauty of sublimation consists of its power to conjure up new ideals by raising objects, and representations, to the dignity of the thing, the decline of our ability to sublimate implies that we become more and more tightly enslaved to already existing ideals. We lose the ability to envision viable alternatives to the ideologies that govern our world, that, as it were, constitute the reality of our reality principle. In this context, it is helpful to recall that the reality principle is not natural, that it is not the way things, in some organic sense, are. Rather, it is a particularly convincing version of social ideology. In Nietzschean terms, the reality principle is a fiction that has been so successful at covering its tracks that we no longer recognize it as such but, instead, take it to be reality in itself. This, notoriously, is how victorious social ideologies function. They are not perceived as ideologies, as specific ways of looking at the world, but rather come to correspond with the world. Sublimation is a genuine ethical stance because it causes us to question our gullibility in the face of this apparent correspondence. Like Badiou's event, sublimation invites us to see the world from a different point of view, one that admits the sublime echo of the thing. This is why Zupanc insists that Lacanian ethics is not an ethics of the finite, of finitude, 2249, and why, but U calls for a philosophical securization of infinity, 2002, 20. What both thinkers are getting at is that ethics should be a matter of making sure that we do not shun all forms of infinitude, all transcendent aspirations, merely because the reality principle considers them unrealistic. If they insist on the continued relevance of the infinite, the immortal, it is because they want to counter our ethical indolence, particularly the notion that nothing can be done to change things for the better. Symbolic dispossession. We live in a cultural moment where it is easy to fall into the crisis of sublimation, where it is easy to become resigned to the idea that what we choose to believe in, or to do, ultimately makes no difference whatsoever. The symbolic may appear so thoroughly hollow that the only way to counter it is to opt out of it altogether, whether through the ethical/divine act or, perhaps more commonly, through a gradual withdrawal of all affective attachments. Alternative, it is easy to become convinced that however much we resist the hegemonic pull of the symbolic, we are irredeemably subjected to its laws, divested of all agency, and constitutionally dispossessed in relation to the collective discourse that we are obliged to employ. Contemporary theory is often acutely complicit with this line of reasoning. Listen to Judith Butler in The Otherwise Astute, Giving an Account of Oneself. My words are taken away as I give them, interrupted by the time of a discourse that is not the same as the time of my life. This interruption contests the sense of the accounts being grounded in myself alone, since the indifferent structures that enable my living belong to a sociality that exceeds me. I am compelled to give the account away, to send it off, to be dispossessed of it at the very moment that I establish it as my account. No account takes place outside the structure of address, even if the addressee remains implicit and unnamed, anonymous and unspecified. The address establishes the account as an account, and so the account is completed only on the occasion when it is effectively exported and expropriated from the domain of what is my own. It is only in dispossession that I can and do give any account of myself. 2005, 36-37. What is notable here is the conspicuous nostalgia for a narrative account of myself that would be grounded in myself alone and somehow entirely my own. Indeed, the fact that my account is interrupted by a discursive temporality, by a socio-symbolic order, that is not the same as the time of my life, that I am dispossessed of my account by the indifferent structure of address that facilitates it, is presented as a deprivation of almost tragic proportions. My problem is that my account is taken away from me at the very moment I attempt to give it. 7. In Lacanian terms, because I am forced to speak the language of the other, I can never account for myself independently of the hegemonic terms supplied by this other. The temporality of the social discourse that I am compelled to use disorients my own temporality, destabilizing any account of myself I might try to offer. Yet if human subjectivity is inherently social and intersubjective, as Butler, correctly, believes, why would I be bothered by the idea of not being able to give an account of myself that would be mine alone? And does not the notion that we are dispossessed by the collective spirit of language imply the underlying assumption that self-possession is, or somehow should be, possible? Does not the complaint that we are deprived of something suggest that we are also somehow entitled, that we have been cheated out of something that is rightfully ours? In addition, why is the fact that we are inserted into, and interrupted by, a pre-existing structure of language such a colossal hardship? Is it not what makes human life possible? I find it hard to imagine what it would be like not to have that structure, what it would be like to be forced to create the world ex nihilo each and every time. Although Butler specifies that being dispossessed by the other, or by an array of others, does not necessarily mean that we are treated badly, but merely that we are acted upon by forces we cannot control, it is difficult to shake the impression that she advances an unnecessarily disempowered theory of what it means to come into being and persist as a human subject. To be sure, there are people who have been terribly dispossessed, and even profoundly traumatized, by collective structures of meaning. I have myself emphasized that the enigmatic signifiers of the other's desire can be intolerably wounding. And it may also be that most of us have experienced one form or another of dispossession at some point in our lives. But I would want to distinguish this from the assertion that the scene of subject formation is inherently humiliating simply by virtue of the fact that it is unwilled and unchosen. In the context of explaining Levinasian ethics, Butler maintains that because I am acted upon unilaterally from the outside, overwhelmed, rendered passive, and imposed upon by networks of sociality beyond my private being, I am automatically not only persecuted but besieged, occupied. That which persecutes me brings me into being, animates me into ontology at the moment of persecution. 2005, 89. Admittedly, It is somewhat difficult to distinguish Butler's own views from those of Levinas at this point in her discussion, but I still think that persecution is a strong word to use to describe the inaugurative condition of subjectivity. Though Butler admits that there are context specifici, historical and cultural, forms of persecution whose insidiousness is on a completely different scale from our constitutive dispossession, her theory assumes that the constellations of sociality into which we are born are invariably hostile or at the very least indifferent. It assumes that there are no empowering configurations of socio-symbolic meaning, no ideals, values, or systems of representation, quilting points, that offer us a sense of purpose and belonging. And it assumes that the signifier is primarily a vehicle of hegemonic power so that there are no signifiers that are capable of granting us agency. Yet there is very little that justifies this equation of language with social tyrannies. As my analysis of sublimation suggests, as much as language may come to serve such tyrannies, it can also oppose them by ushering us beyond the reality principle. The other versus the signifier. As fiercely as Butler and Zizek have, over the years, disagreed, they arguably suffer from the same blind spot, namely the inability to appreciate the various ways in which we are the beneficiaries of the other's discourse. In Zizek's case, as I have stressed, this blind spot leads to an overvalorization of the ethical/divine act. In Butler's, it tends to generate a masochistic discourse of irremediable deprivation. It seems to me that if there is no subjectivity without the other, or others, it is a little disingenuous to lament that my account of myself is somehow brutally exported and expropriated from me by the very entity that makes it possible for me to give it in the first place. It is odd to complain that the other/other has deprived me of what I only have because of this other/other to begin with. Unless I am willing to entertain the dubious idea that there is, or should be, an autonomously viable pre-symbolic identity that is entirely my own, the idea that my subjectivity has been somehow led by my insertion into collective discourse cannot hold as a universal pronouncement. What, besides the real of the body, has the other/other disrupted, violated, offended, or wounded? Is there some sort of a pure I that has been corrupted by its encounter with collective discourse? While it is true that a specific subject can be led in specific ways by its relationship to the other/others, the belief that this relationship is intrinsically defiling overlooks the fact that it is this very other/other that gives us access to the meaning-making capacities of language, that, more broadly, gives us the gift of sublimation. I have sought to explain that Lacan's theory of sublimation reveals that the signifier is by no means equivalent to the other's hegemonic law, that there are ways to break our servitude to the other. To be fair to Butler, this is what her theories of performativity and subversive reiteration also imply. However, her recurring emphasis on dispossession makes it easy to forget that, without this dispossession, we would be incapable of meaning production, inner subjectivity, and even love. We would in fact have no psychic life to speak of. Whatever the political and ethical failings of the other, and there is no denying that these can be considerable, we cannot refute that, without our participation in symbolic structures of signification, we would be deprived of many of the things that most matter to us in the world. Though the signifier deprives us of wholeness, it is simply not the case that our problems would be solved if we were somehow able to sidestep its alienating imprint. As much as Lacan criticized our propensity to buy into the complacency of the other, he also stressed that it is through the other that we come to constitute ourselves as creatures of sublimation, that is, creatures who possess the capacity to resculpt the world. Lacan's theory of sublimation demonstrates that even though we are never free of social norms, we are not entirely determined by them either. This is because there are two distinctive levels of the other. On the one hand, there are the demands of various authority figures, such as parents, teachers, spouses, and other significant others, as well as of sites of institutional power such as the state, law, work, and religion. On the other, there is the symbolic order as a structure of meaning production that raises us to the status of, at least potentially inventive, makers of meanings. I have attempted to show that while our meanings may accord with the demands of authority figures and sites of institutional power, they can also challenge these demands. This is a matter of pitting the other against itself, as it were, of fighting the tyrannical aspects of the symbolic order with the significatory resources that this very order makes available. Furthermore, because of the darity and overabundance of the signifier, our acts of meaning production can be renewed indefinitely so that there are, in principle, no limits to the human capacity to fashion new meanings. Precisely because we never reach the end of meaning, the truth of being, because sublimation always fails to attain its aim, or only attains it because it fails to attain its goal, the thing in itself, the process of singularizing our discourse is inherently open-ended. This is why our inability to bring our sublimatory impulse to a satisfactory conclusion is not a cause for grief but what lends human life much of its dynamism. Balancing the symbolic and the real. That sublimation always falls short of its mark, that language inevitably disappoints our efforts to redeem the lack within our being, is what keeps us nimble. Zizek asserts that our compulsive symbolic activity is nothing but a desperate attempt to repair the traumatizing rupture of the real. 2001, 46. Yet this desperation is exactly what provides the necessary momentum for our various activities, the persistent remainder of alienation that we cannot banish, an alienation that, on the visceral level, tends to announce itself as the undead throb of the real pulling us towards the thing with the same hypnotic force as the ring possesses in The Lord of the Rings, ensures that we keep inventing new ways to alleviate our basic existential malaise. This, of course, does not mean that we get off easy, for maintaining a balance between the symbolic and the real, between the signifier and the bodily excess that resists signification, can be demanding. As Zizek himself acknowledges, whenever the symbolic gains too much power at the expense of the real, our existence loses its passion and forward-moving cadence. But when the symbolic fails to adequately mediate the disorderly energies of the real, when the quilting points that connect us to social sites of meaning are too fragile, we feel terrorized by the over-proximity of jouissance, we fail to gain a steady foothold in cultural narratives and other collective landmarks that would be able to anchor us in the symbolic world. 9. If the process of fashioning a singular place within the world results in a distinctive subjective style, this style always expresses something about the manner in which the symbolic and real, however tenuously, come together and amalgamate. If too little of the real leads to existential blankness, too much of it interferes with our ability to access a workable social identity. As Kirchner posits, to summarize the Lacanian position, self-maintenance, a sense of embodied existence, entails preservation of a certain equilibrium with the real. The subject must preserve contact with the traces of the thing, the unsymbolized part of the real, without being overwhelmed by it. At the same time, an excessive weakness of social links, Kirchner continues, exposes the subject to destabilization by real that cannot be contained. 2004, 76. This implies, among other things, that there are ways to live that maintain the thing at a proper distance and others that are less successful at doing so. One reason I have focused on sublimation so strongly is that it is easier for us to grasp the dangers of coming too close to the thing than it is to appreciate those of stifling its echo by holding it too far. If the former traumatizes us to the point of paralysis, the latter compromises the truth of our desire, thereby making it impossible for us to attain a singular identity. This is why it is important to pursue desires that remain faithful to the thing, for such desires promote our singularity by maintaining a robust relationship to jouissance, which by definition captures something of the thing's echo. Along related lines, one might speculate that intensely creative states, the kinds of states that overtake our symbolic persona and transport us into an alternative existential plane, are ones of heightened singularity because they allow jouissance to temporarily overshadow the more socially mediated texture of desire. Such states are moments when the echo of the thing reverberates within the symbolic with unusual passion. Some individuals, the Joyces and the Cezannes of the world, seem capable of conjuring them into existence in a fairly reliable manner. But as a rule they dissipate after a certain interval for the simple reason that they run into resistance from the requirements of sociality. This is why the reconciliation between the symbolic and the real within strongly sublimatory states must always in the end yield to some tension and discord. Yet even after such states fade, their residue may remain present in our psychic lives, fueling our being with an affective recollection of what has taken place. The effects of sublimation, in other words, may linger long after the process itself has expired. Indeed, if this were not the case, the reinvention of social ideals, values, and systems of representation I have been talking about would not be possible, for such reinvention demands that the results of our sublimatory efforts stick, that they become the new reality for the time being. They will of course over time be supplanted by additional sublimatory efforts, additional attempts to remold the world. But their impact on the world is still real in the sense that it leaves an indelible imprint. Like Freud's magic writing pad, the world holds an invisible record of such imprints. The fact that new imprints over time attain ascendance rarely means that old ones are completely extinguished, that they entirely vanish from our collective consciousness, let alone our collective unconscious. The upside of anxiety. The challenges of balancing the symbolic and the real allow us to better grasp what has been implicit in much of my argument, namely that the distinction between being summoned to a singularity beyond ideological interpolation on the one hand and being overstimulated, rendered undead, on the other can be difficult to uphold. The surplus vitality or too muchness of energy that characterizes human life is at once a source of enormous originality and enormous discomfort. The intense feeling of aliveness generated by sublimation can be matched by an equally intense overagitation, or over-aliveness, if you will. In effect, the more we manage to feel in touch with the real of our being, the more vulnerable we may be to the onslaught of the kind of hyperactivity that mortifies us by its excessiveness. This may explain why those capable of unusual creativity often also seem prone to pathology, and vice versa. From this point of view, the fact that we seldom achieve perfect existential poise may be a prerequisite of our capacity for innovation. Or, to return to a formulation from Chapter 1, our lapses of composure are merely the obverse of our singularity. Our culture does its best to conjure away the discomfort of overagitation, what it likes to denote by the diffuse label of anxiety. Even though the rushed pace of contemporary life makes serenity more and more impossible to come by, we are constantly warned against the pitfalls of anxiety, including the psychosomatic symptoms that it tends to spawn. These warnings are in fact so pervasive that it is hard not to feel anxious about feeling anxious. It is difficult to shed the suspicion that anxiety is a telltale sign of existential failure. Yet assuming that we can rid ourselves of anxiety might be largely unrealistic. And to the degree that it propels our sublimatory achievements, suppressing it might rob us of some of our most vigorously inventive energy. I do not mean to imply that creative processes themselves are necessarily wrought by anxiety, although they certainly can be. But if I am right in positing a link between singularity and the surplus energies of the real, there might not be an easy way around the fact that creativity cannot thrive without a degree of anxiety, or excess agitation. I have noted how distressing things can get when the too muchness of energy overflows the limits of our tolerance, when we are overtaken by a too muchness of too muchness, and I by no means wish to minimize the very real agony generated by this kind of anxiety, particularly when it results from inequalitarian social arrangements. But I think that it is equally valuable to recognize that breakdowns in normal psychic functioning can serve as portals to innovation, opening up, on the private level, the possibility of the impossible that but use truth event is meant to release on the collective level. It is hardly a coincidence that I have referred to Heidegger at various points in my analysis, for if Heidegger saw the ability to handle anxiety about one's existential predicament as a precondition of authenticity, Lacan similarly implied that anxiety is often inextricable from singularity. However, perhaps because of his interest in linguistics, Lacan was able to develop a more detailed model for coping with anxiety than Heidegger. This model was, precisely, sublimation. Lacan concurred with Heidegger that confronting the nothingness, lack, at the heart of human life was anxiety-producing, but he went on to theorize sublimation as something that both resulted from anxiety and offered an effective means of binding it. While Heidegger's late theory of poetic dwelling could be argued to gesture towards something related, it lacks the rigor of Lacan's notion of sublimation as a mode of welcoming jouissance without letting it engulf us. No doubt there are times when this mechanism fails, when the anxiety generated by jouissance gets the better of us. But it may also succeed more often than we realize. After all, it succeeds every time we manage to deal with multiple tensions, multiple stimuli, in a manner that grants us a sense of aliveness. And during our most creative moments, we may even be able to draw productive connections between the various stimuli that threaten to overpower us, thereby turning their pressure into a resource for originality. Lacan with Dr. Phil. My analysis of Lacanian singularity has moved from the ethical act to the ethics of sublimation, but there is one factor that has remained constant, the drive energies of the real. I call attention to this because I am aware that connecting singularity to the real inevitably runs the risk of insinuating that existential authenticity is inherently antithetical to sociality. I hope to have clarified why this is not the case. At the same time, it is necessary to acknowledge that even if we propose, as I have done, that the drives are always proto-social, and that they can find their way into our symbolic, and even our interpersonal, lives, it is arguable that the alignment of singularity with jouissance is not nearly as different from traditional notions of self-actualization as the evocation of Lacan's name typically implies. On some level, it replicates the idea that what arises from within us is authentic and rebellious, whereas what is introduced from without is inauthentic and complacent. It suggests that those aspects of our being that escape relationality are somehow more real than those that have been tainted by socialization. Take the injunction to not seat on one's desire. Does it not, in some sense, merely reproduces the age-old warning against ignoring one's inner directives, being a social sellout, and compromising one's principles? In addition, what do we make of the irony of Dr. Phil asserting that the authentic self is the part of you that is not defined by your job, or your function, or your role, It is all your strengths and values that are uniquely yours and need expression, versus what you have been programmed to believe that you are supposed to be and do. See Guignon 2004, 2? How different is this, really, from the contention that the singular self is what is not a part of any whole, what escapes all social categories and classify cations? Is Lacan merely a more sophisticated version of Dr. Phil, conveying in unnecessarily obscure language what every self-help guru knows, namely that authenticity is a matter of reaching into the depths of the self to recover hidden gems that allow us to figure out the meaning of our lives? Intellectual honesty requires us to admit that these questions are not as far-fetched as we might like to think. Though Lacan certainly does not postulate that there is an essential kernel of personality within us that is striving for recognition and self-realization, though he does not refer to a mysterious wellspring of innate characteristics, potentialities, dispositions, or aptitudes that makes us who we are, he does appear to imply that there is a distinction between subjective truth and the kind of loss of vitality and purpose that results from becoming a mere cog in the social machine. But this is where the similarities end, not least because, as I have underlined, Lacan does not regard singularity, or authenticity, as a matter of self-possession or self-ownership. Whether Lacanian singularity expresses itself through a miraculous interpolation beyond ideological interpolation, an ethical/divine act of absolute defiance, an uncompromising faithfulness to a truth event, or the destabilizing jouissance of the signifier, its defining attribute is existential bewilderment rather than reassurance, there is always something about it that wars against the self-help quest for unrough-led lives. Singularity and intersubjective ethics. This, incidentally, only adds to the complexity of assessing the ethical implications of Lacanian singularity, for existential bewilderment is often accompanied by the difficulty of relating to others. From this perspective, it is true that aligning singularity with the real introduces a degree of antisociality. Whether we are talking about the ethical/divine act or about transcendent forms of sublimation, the singular self's loss of stable social footing makes it, for the time being at least, largely incapable of intersubjectivity, so that we are forced to ask, what happens when the truth of our desire wounds others? What if our desire is not only pathological in the sense that it hurts us, but also criminal in the sense that it injures others? What if our desire drives us to treat others badly, or even to harm them physically? What if I am a straight man who, upon encountering a gay man, falls into a homosexual panic, beats up the gay man, and then claims that my unconscious made me do it? What if I am a man who batters his wife on a regular basis because something about my desire tells me that I need to assert my superiority over women? What if I am a woman who subjects my lovers to psychological manipulation because that is what my desire to stay in control tells me to do? And, to switch to a slightly different register, what happens if my efforts to remain loyal to the echo of the thing make it impossible for others to do the same? What, in short, is the relationship between Lacanian ethics and more normative considerations about justice? I will return to the question of justice in my concluding remarks. For now, suffice it to point out that such considerations raise the broader question of how we can take responsibility for what we cannot entirely understand, let alone control, about ourselves. Butler offers a thoughtful response when she observes, if the subject is opaque to itself, not fully translucent and knowable to itself, it is not thereby licensed to do what it wants or ignore its obligations to others. The contrary surely is true. 2005, 19-20. That is, the fact that we are partially incomprehensible to ourselves, that, among other things, the often quite enigmatic destiny generated by our desire is something we can never completely decipher, does not absolve us of ethical accountability, but rather invites us to rethink the very meaning of this accountability. Butler in fact suggests that it is precisely to the extent that we acknowledge the limits of our self-possession and self-ownership that we can begin to forge genuinely ethical relationships to others. This is an ethics based on unqualified intersubjective generosity in the sense that a recognition of our own lack of self-consistency allows us to feel empathy for, and remain patient with, the lack of self-consistency of others, thereby allowing us to enter into a kind of solidarity of vulnerability with them. As a result, it counters the kind of ethical violence which demands that we manifest and maintain self-identity at all times and require that others do the same. 42. Butler perhaps pushes this line of reasoning a bit too far when she continues as follows, I will need to be forgiven for what I cannot have fully known, and I will be under a similar obligation to offer forgiveness to others, who are also constituted in partial opacity to themselves. 2005, 42. I would have to disagree. I believe that it would be a mistake to see subjective opacity as automatic grounds for forgiveness. Doing so makes it far too easy for us to dodge responsibility at those moments when our unconscious passions cause us to harm others. And as much as I appreciate the idea of staying benevolent with the inscrutable inner lives of others, I think that there is a threshold where such benevolence turns into masochism, where the line between generosity and self-injury becomes dangerously thin. Crossing this line does nothing for our status as beings of ethical capacity. While it is possible to be merciful and critical at once, to forgive without condoning the other's actions. An ethics that considers forgiveness as an existential given rather than a conscious choice made by those who have been injured, places the latter in an impossible bind: either forgive or show yourself to be less than human by defaulting on your ethical responsibility to forgive the other. Either way, the perpetrator gets off the hook while the weight of doing the right thing is squarely placed on the shoulders of the injured party. It seems to me that a big part of learning to accurately read the truth of our desire is being able to intervene in this desire whenever it threatens to wound others. Furthermore, the reverse of being able to distance ourselves from the desire of the other is our willingness to claim full responsibility for our own desire. Ethics, on this view, is a matter of owning up to our actions even when they are motivated by unconscious forces that remain partially impenetrable. And it is a matter of expecting similar accountability from others. It should be obvious by now that Lacan's point about the repetition compulsion, a point Freud would have agreed with, is not that we are free to wring our hands in helpless resignation. I don't know why I do the things I do. I don't understand why I keep repeating the same pattern. I can't figure out why I keep wounding others. Rather, his point is that the repetition compulsion invites us to pay closer attention to how our unconscious passions dictate our behavior. Stubborn repetitions, in other words, are our wake-up call to the necessity of becoming accountable for how our unconscious habits structure our world, including our relational world. If we consistently slip in the same way, if we repeatedly harm others, it is not forgiveness we need, but rather a greater degree of self-reflexivity. After all, the fact that we are never fully rational and agentic creatures does not mean that we have no rational capacity or agency whatsoever. The fact that we are driven by unconscious motivations does not mean that we have no consciousness, or conscience, for that matter. It merely means that sometimes we need to work quite hard to make sure that our unconscious does not determine the contours of our entire destiny without our conscious consent, let alone without any input from our conscience. I have demonstrated that because our desire circles around a riddle, of the thing, that can never be definitively solved by, or dissolved into, signify cations, we are motivated to devise ever new ways of symbolizing it. And I have argued that the difficulty of this task in many ways only fuels our commitment and perseverance. The purpose of this concluding chapter is to illustrate that this dynamic is nowhere as obvious as in the realm of romantic love. I will show that the thing is never as powerful, as likely to enliven and exhilarate us, as when we fall in love. After all, there is nothing in the world that carries the echo of the missing thing as convincingly as the person we love. If the dissection of the real by the signifier causes morsels of the real, displaced scraps of the thing, to scatter around, desire, animated by the drives, chases these morsels with a relentless, undead, intensity. This is why an object that seems to contain one of these morsels is no ordinary object, but rather a sublime one that appears to capture something about the very essence of the thing. Such an object compels us in ways that more commonplace objects rarely can. This is because it comes closer than any other object to giving us the impression that we can actually touch the thing in tangible ways that make unmediated jouissance available to us. We have seen that the loss of the thing gives rise to an idiosyncratic trajectory of desire that causes us to search for fighting substitutes among the objects of the world. And we have also seen that this trajectory is far from random, but consists of a specific configuration of passion, the track of desire I have referred to, so that the shape of our desire coincides with the shape of the loss we imagine having endured. As Kaya Silverman explains, this configuration of passion amounts to a unique language of desire. 2000, 23a grammar according to which we care about new objects and things. 24. In other words, our primordial loss serves as a precondition for care. 38, in the sense that it is precisely because we cannot access the thing that other people come to matter to us, that there is space for others within our psyches to begin with. It is because we feel lacking that we have the ability to lovingly illuminate others, to, in Silverman's words, bring others from the darkness of invisibility into the radiance of appearance. 43. This is yet another way to understand Lacan's ethics of psychoanalysis, for it links our capacity to perceive the value of certain objects with our readiness to keep our desire alive. It aligns our ability to light up specific objects with our willingness to hold the void of our being open even when we might feel tempted to close it artificially. Insofar as every new object of desire resurrects the thing, we have no choice but to relate to this object through our specific language of desire. However, we can be more or less charitable with respect to our expectations. We can either demand that the object reflect our desire in precise and predetermined ways, according to the automatism of our repetition compulsion. Or we can invite the object to meet our desire freely, in ways that guide us into previously unexplored pathways of desiring. In other words, even though our language of desire is a sight through which our past persistently resurfaces in the present, we can allow this past to assume fresh incarnations. As Silverman proposes, the subject who is concerned about the being of others does not seek to bury, forget, or transcend the past. Rather, this subject holds himself open to new possibilities for the deployment of that signifying constellation which most profoundly individualizes him. He is receptive to the resurfacing in the present and future of what has been, not as an exercise in narcissistic solipsism, but rather as the extension in ever new directions of his capacity to care. 2000, 62. Silverman thus distinguishes between narcissistic desire and the kind of desire that is content to revive the thing in less self-centered ways. The aim of this chapter is to elucidate these two ways of envisioning desire, and to argue that while our language of desire can imprison us in narcissistic modalities of relationality, it can also serve as an opening to genuine love and interpersonal generosity. The love object is refound. I have shown that we have the sublimatory capacity to raise more or less any object to the dignity of the thing. But Lacan's quintessential paradigm of sublimation is courtly love. And his discussion of this type of love is meant to highlight, in part at least, the problems that can arise when the object that is elevated to the status of the thing is a living creature rather than an inanimate item of interest. To state the matter succinctly, the more seamlessly the love object is conflated with the thing, the less of its singularity of being is allowed to shine through. In extreme cases, the object comes to correspond to the thing, or, more precisely, to the promise of wholeness represented by the thing, so perfectly that it becomes more or less interchangeable with the love that the subject has for its own image. Lacan 1960, 98. This is exactly the narcissistic ethos of courtly love for, as Lacan notes, the lover of courtly poetry does not venerate a flesh and blood woman, but rather an imaginary object that fulfills his fantasy, of recovered jouissance, from a distance. Distance is in fact essential for the success of such love because it ensures that the lover is able to uphold the purity of his fantasy against any and all corruptions that might be introduced by the actual woman in question. This is why, as Lacan puts it, courtly poems all seem to have been praising the same person. 126. They were filed with conventional, idealizing themes, which couldn't have any real concrete equivalent. 148. Lacan remarks that even though courtly love was a deliberate invention of the Middle Ages, it has left an indelible imprint on Western history, engendering a romantic culture that is sustained not only by a strong literary tradition, but also by an unconscious fantasy structure that organizes contemporary man's sentimental attachments, particularly his obdurate adherence to the idealizing cult of the feminine object. 1960, 148, 153. This cult is what transforms an ordinary woman into a coveted objet. It is frequently activated by a detail that the woman herself might not even be cognizant of having but that, mysteriously, conjures up the thing for the desiring subject. This detail is the remainder of the real, Kirschner 2004, 114 the amalga, treasure, or certain something that renders the object uniquely attractive. It is a veiled, obscure, unlocatable, and unfathomable component that does not necessarily match any of the object's definable characteristics, but that nevertheless possesses the power to incite the lover's passion. The lover, in short, becomes infatuated when he, unconsciously, senses that he has discovered a little fragment of the thing, even if he cannot explicitly designate it. This is why the love object is invariably a refound object, a, never entirely successful, surrogate for the sublime, non-object. 2. As an unusually compelling representative of the thing, the objet seems to offer the end of alienation, and perhaps even the possibility of redemption, which is why the subject's desire solidifies around it with extraordinary intensity. 3. Yet because the subject cannot identify the detail that draws it, let alone explain its significance, it is often perplexed by the strength of its desire. Roland Barthes expresses this perfectly when he writes, "The more I experience the specialty of my desire, the less I can give it a name. To the precision of the target corresponds a wavering of the name. What is characteristic of desire, proper to desire, can produce only an impropriety of the utterance." 1977, 20. The specificity of the subject's desire is hence confounding, making it impossible for it to understand why it falls in love with a particular person rather than some other, or why, once in love, it finds it difficult to transfer its affections elsewhere. The very fact that the object signifies in excess of itself, that it transmits a trace of the enigmatic thing, makes it all the more inscrutable. Conversely, it may well be that the subject is intrigued by objects it experiences as somehow opaque or impenetrable because such objects provide a perfect screen for its narcissistic projections. They, in a sense, explicitly invite the subject to idealize, or even idolize, them by raising them to the dignity of the thing. The problems of narcissistic desire. I have discussed the problems of narcissistic desire at length elsewhere. For here it is enough to mention three in passing. First, this type of desire is predicated on the chronic unavailability of the object. It is definite by its need for a barrier of some kind, for it is only capable of revering the beloved to the extent that she remains beyond reach. 5. The moment she gives in to the lover's advances, the illusion shatters and she reverts to the status of a prosaic object. Because she is largely an imaginary creation of the desiring subject, the subject's structure of desire cannot withstand any interference from her. This desire is threatened as soon as she reveals dimensions of her being that have nothing to do with the subject's fantasy life. There is, then, an inherent impossibility to narcissistic desire in the sense that the more the lover gets to know his object, the less the object manages to satisfy. This explains, to some degree at least, why many individuals like to erect obstacles, endless detours, hindrances, and impediments, to their love, why it is the tragic missed encounter of love, the passion that was not meant to be, could not be, or should not have been, that comes the closest to fulfilling their fantasies. An authentic interpersonal connection is the last thing that the subject of narcissistic desire wants, for such a connection makes it difficult for him or her to maintain the image of the beloved as an accurate replica of the thing. Second, and along closely related lines, this type of desire demands the idealization of the love object to such an extreme that this object is more or less entirely emptied of substance and independent integrity. The object is, as it were, drained of its distinctiveness. As is the case with the requirement of unavailability, idealization cannot tolerate the other as genuinely other as a person with her own ideals, values, interests, concerns, or preoccupations. 6. What is more, the lover's fixation on his ideal renders him incapable of finding alternative objects even when the chosen one is utterly unattainable. He remains attached to an unreachable object because all other objects seem empty in comparison. In this sense, excessive forms of idealization cause the subject to eschew many of the world's attractions because these fail to measure up to the imagined splendor of the ideal. In such a scenario, only a particular woman will do, and this woman is only acceptable as long as she does not divert from the ideal. This gives rise to a strange kind of asceticism whereby the lover flees from obtainable satisfactions for the simple reason that they do not live up to his fantasy. In addition, because no object can in the end completely reincarnate the thing, the lover is condemned to repeat his quest indefinitely in the sense that once he attains his object, his disappointment prompts him to abandon it after a short interval. Because every object will eventually dissatisfy and disillusion, the lover has no choice but to constantly defer satisfaction by moving from one object to the next. Third, the elevation of the love object to the dignity of the thing can result in intense aggression towards the object. As Lacan tersely observes, I love you, but, because inexplicably I love in you something more than you, the objet petit, I mutilate you. 1964, 268. Inasmuch as it is the objet, as an emissary of the thing, rather than the person herself, that the lover desires, he will rather mutilate the object than revise his desire. Not only does the lover unleash his hostility towards the object whenever she deviates from his ideal, but in his feverish search for the hidden kernel of the thing within her being, for what in the object is more than who she is, he is prone to tear her apart, metaphorically speaking, so as to gain a glimpse of what he thinks will satisfy him. I have noted that the objet as a site of fixation remains stuck in the gullet of the signifier in the sense that it cannot be swallowed. 270. But this does not mean that it cannot be chewed up or gnawed upon. When the tragic automatism of compulsive desire is set in motion, little matters to the lover besides the expectation that the object fulfill its preassigned, phantasmatic destiny as the object that is supposed to give him complete satisfaction. The paralysis of desire. I have argued that circling the thing serves as a valuable platform for our sublimatory capacity to accentuate new facets of the world, as well as to invent new objects and representations. It enables us to direct our curiosity towards a range of artifacts and activities that we might otherwise overlook. From this perspective, the fact that we are capable of various forms of fantasy, that we pursue objects and representations that convey something about the dignity of the thing, works in our favor by making our private universe more scintillating. Whether we use a string of matchboxes to decorate our mantelpiece, a palette of colors to paint some apples, or a sequence of words to compose a poem. Our creativity augments our lives. The main problem with narcissistic love is that, even though it aims at the thing in much the same way as sublimation does, it arrests the sublimatory impulse. It overpowers sublimation's ethical, innovative force, the force that rides the open-ended thrust of desire, by turning the object into a static emblem whose sole purpose is to buttress our quest for self-completion. In an affective configuration such as this, our desire no longer admits any alternative elaborations. Its goal is to preserve the sanctity of our own image rather than to facilitate the mobile resurrection of the thing. Consequently, it effectively divests the object of the right to evolve. When our pursuit of the thing gets tangled up with our narcissistic tendencies, the outcome tends to be an interpersonal mess. Our inability to respect the lived reality of those we are supposed to love can cause us to suffocate what is most alive in them. Even though we, cognitively, know that others possess psychic lives that are different from our own, we can end up incorporating them into our fantasy world so meticulously that we no longer recognize the distinction between who they are and the products of our own imagination. In a way, this is not surprising. It is not entirely unexpected that we try to do with people what we do with other objects, namely invest them with meaning that emanates from our own interiority. As I indicated above, we are in some ways predestined to relate to every new object of interest through the specificity language of our desire. However, because this language can easily become caught up in the repetition compulsion, in fact, in a certain sense the repetition compulsion is nothing but a rigid version of our language of desire. It can induce us to see in others only what our fantasies dictate rather than what these others actually bring to the encounter. This should make us extremely careful about how we raise the objects of our love to the dignity of the thing. There is a precarious line between our capacity to illuminate others in Silverman sense and the ever-present temptation to use them to plug the void of our being. There is a fine line between treating our primordial void as a stage for the appearance of others on the one hand and expecting them to phantasmatically close that void on the other. Because narcissism guarantees that our relationship to our desire remains largely passive, motivated by the repetitive urge to reawaken the thing in extremely specific, fantasy-driven ways, it causes us to do the latter. In slightly different terms, insofar as we are afraid to actually attain our goal, we resort to the object as an inert object that evokes the thing in a predictable manner, thereby rendering it safe. In the same way that the pleasure principle protects us from the overwhelming impact of jouissance by ensuring that we circle it without ever, or rarely, hitting it directly, the beloved as domesticated object shields us from the potentially horrifying impact of the thing. In this sense, the object is the imaginary cause of our desire safeguards us against the very jouissance it promises, conveniently occluding the fact that the love object cannot ever be entirely dissociated from the terrorizing real that threatens to destroy us. The over-proximity of the object. In the context of his discussion of courtly love, Lacan specifies that, ironically, the love object that corresponds too flawlessly with the thing can easily revert from an idealized entity to a menacing inhuman partner that encroaches upon the subject's territory. 1960, 150. As every commitment phobe knows, the beloved who manages to capture the echo of the sublime object also manages to capture something about the repulsive real thing that threatens to engulf, devour, subsume, or subjugate. This manifestation of the object is no longer the glittering objet that sutures the subject's narcissistic fantasy, but rather the petrifying stain of the real that alarms by its sheer over-proximity. As a consequence, whenever the subject draws too close to the object, it is followed by an unmanageable degree of anxiety that keeps it from crossing a certain frontier at the limit of the thing. 186. This is why the object that most engages is frequently also the one that most repels. Fink points out that it is often easier for the subject to feel uncertain about the object's love than to confront the immensity of this love. The subject much prefers to deal with the other's demand that he or she do things, become this or that, than to deal with the other's desirousness, pure and simple. 1997, 60. This is in part because Eros, at this level of ardor, harkens back to those early stages of life when the boundaries between self and world, subject and other, were not yet fully delineated. One of the goals of social interpolation is to establish these boundaries. But since social interpolation is never entirely accomplished, since something of the real always remains, the rudimentary traces of infantile experiences of merging persist in the subject's psyche. Love resuscitates these traces, so that the subject ends up reenacting the confusion or vanishing of boundaries that characterized its prehistory. This can be terrifying because, as we have learned, the closer to the real the subject gets, the more it loses the symbolic, social, and imaginary, phantasmatic, coordinates of its being. Against this backdrop, It is easy to see that fantasy functions defensively, enabling the subject to neutralize the potential monstrousness of the object. I have stressed that, on the collective level, the aim of fantasy is to conceal the antagonisms of the social world so as to generate a dependable cultural fabric. Likewise, one of the main tasks of fantasy in the context of interpersonal relationships is to render the other safely intelligible. More specifically, Lacan claims that our attempts to relate to the other as a represent an effort to tame the distressing dimension of the other, a dimension that threatens to surprise us and to cast us down from the height of its appearance. U contains a form of defense, Lacan continues, and I would say that at the moment when it is spoken, it is entirely in this U, and nowhere else, that one finds what I have evoked today concerning Das Ding, 1959, 56. U, Lacan thus suggests, allows the subject to contain the threat of the other, as thing, by turning it into someone like itself, someone with whom it can develop an intersubjective rapport based on the assumption of a degree of shared humanity. U, in sum, functions as a phantasmatic, imaginary, protection against the alarming realization that the other as thing is potentially lethal. The purpose of phantasmatic/imaginary supports, then, is to keep the coveted thing at a reasonable distance so that the subject can relate to the other as someone comparable to itself, as someone it can feel affinity for because it seems familiar. That is, the aim of fantasy is to obfuscate the fact that the enigmas of the other cannot ever be fully resolved, that each attempt to decode an intersubjective mystery can only spawn a multitude of new mysteries. On the one hand, the other's resistance to the subject's need for clarity rouses the subject's passion for the simple reason that human beings tend to be magnetized by what eludes their control. On the other, to the extent that this resistance is a source of disconcerting uncertainty, it can drive the subject to impose an artificial veneer of continuity, permanence, and dependability on a relational dynamic that is by definition fragile and volatile. And it can also cause the subject to fall into overbearing patterns of knowing that impinge upon the other's sovereignty. As I noted above, it can cause the subject to deflect the challenge posed by the other's mystifying presence by trying to force the other to correspond to the demands of its fantasy world. In this manner, the subject runs the risk of smothering the very singularity that makes the other interesting in the first place. Narcissism is an ethical failure. Sadly, this kind of a pursuit of a reliable relational dynamic not only ravages the other's multidimensionality but also, in the long run, destroys the living substance of the relationship. By annihilating the ethos of exploration that sustains the momentum of desire, it extinguishes the spark that animates the intersubjective space between self and other. In a sense, the more the subject allows its quest for security to shape its relationship, the more it refuses the invitation to life arising from the other. Among other things, the subject's attempts to translate the otherness of the other into transparent meaning blind it to the possibility that the other may not be entirely comprehensible even to itself. As Santner posits, what makes the other is not his or her spatial exteriority with respect to my being but the fact that he or she is strange, is a stranger, and not only to me but also to him or herself, is the bearer of an internal alterity, an enigmatic density of desire calling for a response beyond any rule-governed reciprocity. 2001, 9. 7. In other words, if I am haunted by a surplus animation that agitates me while simultaneously lending a thrilling singularity to my being, the other is also fissured by intensities of desire and drive that it cannot fully discipline. It is caught up in the same tight nexus of turbulence and singularity with which I also struggle. Likewise, in exactly the same way that I cannot access every recess of my interiority, the other cannot access every facet of its being. As a result, my demand that the other disclose its secrets is as unrealistic as it is violating. One could, then, say that to the degree that narcissistic desire denies the unknowability of the other by repressing its more disquieting aspects, it represents a fairly drastic ethical failure, for ethics almost by definition asks us to accept this unknowability. As Butler proclaims, perhaps most importantly, we must recognize that ethics requires us to risk ourselves precisely at moments of unknowingness, when our willingness to become undone in relation to others constitutes our chance of becoming human. To be undone by another is a primary necessity, an anguish, to be sure, but also a chance, to be addressed, claimed, bound to what is not me, but also to be moved, to be prompted to act, to address myself elsewhere, and so to vacate the self-sufficient I as a kind of possession. 2005, 136. On this view, ethics requires us to allow ourselves to be touched by the unknowable otherness of the other in ways that transform the basic parameters of our being. Our encounter with the enigmatic other obliges us to shed our false self-sufficiency, our conviction of being securely in control of ourselves. In the end of the last chapter, I pointed out that it is possible to stretch this account of intersubjectivity too far, as Butler does when she promotes unconditional forgiveness. But she is absolutely right that the act of letting ourselves be undone by the other, while certainly a challenge, is also an opportunity to become human in a different way, starting from a different place. After all, in the same way that there is no subject without the other, there is no subjective transformation without the ongoing presence of the other. Our continued openness to the other, in short, ensures the vitality of our own process of becoming. Our courageous brush against the other's alterity guarantees our own ongoing evolution. In more Lacanian terms, one might add that meeting the other's unknowability asks us to tolerate not only the symbolic, social, and imaginary, phantasmatic, facets of the other, but also what is real about it. This is to say that Lacanian ethics demands us to confront what is most alarmingly inhuman, undead, about the other. It asks us to accept the other not only as our own likeness, but also as the grotesque thing that cannot be assimilated into our symbolic or imaginary networks of meaning. As I will be positing in greater detail in the conclusion, Lacanian ethics moves from the other as a reassuring face, or neighbor to the much more difficult matter of the other as uncompromisingly other as someone whose jouissance is potentially too close, too alien, too strong, and therefore too traumatic. The problem with narcissism, as I have argued in this chapter, is that it prompts us to flee from any and all signs of this traumatizing otherness, an act that is made relatively simple by the fact that the world offers a whole host of convenient distractions. As Santner states, everyday life is filled with various ways of withdrawing, of not really being there, of dying to the other's presence. 2001, 9. Tragically, even though our answerability to the other's uncanny presence may reside at the very heart of our receptivity to the world, of our ability to renew ourselves through contact with what is wholly unlike us, we frequently turn away from this answerability out of narcissistic defensiveness. If, as Silverman proposes, interpersonal ethics entails our willingness to let those we love disclose themselves in their own way, 8. Narcissism as an ethical failure makes such disclosure impossible. This is how we become incapable of discovering in the other anything besides our own image. The call and response of love. The fact that the love object has the power to evoke the thing for us can therefore have some fairly troubling consequences. At the same time, it would be useless to pretend that love could, or should, be separated from the echo of the thing. As we have seen, the thing galvanizes our desire, which is why our deepest affection, our most enduring passion, is reserved for those who, however phantasmatically, usher us to its vicinity. As a matter of fact, although we may desire numerous people during our lives, there are usually relatively few who manage to embody the thing for us in this profoundly meaningful fashion. These are the ones we love with a perseverance that defies rational comprehension, so that even when they hurt or frustrate us, we cannot easily discard them. Our desire is fixated on them because they seem to grant us a breathing piece of the lost thing. They personify the, always receding, possibility of jouissance, and the more closely they approximate our fantasy of what we have lost, the more precious they appear to us. This is why the person we love is the sublime object par excellence, the object that most forcefully resonates on the frequency of the thing. Although it is an ethical failure to confuse the love object with the thing, pretending that the two have nothing to do with each other would deprive love of its power to electrify us, it would rob love of everything that is most magical about it. Indeed, to the extent that love is a particularly gripping form of sublimation, its capacity to make the sublime appear in the realm of concrete, everyday reality is even more robust than that of the other special objects I have described. In this sense, love is not only what deludes us into thinking that we can access a slice of sublimity but also what, in a very real, tangible, way, does actually make this sublimity available to us. It can obviously only do so partially, but this does not alter the fact that when it enters our lives, it brings with it a tiny sliver of shining sublimity. In the same way that a string of matchboxes can transmit the Erscheinung of the thing, or a painted apple can allegorize a shadowy ideal, the love object can reflect the radiance of the missing thing. This is why Badiou is correct in arguing that the truth event of love alters our lives irrevocably. Once we have been roused by love, we cannot pretend that nothing has changed without betraying the event, or the thing. Regardless of how our love turns out in the end, we have been propelled onto a new way of living and relating. Insofar as the truth event of love brings the subject into existence as a subject, in Badiou's sense, it awakens the immortal within the mortal someone. Santner communicates this marvelously when he postulates that the subject of love emerges in relation to a summons originating from the other, and that this summons has the power to insert an intimation of timelessness, eternity, into the ordinary flow of time. More specifically, Santner declares that the capacity to say I only becomes manifest, only truly becomes a part of life, in and through the response to the passionate call of one's proper name. 2001, 87. This is because the call of love, a call that eagerly awaits our response, stirs the singularity of our being by suspending our usual socio-symbolic investments. It bypasses what is generic about us by targeting the most distinctive, or real, corners of our character. In addition, because its miracle, its heady interpolation beyond ideological interpolation, momentarily stills the passage of time in much the same way as other transcendent experiences do, it enables us to detach ourselves from our usual utilitarian concerns. In this sense, as Santner stipulates, love is a locus of freedom, a temporary liberation from the relations of production and exchange that govern so much of the terrain of human life. 9. Best of all, the liberating impact of the spellbinding call and response of love is reciprocal in that if it releases my uniqueness, it also releases the uniqueness of the other, it discharges the singularity of the other from its holding cell. As a result, to borrow from Butler, we are bound to one another by what differentiates us, namely, our singularity. 2005, 34. If narcissism connects through the ruse of resemblance, real love, if I may use such a sentimental expression, does so through the recognition of difference. It allows bits of the real, bits of jouissance, to glide into the inner subjective space so that the hyperbolic cleanliness of narcissism is replaced by the messiness of relating. What is more, to the degree that I manage to sustain my investment over time, I weave the beloved into an ever-expanding network of ardent memories, I incorporate the other into a field of meanings that is deeply meaningful to me. Those who do not have access to this field may not understand why the object in question is so important to me. Indeed, I myself may not be able to accurately articulate my reasons. But I do know when an object holds this type of special significance. I return to such an object again and again because it has become the container of my jouissance. Admittedly, this is the cause of the worst of love's obsessions. And it is also why love can devastate us so thoroughly, why the person who most faithfully reincarnates our thing is frequently also the one who hurts us more than anyone else. But it is simultaneously the seat of love's majesty, the reason love has the power to transport us beyond our customary socio-symbolic interpolations. The other is irreplaceable. According to this account, it would be injudicious to assume that love that ignites our longing for the thing is invariably a mistake, that it is merely an illusion that we should strive to overcome as quickly as possible. If our desire crystallizes around a particular object, it may well be because this object does in fact contain something inestimably valuable. If we keep praising such an object to the dignity of the thing, and if we find it difficult to forego this object even when we, rationally, know that we should, it may be because the object has triggered a real yearning within us. While this yearning can get us in trouble, it is not something we can conjure away by willpower alone. And it is not, strictly speaking, false, for it connects us to something that not only feels irreplaceable, but in many ways actually is irreplaceable. When we lose an object that elicits our affection on this profound level, we lose something absolutely inimitable, with the result that we may never entirely get over such a loss. There is, as it were, a certain immortality to such an object in that even though the object can die or disappear, the singular place it holds in our affective universe does not dissipate. The imprint, enduring trace or indentation, it leaves behind outlives its actual presence in our lives, sometimes reverberating all the more intensely the more time or distance accumulates. Even a new passion, a new love, cannot always entirely erase this imprint, for the object that is irreplaceable, or immortal, does not have an equivalent. If we lose it, we cannot easily substitute someone else for it. The other who feels irreplaceable is loved not for what he does, or accomplishes in the world, but for who he, in the intricate complexity of his being, is. It should be clear by now that I do not mean this in an essentialist sense, for it is never possible to definitively determine who or what a given individual is in the depths of his or her being. This, however, does not annul the captivating, visceral force of the other's singularity. As Barthes explains, I love the other, not according to his, accountable, qualities, but according to his existence. I love, not what he is, but that he is. 1977, 222. Along similar lines, Lacan remarks with respect to Antigone's love for her brother Polynices that her position represents the radical limit that affirms the unique value of his being without reference to any content, to whatever good or evil Polynices may have done, or to whatever he may be subjected to. 1960, 279. Interestingly, Lacan concludes that the unique value Polynices holds for Antigone is linked to language. Outside of language it is inconceivable, and the being of him who has lived cannot be detached from all he bears with him in the nature of good and evil, of destiny, of consequences for others, or of feelings for himself. That purity, that separation of being from the characteristics of the historical drama he has lived through, is precisely the limit or the ex nihilo to which Antigone is attached. It is nothing more than the break that the very presence of language inaugurates in the life of man. 1960, 279. The matter is hence nuanced in that we are asked to distinguish between, on the one hand, the historical drama of symbolic law, a law that, in this particular instance, condemns Polynices as a criminal, and, on the other, the rift that language inaugurates in the life of man. Though both have to do with language, the former refers to the historically specific structuring of the symbolic order, whereas the latter indicates, reverberating all the more intensely the more time or distance accumulates. Even a new passion, a new love, cannot always entirely erase this imprint, for the object that is irreplaceable, or immortal, does not have an equivalent. If we lose it, we cannot easily substitute someone else for it. The other who feels irreplaceable is loved not for what he does, or accomplishes in the world, but for who he, in the intricate complexity of his being, is. It should be clear by now that I do not mean this in an essentialist sense, for it is never possible to definitively determine who or what a given individual is in the depths of his or her being. This, however, does not annul the captivating, visceral force of the other's singularity. As Barthes explains, I love the other, not according to his, accountable, qualities, but according to his existence. I love, not what he is, but that he is. 1977, 222. Along similar lines, Lacan remarks with respect to Antigone's love for her brother Polynices that her position represents the radical limit that affirms the unique value of his being without reference to any content, to whatever good or evil Polynices may have done, or to whatever he may be subjected to. 1960, 279. Interestingly, Lacan concludes that the unique value Polynices holds for Antigone is linked to language. Outside of language it is inconceivable, and the being of him who has lived cannot be detached from all he bears with him in the nature of good and evil, of destiny, of consequences for others, or of feelings for himself. That purity, that separation of being from the characteristics of the historical drama he has lived through, is precisely the limit or the ex nihilo to which Antigone is attached. It is nothing more than the break that the very presence of language inaugurates in the life of man. 1960, 279. The matter is hence nuanced in that we are asked to distinguish between, on the one hand, the historical drama of symbolic law, a law that, in this particular instance, condemns Polynices as a criminal, and, on the other, the rift that language inaugurates in the life of man. Though both have to do with language, the former refers to the historically specific structuring of the symbolic order, whereas the latter indicates formative encounter with the signifier that makes Polynices Polynices, that lends Polynices' character its inimitable valence. This encounter phi x's Polynices, like every subject is phi crossed, into a specific drive destiny, which is why it gives rise to something more entrenched, more fundamental, than Polynices' symbolic identity. It is to this elemental dimension of her brother, to this what is that Antigone is attached, and that she juxtaposes with Creon's edict. As far as I am concerned, the order that you, Creon, dare refer me to doesn't mean anything, for from my point of view, my brother is my brother. 278. In other words, Antigone does not care about how Polynices has acted, how he has violated Creon's law, but fixates on the fact that Polynices is Polynices, my brother is my brother. What matters to her is that her brother is what he is, and that only he can be what he is. 278-79. Antigone's love for Polynices is not romantic in the sense that I have been discussing, but Lacan's commentary highlights the idea that even though love is never completely indifferent to the particular qualities of the beloved, at its most riveting, it contains a layer of passion that does not depend on any one of these qualities. As Copiac sums up the matter, love is that which renders what the other is lovable. 2004, 42. That is, love demands that the other be cherished as he is, the way he comes. 42. With reference to Antigone's insistence that she could never have another brother, Copiac states, this is the sentiment we express when we say of someone, they broke the mold after they made him. Antigone lets us know that her brother is unique, irreplaceable. There will never be another like him. She refuses to justify her love for him by giving reasons for it. She calls on no authority, no deity, none of the laws of the polis to sanction the deed she undertakes on his behalf. 41. This, the fact that Antigone refuses to justify her love, is what makes her, as Lacan, following the chorus, puts it, autonomous. 1960, 279. When it comes to Polonices, the big other, the law of Creon, is, for Antigone, entirely irrelevant. Making the sublime appear. The notion of loving the other as he comes should not be confused with the idea that we should approach him with a level-headed pragmatism that insists that real love is a matter of stripping him of all of his sublime qualities. It should not be confused with the idea that we should heroically resist the faintest echo of the thing so as to find the temptation to see in the other something more than him. Quite the opposite, loving the other as he comes implies that we accept that he is at once himself and more than himself. As Kopiak postulates, although the Lacanian phrase "I love in you something more than you" is usually taken to signify that I love what is ineffable in you, what I cannot reach in you, it can also be interpreted to mean that, through love, I in fact do access something more in you. Kopiak elaborates on this as follows: if one were to receive identical gifts or identical reports of an event one has unfortunately missed both from an acquaintance and from a beloved friend, one would get more, a surplus satisfaction, from the latter. A gift given by a beloved friend ceases to coincide with itself, it becomes itself plus the fact that it was given by the friend. The same is true of everything I get from the beloved, all the qualities, everything he or she is. That is, the is of the beloved is split, fractured. The beloved is always slightly different from or more than herself. It is this more, this extra, that makes the beloved more than just an ordinary object of my attention. 2004, 43. This is another way to express what I stated above, namely that love, like other forms of sublimation, makes the sublime appear within the framework of everyday life. The beloved is always both himself and slightly different from, more than, himself. The surplus satisfaction we get from a lover or a dear friend, as opposed to a mere acquaintance, arises precisely from this split between what is and what is more than. This is why it would be an enormous mistake to presume that real love is a matter of tolerating the beloved in all of his banality without any attention to the kernel of sublimity that attracted us to him in the first place. Quite the contrary, real love is what elevates a regular person into a sublime one, into a worthy ambassador of the thing, without at the same time erasing everything that is human about him. As Zupanc asserts, the miracle of love consists in perceiving the two objects, the banal object and the sublime object, on the same level. Additionally, this means that neither one of them is occulted or substituted by the other. The true miracle of love, she posits, consists in preserving the transcendence and the very accessibility of the other. 2003, 175. Real love, like the decorative string of matchboxes or Cézanne's apples, thus makes the sublime accessible to us, even if it can only ever do so to a limited degree. This does not mean that the sublime aspect of the object is somehow more authentic than the banal aspect, or vice versa, for neither fully captures the truth of its being. Both are semblances that cannot be expected to completely account for the complexity of the beloved's ontology or self-experience. But this does not change the fact that both are equally important to love. As Zupanc concludes, finally, the miracle of love consists in falling, and in continuing to stumble, because of the real which emerges from the gap introduced by this parallel montage of two semblances or appearances, that is to say, because of the real that emerges from the non-coincidence of the same. The other whom we love is neither of the two semblances, the banal and the sublime object, but neither can she be separated from them, since she is nothing other than what results from a successful, or lucky, montage of the two. 2003, 175. True love, in other words, situates itself in the lucky montage between the banal and the sublime dimension of the object, and it is precisely because there is a disorienting gap between the two that we fall, and keep stumbling. The value of idealization. If it is an error of judgment to equate the beloved with the thing in an attempt to attain narcissistic satisfaction, it is also an error to deprive him of all vestiges of thingness. True love, according to the account I have been developing, creates space for the extraordinary within the ordinary without thereby downplaying the ordinary. In a way, if we wish to avoid the trap of closing the gap between the banal and sublime object, and therefore of extinguishing our love, we must be able to view the beloved as at once prosaic and awe-inspiring. If we only see his banality, we can hardly claim to experience him as worthy of the special attention we bestow upon him. Yet if we only regard him as sublime, our love has little to do with his mundane reality as a person. The trick, then, is to perceive both aspects of the beloved simultaneously, while also admitting that neither is who he actually is. When it comes to appraising others, we might do well to heed Lacan's general advice: begin by thinking you don't understand. Start from the idea of a fundamental misunderstanding. 1955, 20. It may help to recast the matter as follows: Although we are conditioned to think that our assessment of the other as ordinary is more reliable than our sense that he is extraordinary, this may in fact not be the case. There is absolutely no guarantee that our appraisal of the other as banal is any more correct than our evaluation of him as sublime. From this stance, insisting on the other's ordinariness can be as violating, and as drastically off the mark, as over-idealizing, which is all the more reason to ensure that, in our efforts to build a loving connection, we do not overlook everything that is luminous about the other. Even though over-idealizing can devastate the other's integrity, the opposite strategy of demoting him to a wholly commonplace object denies the fact that love needs some evidence of transcendence, of immortality, eternity, or infinity, to thrive. In this context, the uplifting sweep of sublimation could be argued to be merely an indulgent way to interpret the intangible reality of the person we love. It could be said to be a generous means of bringing into the foreground, and perhaps even awakening, sediments of his being that might usually be concealed or subdued. On this account, raising the beloved to the dignity of the thing does not necessarily overshadow his actual reality, but rather allows us to discern this reality from a previously unexplored viewpoint. In the same way that a string of matchboxes reveals something about a matchbox that normally remains dormant, and in the same way that Cézanne's apples disclose something about an apple that is not readily apparent in a pile of apples we might find in our local supermarket, the sublimatory gesture of love divulges something about the beloved that might otherwise never see the light of day. This implies that the content of the idealizing gesture matters, that there is a significant difference between idealizations that lovingly illuminate neglected aspects of the other's being and others that arises solely from the crevices of our fantasy life. There is, in other words, a distinction between idealizations that cater to our narcissistic needs and those that strive to release the beloved's hibernating potentialities from their hiding place. If fantasy formations entangle us in the former, the truth of our desire aims at the latter in the sense that it responds to the sublime glow of the thing within the beloved, because it, like the ethics of sublimation, honors the thing's echo. It cuts through the lures of narcissism in order to attain real satisfaction. Consequently, as long as we do not confuse the beloved with the thing, as long as we manage to keep his banal and sublime aspects in productive tension, it may be safe to assume that the attributes within him that seem to speak the language of our desire with such enviable effluency in fact are as lovely, as worthy of our idealizations, as they appear. I have admitted that we are usually not able to accurately name these attributes. But this does not mean that we cannot make progress, that we cannot become more cognizant of what it is in the beloved that calls to us so hauntingly. And the more we are able to do so, the more we learn to interpret the code of our desire, the better we are able to engage in the kinds of idealizations that expand rather than diminish the beloved's being. Love's innovative energy. Many of love's most common problems arise from the difficulty of balancing its banal and sublime aspects. On the one hand, when we lose sight of the banal, we tend to become unforgiving of human imperfection, imposing on the person we love the sorts of unrealistic expectations that he or she cannot possibly live up to. We risk turning the radiance we bestow upon the beloved into something he feels compelled to emulate, with the result that our idealizing gesture becomes suffocating rather than augmenting. In such cases, we slide from love to a narcissistic worship of the sublime object so that little of the beloved's independent reality remains visible to us. On the other hand, when we lose sight of the sublime, we strip our beloved of what makes him different from our friends, colleagues, and neighbors. We turn our relationship into yet another ingredient of our everyday routine. This may in many ways be inevitable in long-term relationships, but it also represents a fairly regrettable degradation of love's mission, which, I would say, has at least as much to do with inspiration as it does with the securities of emotional compatibility, contractual cohabitation, and reproductive stability. If the institutionalization of love tends to serve the exigencies of social orthodoxy, lending solidity to our cultural order through structures such as marriage, love as raw passion could be said to represent the kind of innovative energy that I have, in the course of this book, aligned with the possibility for new possibilities. This energy is what is squandered whenever love loses its miraculous, transcendent dimensions, and becomes merely a part of the daily grind. A concrete way to think about this innovative energy is to recognize that every meaningful relationship, every relationship that remains alive to the echo of the thing, adds new layers to the constellation of our desire, thereby diversifying our character. If, as I have maintained, the renewal of the self calls for a transformative encounter with the other, then there are few things in life that make a bigger contribution to our ongoing process of becoming than love, for our relationship with the beloved tends to be much more intimate and affectively charged, and hence more far-reaching, than most of our other interpersonal relationships. At its most commanding, it grants us entry into inner domains we seldom visit, shaking things up and perhaps even initiating the kinds of psychic modifications that are otherwise unattainable to us. Because love in some ways transports us beyond ourselves, it can unearth build-ups of passion that remain suppressed by the status quo of our lives. In this sense, we need the mediation of a loving relationship to realize key dimensions of our being. And we may even need the enchantment of being on the receiving end of the idealizing gesture, for in exactly the same way as our own efforts to raise our beloved to the dignity of the think and revive frozen or buried aspects of his being, we might ourselves need the caressing presence of generous ideals to fully come to our own. Indeed, our attempts to negotiate and renegotiate a singular identity may demand the continuous arbitration of those we love, for if we are never the only makers of our identity, we are also never the sole agents of its capacity for regeneration. When we are particularly fortunate, love rouses what is most noble within us. It makes us bold enough to reach for what we might normally suppress out of self-doubt, fear of failure, or sheer laziness. Conventional wisdom tells us that we frequently do for love what we are not willing to do for anything else. Sometimes this is bad, as when the addictions of passion cause us to stalk others. But other times this is good because it prompts us to the kinds of daring or high-minded actions that lend dignity not only to our love, but also to the rest of our lives. This, in turn, implies that the fact that our desire tends to chase a dense kernel of sublimity without ever fully attaining its object is far from the affective misfortune it may appear to be but, quite the contrary, an existential asset of unfathomable proportions. Simply put, it is the foundation of our capacity to invent fresh devotional practices, to either invest our desire in new objects or, equally importantly, to invest our desire in an old object in new ways. The question this raises is how we might best remain loyal to our amorous quest as one that can never be completed. How might we be able to remain faithful to the truth event of love after the event itself has passed? Or, to return to my earlier formulation, if the call and response of love is where eternity enters time, where passion rests time's incessant motion into a rare moment of timelessness, how do we live this eternity, this timelessness, while simultaneously attending to the various claims on our time that constitute the texture of our practical life worlds? How do we intertwine the demands of the ordinary with the summons of the extraordinary? Throughout this book, I have offered different ways to read Lacanian ethics, gradually working my way from the ethical act to the ethics of sublimation. I would like to close my analysis by highlighting an ethical concern that has been central not only in Lacanian theory, but in contemporary critical thought in general, the ethics of the self-other relationship. Indeed, one could say that this is one of the main issues that distinguishes Lacanian theory from other contemporary critical approaches. More specifically, if much of recent ethical theory has taken its inspiration from Levinas, and especially from Levinas's analysis of the other's face as an inviolable site of ethical accountability, Lacanians have raised doubts about the idea that the face offers a straightforward foundation for ethics. This skepticism can be traced back to the fact that when Lacan revisited Freud's famous critique of the Judeo-Christian injunction to love thy neighbor, he stressed that the neighbor, the Nebenmensch, is by its very nature alien, Fremde, 1959-52. As a consequence, if post-Levinasian ethics tends to emphasize the ethical call of the face, post-Lacanian ethics tends to stress the terror-inducing strangeness of the face, the ways in which the face can alarm us to the point of deep ethical ambivalence. This is why it is the tormented and/or inexpressive features of Agamben's Musulman, the living dead of the concentration camps, rather than, say, the gentle countenance of Levinas's feminine other that have, in recent Lacanian theory, become the standard metaphor for the other's face. In the aftermath of Levinas, the other's face has to some extent eclipsed the Kantian categorical imperative as a focal point of ethics. Central components of Levinas's philosophy, the primacy of ethics over ontology, the privileging of relationality over self-sovereignty, deep reverence for the irreducible otherness of the other, as well as our unconditional responsibility for the other, have consolidated around the viscerally evocative image of the other's face. However, as I started to suggest in the course of my discussion of love, Lacan complicates the issue by indicating that the other's face is always divided into two parts. On the one hand, there are those culturally intelligible qualities that can be formulated as an attribute, Lacan 1959-52, that make the other more or less like us, thereby facilitating our capacity to relate to it as an entity whose existential struggles resemble our own. On the other, there is the specter of the other as thing, as an anxiety-producing and menacing stranger. This latter is not dosting as the good object, as the refound, other who holds the promise of unmediated satisfaction, but rather the other who comes too close, who is disconcerting because of its consuming over proximity. This is one reason that the Lacanian face is more akin to a distorted grimace than to the beseeching face of Levinasian ethics. It expresses the too muchness of jouissance, the involuntary spasm, cringe, or wince that betrays the other's discomfort and disorientation. In post-Lacanian theory, Lacan's reflections on the other as thing, as the disturbing stain that ruptures the, always phantasmatic, coherence of our social world, have been recast as a political query about how we can ethically relate to what is most terrifying or off-putting, even repellent, about the other. In other words, the ethical concern is no longer how we might manage to recognize others as our equals even when they hold different values, how we might build a viable human community out of radically divergent opinions and outlooks, but rather how we are, or are not, able to meet the inhuman aspects of the other. The political implications of this reformulation are momentous, for it shifts our attention from the nitty-gritty of pluralistic tolerance to the question of how we can relate to those who are not in the least bit similar to us and who may, consequently, make us profoundly uncomfortable. Furthermore, this reformulation has led to a resurgence of universalist ethics that goes against the grain of today's multicultural sensibilities. The issue is in fact so contentious that some Lacanians appear to be on a warpath against those, such as Derrida and Butler, who advocate a Levinasian perspective. What I would like to do in these concluding pages is to sketch the stakes of this anti-Levinasian gesture. How, precisely, do we get from the inhuman other to universalist ethics? What is such an ethics meant to accomplish? And what are its main blind spots? The other as evil. It is necessary to begin with a qualification. I think that Zizek et al. Are at least partially mistaken when they imply that the Levinasian face solicits the kind of effortless empathy and identification that causes us to overlook the utter uncanniness of the individual in front of us. Zizek, for instance, postulates that what Levinas fails to include into the scope of human is the inhuman itself, a dimension which eludes the face-to-face relationship. 2005, 158. This suggests that the Levinasian face is an imaginary lure that particularizes a person by making him or her appear fully, and falsely, human. Yet this is not how Levinas describes the face, for he states that the other is face as a being beyond all attributes, which would have the effect of qualifying him, that is, of reducing him to what he is in common with other beings, of making a concept of him. It is this presence for me of a being identical to itself that I call the presence of the face. The face is the very identity of a being. It manifests itself in it in terms of itself, without a concept. 1991, 33. 1. The face, as Levinas envisions it, is therefore not an easily readable map that would allow us to approach the other through attributes that the other shares with us, but rather locus of the kind of absolute singularity that escapes comparison and immediate understanding. To return to the vocabulary I established in the introduction, the face houses some of the subject's perseverance of being of what, and the subject escapes conceptual capture because it eludes all social categories and classifications. This is exactly why it renders the subject a being identical to itself. The Levinasian face is, then, not entirely antithetical to the Lacanian notion of the other as troubling thing. But I grant that even if Levinas does highlight the singularity of the face, he does not characterize it as potentially monstrous in the way that Lacan and post-Lacanian critics do. Levinas does on occasion raise the possibility that the other is not kind or benevolent, as when he, for instance, implies that even a tyrant, say, the guard at a Nazi concentration camp, has a face. But the other's malevolence is, for Levinas, an aberration, even if its unknowability is not. For Lacan, in contrast, the other is always, potentially at least, evil. Every time that Freud stops short in horror at the consequences of the commandment to love one's neighbor, we see evoked the presence of that fundamental evil which dwells within this neighbor. 1960, 186. To this evil is what obliged us to relate to the other through symbolic and imaginary supports, the task of which, as I have specified, is to enable us to embrace the other as a fellow human being for whom we can feel affinity. If the symbolic stabilizes social exchanges by imposing a set of normative expectations that regulate relationships between subjects, the imaginary allows us to view the other as equivalent to ourselves and, as such, as a possible object of our affection. However, even our symbolic and imaginary fortifications can never completely erase the other as thing, as the inhuman partner of excess jouissance that threatens to overpower the intelligible coordinates of our existence. 3. Whenever the other as thing pierces our customary symbolic and imaginary supports, we lose our social balance as well as our phantasmatic sense of security. Against this backdrop, what is most innovative about post-Lacanian ethics is its emphasis on the idea that a properly ethical attitude must risk these supports, must risk an encounter with the unsettling real of the other's being. Ethics, in other words, can no longer be merely a matter of more or less prudent interpersonal negotiations within the symbolic and imaginary registers, but instead calls for our ability to withstand the other's devouring jouissance. This is why Lacanian ethics is less interested in the morality of our actions than it is in our capacity to endure the unconscious psychic intensities that get activated by the other's jouissance and that cannot be assimilated into our schemes of symbolic and imaginary reciprocity. As Lacan puts the matter, one would have to know how to confront the fact that my neighbor's jouissance, his harmful, malignant jouissance, is that which poses a problem for my love. 1960, 187. Lacan here suggests that our ethical relationship to the other requires us to come to terms with its characteristic approach to jouissance, which is to say, its singular drive destiny. If the enigma of the other, the enigma that both arouses and baffles us, expresses the other's wholly idiosyncratic way of living out the real of its drives, then to ethically relate to this other means to tolerate what is least social about it, the distinctive tenor of its jouissance. If, as Zizek asserts, the other's jouissance is by definition traumatic, and even a bit obscene, for a genuine ethical connection demands that we meet it without flinching or recoiling. In Santner's terms, being in the midst of life means being with another subject in the singularity of his or her jouissance. It means exposure not simply to the thoughts, values, hopes, and memories of the other, but also to the other's touch of madness, to the way in which the other is disoriented in the world, destitute, divested of an identity that firmly locates him or her in a delimited whole of some sort. 2001, 81-82. Ethics, then, cannot avoid confronting the other's unique madness and existential confusion, the always contingent, and, in some sense, demonic way in which he contracts a foothold in being. 78. The Faceless Face. From a Lacanian perspective, if I am truly to obey the Levinasian command to honor the other as a side of alterity, it is my ethical obligation to bear the proximity of the other's jouissance regardless of how demonic this jouissance proves to be. What is more, as we learned in the previous chapter, the impenetrable otherness of the other demands that I recognize that the other is not necessarily any more transparent to itself than it is to me. The other who claims my attention may be as bewildered, as perplexed and drastically at a loss, with respect to itself as I am with respect to myself. Somewhat paradoxically, then, meeting the irreducible alterity of the other entails bringing my non-relational, asocial, surplus into a bizarre kind of relation with the other's equally non-relational surplus. It necessitates that I try to relate to what, in principle, eludes relationality. From this point of view, the trouble with our usual ethical attitude is that we treat the other's face as a fetish that allows us to disavow its non-relational aspects. 5. Our customary ethical attitude excludes the non-symbolizable element that complicates our ability to forge a comfortable face-to-face relationship with the other. Moreover, it cannot account for the ambiguous dialectic of fascination and repulsion that we tend to feel whenever we are confronted by the spectacle of utter dehumanization. An extreme example of this is the Musulman as a kind of faceless face. Zizek? 2005, 161, a face that has been emptied of all signs of human vitality or personality. This expressionless face is no longer a socially intelligible face, but rather brings us in contact with what is most object-like, most thing-like about the other. Santner 2005, 125, so that we are forced to witness the pure materiality, or inertness, of the other's being. As Zizek elaborates, when confronted with a Musulman, one cannot discern in his face the trace of the abyss of the other in his/her vulnerability, addressing us with the infinitive call of our responsibility. What one gets instead is a kind of blind wall, a lack of depth. Maybe the Musulman is thus the zero-level neighbor, the neighbor with whom no empathetic relationship is possible. 2005, 161-62. That is, the Musulman stands for a limit case of humanity in the sense that he persists as a presence in the absence of all the conventional signifiers of relational capacity. In Santner's terms, the Musulman is reduced to the substance of a cringe. He is there, yet no longer in the world. 2005, 100. This raises poignant questions for ethics. How do we relate to someone who has been traumatized to the extent that he or she no longer seems fully human? What are the limits of our capacity for empathetically witnessing the suffering of others? These are concerns that motivate Zizek, Santner, and Kenneth Reinhardt, in the introduction to their book The Neighbor, to articulate the stakes of post-Lacanian ethics as follows. After the slaughters of World War II, the Shoah, the Gulag, multiple ethnic and religious slaughters, the explosive rise of slums in the last decades, and so on, the notion of neighbor has lost its innocence. To take the extreme case, in what precise sense is the Musulman still our neighbor? 2005, 3. In his part of the book, Zizek sums up the matter by asking, what if, facing a Muslim, one hits upon one's responsibility toward the other at its most traumatic? 162. According to this account, the problem with much of contemporary, post-Levinasian, ethics is that it does not reach the core of inner subjective responsibility, it resorts to the dazzling epiphany, 162, of the face as a falsely harmonious totality that distracts us from what is genuinely difficult about our ethical accountability to others, it sidesteps elements of otherness that reside beyond our capacity for compassion, understanding, interpersonal identification, and symmetrical dialogue. After all, as Zizek correctly maintains, it would be obscene to proclaim pathetically, we are all musulmaner. 161. The critique of multiculturalism. It is the realization that we do not relate to others merely on the symbolic and imaginary levels, but also on the level of the real, that has led post-Lacanian thinkers to reorient ethics from the politics of multicultural tolerance to ideals of universal justice. From their standpoint, multiculturalism repeats the weaknesses of Levinas by failing to acknowledge the malevolent, not to mention hatred-inducing, dimensions of the other. It serves as yet another convenient means of keeping the neighbor at a tolerable distance, of defending against the other's jouissance by placing the other within the relatively superficial network of compassionate relationality. To be precise, multiculturalism celebrates the rhetoric of deference while at the same time protecting us against the real deference of others. It keeps us from having to deal with the distressing deference of those who are radically different from us. In this context, it is worth quoting Badiou at length. Our suspicions are first aroused when we see that the self-declared apostles of ethics and of the right to deference are clearly horrified of any vigorously sustained deference. For them, African customs are barbaric, Muslims are dreadful, the Chinese are totalitarian, and so on. As a matter of fact, the celebrated other is acceptable only if he is a good other, which is to say what, exactly, if not the same as us? That is to say, I respect differences, but only, of course, in so far as that which differs also respects, just as I do, the said differences. Just as there can be no freedom for the enemies of freedom, so there can be no respect for those whose difference consists precisely in not respecting differences. To prove the point, just consider the obsessive resentment expressed by the partisans of ethics regarding anything that resembles an Islamic fundamentalism. Even immigrants in this country, France, are seen by the partisans of ethics, are acceptably different only when they are integrated, only if they seek integration, which seems to mean, if you think about it, only if they want to suppress their difference. It might well be that ethical ideology, detached from the religious teachings which at least conferred upon it the fullness of a revealed identity, is simply the final imperative of a conquering civilization. Become like me and I will respect your difference. 2002, 24-25. Badiou maintains that the multiculturalist respect for difference applies only to those differences that are more or less compatible with the hegemonic West's conception of liberal democracy and human rights. Any difference that deviates too drastically from the West's humanistic vision, any difference that is too different, is automatically deemed barbaric, totalitarian, or terroristic. Multiculturalism, in short, falls apart the moment we fail to identify with the other as face. The critique of multiculturalism undertaken by post-Lacanians tends to be scathing, linking it to the advance of global capitalism and Western military dominance, so that multiculturalist ethics becomes merely the latest incarnation of colonialism. Multiculturalism, on this view, serves the interests of consumer capitalism by drawing more and more diverse communities into its fold. It transforms the ugly realities of capitalist exploitation to the deceptively benign notion of respect for differences. In his book on St. Paul, whom he elevates to the status of a universal subject, a point I will return to below, Badiou explains the matter as follows: capital demands a permanent creation of subjective and territorial identities in order for its principle of movement to homogenize its space of action, identities, moreover, that never demand anything but the right to be exposed in the same way as others to the uniform prerogatives of the market. The capitalist logic of the general equivalent and the identitarian and cultural logic of communities and minorities form an articulated whole. 2003, 10-11, Santner, in turn, glosses Badiou's analysis in this way. Badiou positions his reflections on Paul as a challenge to the multiculturalist consensus of contemporary thought and culture. Badiou sees the tendency toward ever more subtle modes of identifying groups and individuals, a tendency often linked with grievances and claims to victim status, black, lesbian, single parent, etc. in much the same way that Michel Foucault understood the proliferation of sexualities, as an expansion of the field by which power is able to invest human life with certain kinds of meaning, knowledge, and value. The deterritorialization of populations into diverse minority identities is seen here as the means by which capital spreads its logic of general equivalence throughout the globe, configuring the world precisely as world market. 2005, 116. The more identity categories there are, the more effectively global capital is able to expand its tentacles, offering goods and services to a never-increasing segment of the world's population. Difference becomes profitable, a convenient means for capital to invade new markets. In addition to the advance of multinational corporations across the globe, culturally sensitive sections for hair care, skin care, clothing, decorations, ethnic foods, and so forth in Western department stores mean that appropriate products are available to previously underrepresented groups. This ensures that these groups are caught all the more securely in the vice of capitalism. Multiculturalism as an arm of capital assures that every subject enters the, ultimately homogenizing, sphere of consumer economics, becoming, as it were, exchangeable through the very process that professes to promote its uniqueness. Singularity, instead of summoning the subject beyond its socio-symbolic investments, traps it in an identity category, woman, black, Asian, Arab, gay, etc., that makes it all the more exploitable. Looked at in this way, multiculturalism merely confirms the versatility and adaptability of capital, the fact that capital has an apparently infinite capacity to cater to our various desires as well as to generate new ones. Moreover, because multiculturalism reifies distinctions between different identity categories, it makes it all the more impossible to front a genuinely revolutionary, unified and effective, assault against the establishment. The post-Lacanian alternative to this, spearheaded by Badiou, is to advocate sameness, a kind of studied indifference to differences, as a basis for universalist ethics. As Badiou boldly claims, the whole ethical predication based upon recognition of the other should be purely and simply abandoned. For the real question, and it is an extraordinarily difficult one, is much more that of recognizing the same. 2002, 25. Since difference, infinite alterity, is quite simply what there is. 25. Politics and ethics alike need to be centered around what we share, around what is universally valid for all of us, philosophically. If the other doesn't matter, it is indeed because the difficulty lies on the side of the same. The same, in effect, is not what is, but what comes to be. This coming to be of the same is precisely what the process of truth accomplishes, for a truth is the same for all, is something that, in principle, any subject could undertake. 27. 6. Towards universalist ethics. The truth event, as well as the process of elaboration that represents fidelity to this event, thus renders difference insignificant by introducing a truth that is universally applicable to everyone concerned. However, this does not imply an erasure of singularity for, as we have seen, the subject of truth is always, by definition, an immortal, someone who cannot be subsumed into the unthinking mass of the collectivity. One might in fact say that only a person who recognizes herself as singular, in the sense of not being a part of a social category, can recognize the singularity, and therefore the equality, of others. From this perspective, singularity is not merely what founds ethics, but also what comes into being by a faithful adherence to a universal, yet always specific, ethic of truths. Such an ethic is ethical precisely insofar as it raises singularity to the realm of the universal. As Zizek maintains, the singular subject of ethics bypasses the meditation of the particular by directly participating in the universal. This identification with the universal, he continues, is not the identification with an encompassing global substance, humanity, but an identification with a universal ethico-political principle, a universal religious collective, a scientific collective, a global revolutionary organization, all of which are in principle accessible to everyone. 2006, 14. The neo-Kantian universal singular promoted by Zizek is thus not merely a matter of asserting that singularity is the one thing that is universally applicable to each of us, that what we all share is that we are singular creatures, but also of stressing that the singular partakes in the universal by bypassing every particular identification. Zizek's statement also reveals his indebtedness to Marxism in the sense that he advances a revolutionary politics that seeks to transcend differences between people by rallying them around a common cause rather than an identitarian substance of some sort. The goal of such a politics is to challenge the status quo rather than to expand it to include individuals belonging to previously excluded identity categories, categories that, always phantasmatically, unite those of a certain gender, race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, and so forth. 7. Santner expresses the same idea when he advocates the creation of a paradoxical kind of anti-communitarian community that does not depend on any positive features. Being neighbor in this sense does not imply resemblance, familiarity, or likeness, but rather a kind of shared resoluteness sustained, in large measure, by certain kinds of linguistic and social practices, rather than merely individual intentions or states of mind. 2005, 109. As we discovered in Chapter 4, Badiou conveys the same sentiment when he claims that National Socialism was a simulacrum rather than a genuine event because it was organized around the interests of a particular identity category, the Germans. It was an instance of totalizing evil rather than of liberating truth because it advanced the national substance of a people rather than a universally applicable truth. Its violence resulted, in part at least, from the fact that fidelity to a simulacrum, unlike fidelity to an event, breaks with the status quo, or situation, not by the universality of the void, but by the closed particularity of an abstract set, in this instance, the Germans. Even more problematically, National Socialism was only able to amass its substance by voiding what surrounded it, that is, the Jews. There were certainly others as well, the gypsies, the mentally ill, homosexuals, communists. But the name Jew was the name of names, serving to designate those people whose disappearance created, around the presumed German substance, a void that would suffice to identify the substance. 2002, 74-75. It was, then, the brutal voiding, extermination, of Jews that was supposed to guarantee the substantiality of German identity. This is one reason that Badiou shuns every invocation of custom, commonality, or collective identity as a basis of the event, pointing out that this results in catastrophic statements, on the model, only a homosexual can understand what a homosexual is, only an Arab, etc. quoted in Hallward 2003, 26. The third of justice. The privileging of the universal, or universal singular, over the particular had led post-Lacanian thinkers to align ethics with justice, with the impersonal third that mediates relationships between individuals, rather than with the subject's face-to-face encounter with specifici others. Zizek, in particular, has advocated the following radical anti-Levinasian conclusion: the true ethical step is the one beyond the face of the other, the one of suspending the hold of the face, the one of choosing against the face. For the third, 2005, 183. This statement is a bit misleading for, as I clarify yet above, Zizek is not entirely correct in implying that the face, for Levinas, functions as a phantasmatic lure that gentrifies all the disquieting, thing-like, elements of the other. As I noted, the Levinasian face does not individualize a person in ways that would make it possible for us to identify with her as a fellow human being but, quite the contrary, singularizes her to such an extent as to make any easy identification impossible. And it is also not the case, as Zizek here implies, that Levinas altogether ignores the third as a side of justice. Levinas explicitly distinguishes between ethics and justice, admitting that while ethics starts from the other's face, justice reaches beyond the face to the impersonal space of the third, a space from which it becomes possible to arbitrate between different faces. Yet there is also some validity to Zizek's critique in that it is very difficult for post-Levinasian theory to account for instances when our attention to the specificity of the face diverts us from impartial justice. From a post-Lacanian perspective, the main failure of our legal system is that it cannot get beyond the face. It keeps discriminating against some faces at the expense of others. Nor can we deny that Levinasian phenomenology is primarily oriented around the face rather than the third. We cannot refute that, in the Levinasian universe, the primordial call of the face is constitutive of our ethical subjectivity, so that we are always already beholden to, and responsible for, the other as face. According to Levinas, the fellow human being's existential adventure matters to the I more than its own, positing from the start the I is responsible for the being of the other. 1991, 12-13. This responsibility is unconditional, asymmetrical, and non-reciprocal in the sense that we are infinitely accountable to the other without being able to demand the same in return. Levinasian ethics is thus founded on a kind of sacrificial logic that makes us answerable to the other regardless of what this other does or how disrespectfully it treats us. Because we cannot disavow our ontological debt to the other, we cannot, under any circumstances, turn away from the other. Taken to an extreme, this logic leads to the, strangely masochistic, conclusion that the victimized remain responsible for their victimizers, that the persecuted remain ethically accountable to their persecutors. This is not the same thing as saying that the persecuted are responsible for their own persecution. But it does imply, as Butler states, that precisely the other who persecutes me has a face, 2005, 90, and that my ethical responsibility to others extends to this face that injures me. Butler goes on to propose that it is precisely this susceptibility to injury, the fact that I can be wounded by others, that founds me as an ethical entity. It represents an essential ethical resource, 91, because it alerts me to the general precariousness of human life. My awareness of my vulnerability makes me more attuned to the vulnerabilities of others. In principle, this is a convincing argument. But I also think that this aspect of Levinasian ethics can place on the persecuted the arguably unreasonable burden of needing to humanize the face of their persecutor. 8. The persecuted are, as it were, asked not only to bear the brunt of their persecution, but also to adopt a wholly unrealistic stance of compassion for their persecutors. Levinas famously quotes Dostoevsky, "We are all guilty for everything and everyone, and I more than all the others," 1991, 105. Yet this is simply not always the case. There are, for instance, circumstances of racial, ethnic, economic, gendered, sexual, and religious imbalance where some people are much more guilty than others. As a result, if the Ku Klux Klan burns a cross on my yard, a multinational corporation poisons my water supply, or my husband beats me up, my stance of unconditional generosity would only feed power structures that have historically made some lives unbearable while simultaneously justifying various social atrocities. From this viewpoint, Levinas's emphasis on the face can, ironically enough, make it difficult to account for institutional structures of inequality that make some faces much more prone to injury than others. Levinasian ethics also skirts the fact that it is impossible, practically speaking, for any of us to respond equally, with the same degree of solicitousness and attentiveness, to the claim of every face, every other, we encounter in the world. This failing is what Lacanian ethics attempts to rectify by resurrecting the third as a seat of disinterested justice. Ethics, from this angle, is not a question of loving the other, empathizing with the other's suffering, or forgiving the other for its violence or indiscretion. Instead, ethics as justice is entirely indifferent to the particularities of the other's face-bound situation. Zizek explains the distinction between love and justice as follows: we should assume the risk of countering Levinas's position with a more radical one. Others are primordially an ethically indifferent multitude, and love is a violent gesture of cutting into this multitude and privileging a one as the neighbor, thus introducing a radical imbalance into the whole. In contrast to love, justice begins when I remember the faceless many left in shadow in this privileging of the one. Justice and love are thus structurally incompatible. Justice, not love, has to be blind, it must disregard the privileged one whom I really understand. What this means is that the third is not secondary, it is always already here, and the primordial ethical obligation is toward this third who is not here in the face-to-face relationship, the one in shadow, like the absent child of a love couple. 2005, 182. When I profess to love the other as face, I ignore those with whom I have no face-to-face relationship. Justice begins when I recall this distant and faceless multitude that eludes my relational grasp. When justice prevails, everyone is equally my neighbor so that my actual neighbor is no more important to me than my universal neighbor. While a love implies that I elevate a certain someone over all others, justice demands the opposite. It demands that I set aside my inclination to raise those I love and understand to a special status. This is why love thy neighbor can function as a properly ethical injunction only when it becomes a universal command rather than something directed at particular neighbors. 9. The third thus regulates my relationship with the other's face. The fact that every face relates to the third as a locus of impartial justice ensures that there is a means of mediating the violence of one face towards another. While the attempt to negotiate the parameters of right and wrong on the basis of one-on-one relationships can lead to situations where those who hold social power have an upper hand, cold impersonality guarantees that every face is equally subjected to the same ethical code. According to Zizek, this coldness is justice at its most elementary. Every preempting of the other in the guise of his or her face relegates the third to the faceless background. And the elementary gesture of justice is not to show respect for the face in front of me, to be open to its depth, but to abstract from it and refocus onto the faceless thirds in the background. It is only such a shift of focus onto the third that effectively uproots justice, liberating it from the contingent umbilical link that renders it embedded in a particular situation. In other words, it is only such a shift onto the third that grounds justice in the dimension of universality proper. When Levinas endeavors to ground ethics in the other's face, is he not still clinging to the ultimate root of the ethical commitment, afraid to accept the abyss of the rootless law as the only foundation of ethics. 2005, 183-84, justice is a matter of transcending the lure of the face so as to uphold the dead, impartial, letter of the law, 185. Through justice, I do not relate to the other as an individual, but rather as an abstraction stripped of all of the signifiers of inner depth and richness that are capable of seducing me to sentiments of love, pity, empathy, or compassion. To the extent that justice is not swayed by the pathos of the face, it pays no attention whatsoever to its color, features, bone structure, beauty, ugliness, expression, or other form of specificity. Rather, it upholds the coldness of the universal against the allure of the particular. But still, this is where we stumble upon an obvious problem, namely that it is difficult to divorce the notion of universality from the realities of hegemonic power. One of the main strengths of multiculturalist ethics is, precisely, its ability to reveal that what is considered universal may very well be merely what happens to be convenient or attractive to those who hold institutional forms of authority, so that, to use the most common example, universal is a thinly veiled cipher for white heterosexual male. Tend to put the matter simply, the idea that universality protects the marginalized from the subjective whims of those in power has not been borne out by the historical record. Badiou tries to get around this by positing that universality is invariably situated in the sense that the ethic of truths arises in response to the always context specificity void of a particular set of circumstances. This means that there can be no ethical principle, no abstract rule of justice, that predates the situation at hand. There can be no a priori ethics à la Kant, but merely ethical processes by which we treat the possibilities of a situation. 2002, 16. This, in turn, implies that there can be no general human rights, no general rule of thumb about the correct course of action. Fidelity to the event, or ethical consistency, cannot be decided on in advance, on a theoretical level, but must come into being in the aftermath of the event in question. Consequently, the only genuine ethics is of truth s in the plural, or, more precisely, the only ethics is of processes of truth, of the labor that brings some truths into the world. Ethics does not exist. There is only the ethic of. 28. Equally importantly, a viable ethics cannot be based on self-interest, but must address everyone evenly. Indeed, because it names what, from the perspective of the privileged, is impossible, exactly, the void of the situation, it is by definition counter-hegemonic, aimed at those who are most vulnerable or thoroughly unacknowledged in a given situation. This is admittedly a valiant effort to resolve the long-standing problems surrounding universality. But, in the final analysis, the question remains, who gets to name the void of the situation? Is it, to resort to a true-to-life example, the valiant male warriors of the socialist revolution? Or the women who serve them coffee? Who decides that the authentic void of the situation is class inequality rather than gender inequality? If class inequality cuts across gender lines, does not gender inequality also cut across class lines? How, then, do we determine the primacy of one struggle over the other? It seems to me that there is no way around the fact that any given situation lends itself to different interpretations, that what constitutes the void of a situation is ambiguous at best, and that mediating between the various voices that aspire to name this void invariably raises concerns about power disparities. Given the notorious post-Lacanian scorn for the flat and aseptic universe of Habermasian communicative action, Zizek? 2005, 144, we must assume that divergences of opinion are not to be resolved through meticulous negotiation and compromise. What, in that case, guarantees that those who hold historically grounded and institutionalized forms of power are not the ones who get to decide what the void consists of? It would be naive to assume that abuses of power only plague the establishment. There is no need to look any further than the revolutionary discourses of Badiou and Zizek themselves to ascertain that being counter-establishment by no means ensures that one automatically avoids perpetuating deeply entrenched power differentials. More specifically, no matter how genuinely universalist the intentions of Badiou and Zizek may be, their neo-Marxist theories repeat the masculinist and white hegemonic weaknesses of classical Marxism so that while class, or one's status as a member of the proletariat, qualify as a universal basis for progressive struggle, race, ethnicity, gender, and sexuality do not. As a matter of fact, these thinkers are not content to merely exclude movements that target racism, ethnocentrism, sexism, and homophobia, but actively disparage them, so that Badiou, for instance, espouses the universal legitimacy of the class struggle while at the same time grouping feminism with parliamentary democratic, pro-free market economics. 2002, 24. 11. Badiou's reasoning here is that feminism, like ethnic and gay rights activism, amounts to the same kind of substance-driven identity politics as National Socialism was guilty of. There is a grain of truth to this in the sense that identity politics has historically been one facet of the movements in question. But it is hardly the only configuration these movements have taken. Anyone with even the most rudimentary familiarity with debates in contemporary feminist and queer politics, as well as ethnic and post-colonial studies, knows that the vehement critique of identity politics is not something external to these fields, but rather an integral part of them. That is, scholars and leaders within feminist, queer, anti-racist, and post-colonial struggles often advocate exactly the same kind of coalitional, anti-identitarian politics as Badiou himself does. 12. Furthermore, even if we stay within the domain of identity politics, surely there is a difference between progressive political movements such as feminism or the civil rights movement on the one hand and National Socialism on the other. Margaret Fuller and Harriet Beecher Stowe may have defended the substance of women, and Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X may have defended the substance of blacks, but surely this is not the same thing as Hitler defending the substance of the German people. These kinds of facile conflations of complicated historical realities undercut Badiou's otherwise sophisticated theoretical apparatus. Similarly, it is difficult to stay patient with Zizek. At those moments when he resorts to sensationalist statements such as Gandhi was more violent than Hitler, 2009, 475. Even if Zizek's reasoning holds on the abstract level, Gandhi's resistance was more violent than Hitler's in the sense that he created a social space outside the colonial state, thereby interrupting the basic functioning of British imperialism, whereas Hitler merely ensured that the capitalist order could survive. 13. There is simultaneously an obvious concrete absurdity, and even an obscenity, to it. Zizek frequently writes as if the theoretical, usually dialectical, soundness of his analysis automatically cancelled out the practical preposterousness, or political offensiveness, of his proclamations. But this is simply not always the case. Whose multiculturalism? Ironically, what we often witness in the writings of Badiou and Zizek is a flagrant instance of exactly the problem that universalist ethics cannot seem to resolve, namely the stubborn persistence of institutionalized structures of marginalization. What, exactly, justifies Badiou's equation of feminism with identity politics? Certainly not his erudite grasp of the current topography of feminism. To put it bluntly, Badiou's notion of feminism, like his conception of racial/ethnic struggles and gay/lesbian/queer politics, appears to stem from an almost embarrassingly anachronistic understanding of what these things mean, an understanding that could be dated circa 1970. For instance, he states in an interview with Peter Hallward, "When I hear people say we are oppressed as black, as women, I have only one problem: what exactly is meant by black or woman? If this or that particular identity is put into play in the struggle against oppression, against the state, my only problem is with the exact political meaning of the identity being promoted." 2002, 107. Anyone who has read a few key texts in African American studies and feminist theory knows that this has been one of the main questions of these fields for at least the last 30 years. 14. Likewise, the fact that Badiou turns to Jean Genet, Césaire, and Senghor, 107-8, for insights about the complicated meaning of blackness without any reference whatsoever to more recent analyses of the issue accentuates the enormous gap that separates him from the versatile debates of contemporary critical theory. If it is not Badiou's careful research that allows him to, falsely, classify feminism as an identity politics, then we must entertain the possibility that he claims this right because he feels that he has the power to do so. While no theoretical discussion can cover all of its bases, and while there is a lot to be said for granting oneself permission to speculate without undue faithfulness to prior debates in a given discipline, there is a huge difference between free-roaming theorizing on the one hand and the willful suppression of entire fields of inquiry on the other. Arguably, there is nothing that accounts for this difference better than the continued operation of the power/knowledge system that Foucault analyzed. It would be one thing if Badiou simply just ignored questions of race, ethnicity, gender, and sexuality. But he doesn't. He explicitly evokes these questions, usually in order to launch a passionate critique against anyone who takes them seriously as a political concern, and it is this that makes the omission of scholarship in the relevant disciplines so noteworthy. The same observation pertains to Badiou's appraisal of multiculturalism, as well as to the similarly simplistic appraisal staged by Zizek, in that both thinkers fabricate a definition of multiculturalism out of the concept's most corrupted versions without any regard for the fact that most multiculturalist critics are acutely aware of these very corruptions. A recent case in point is Butler's attack on tolerant multiculturalism in the Frames of War, 2009, an attack that shares some of the basic insights of Badiou and Zizek, without replicating their inattention to the nuances of the matter. Or, to state the issue even more forcefully, when I taught multiculturalist theory to Harvard undergraduates in the mid-1990s, the analysis of the numerous weaknesses of multiculturalism was already so endemic within the field that my students routinely wrote incisive papers about how the tenets of multiculturalism were being dexterously co-opted by global capital, why multiculturalist politics should not be based on group identify cations, how essentialist identity categories keep us from developing effective political alliances, and so on. Now, 15 years later, I occasionally encounter graduate students in my advanced theory seminars who credit Zizek for single-handedly inventing these critiques. The implications of the matter run deeper than petty squabbles about intellectual territory, striking at the very core of what makes indifference to differences such an intensely problematic notion. Who, exactly, can afford such indifference? And whom does it ultimately serve? Indeed, is it not the case that sophisticated forms of multiculturalism, forms that seek to build political coalitions across various differences rather than to advance a single-issue identitarian agenda, are the closest we might ever get to a genuine universalism? The victim versus the immortal. My resistance to the universalist rhetoric of Badiou and Zizek is therefore not that it criticizes identity politics, for I largely agree with this criticism, but that it is not universalist enough, that it falls pathetically short of the very ideal it promotes. When St. Paul is elevated to the epitome of the universal subject at the same time as woman, black, gay, and Arab are relegated to the wasteland of substance-based, and thus politically useless, identity categories, something is rotten in Denmark. I understand the connection between St. Paul and God's universal command to love one's neighbor, but this hardly justifies the valorization of the Judeo-Christian tradition as the linchpin of universalist ethics. Moreover, it is simply not true that, as Badiou would have it, there are as many differences, say, between a Chinese peasant and a young Norwegian professional as between myself and anybody at all, including myself. 2002, 26. I hate to belabor the obvious, but Badiou's self-difference, his difference from himself, is not in the least bit akin to the difference between a Chinese peasant and a young Norwegian professional. All the talk about the subject's non-coincidence with itself, the inhuman within the human, or even the hideous grimace of the real, cannot alter the fact that some differences matter more than others, and that there are even situations where differences having to do with race, ethnicity, gender, and sexuality, among other things, quite literally decide between life and death. 15. One of the most striking aspects of the theorizing of Badiou and Zizek is their disdain for any and all attempts to make sense of those differences that arise from the realities of social victimization. On the one hand, both thinkers stress the structural importance of the underclasses, the unemployed, the homeless, the gang members, the drug addicts, the inner-city youth, the sans-papiers, etc., who constitute the void of liberal capitalism. But, on the other, their indifference to differences leads them to oppose any alignment of ethics with discourses of victimization. Badiou rationalizes this by declaring that an ethics that defines man as a victim of this or that evil inflicted upon him stifles the immortal within him. 16. Because the status of victim, of suffering beast, of emaciated, dying body, equates man with his animal substructure, Badiou states, it reduces him to the level of a living organism pure and simple. 2002, 11. This must be resisted at all costs, for ethics is not a question of the rights of survival against misery, but rather of the rights of the immortal, of the infinite. 12. Because only the immortal is capable of fidelity to the event, because only the immortal can resist the force of the hegemonic situation imposed upon him, and ethics cannot stay properly ethical unless it sustains this immortal dimension. If we do not set out from this point, if we equate man with the simple reality of his living being, we are inevitably pushed to a conclusion quite opposite to the one that the principle of life seems to imply. For this living being is in reality contemptible, and he will indeed be held in contempt. 12. I do not deny that there is something inspiring about Badiou's vision of the subject as an immortal who is able to overcome the limitations of its situation. 17. I appreciate the effort to define the human as something other than a passive and fragile entity. Nevertheless, leaving aside the strange, yet all too familiar, denigration of animality, the simple reality of the subject's living being, as contemptible, what is awkward about Badiou's formulation is its implication that victimization is something that can be avoided or rejected at will. It may well be that Badiou does not mean to vilify the victimized themselves, but merely ethical discourses centered on the notion of victimization. However, this distinction is not always easy to uphold. Consider this passage: the stories told by survivors of torture forcefully underline this point. If the torturers and bureaucrats of the dungeons and the camps are able to treat their victims like animals destined for the slaughterhouse, with whom they themselves, the well-nourished criminals, have nothing in common, it is because the victims have indeed become such animals. What had to be done for this to happen has indeed been done. That some nevertheless remain human beings, and testify to that effect, is a confirmed fact. But this is always achieved precisely through enormous effort, as an almost incomprehensible resistance on the part of that which, in them, does not coincide with the identity of victim. 2002, 12. No doubt there are individuals who are able to defy even the most excruciating torture, and who manage to retain their dignity, remain immortal in Badiou's sense, under unbearable conditions. And no doubt such displays of resistance deserve our respect and admiration. But does this mean that those who cannot accomplish such feats of endurance are somehow less human than those who can? From the perspective of whom are they, as Badiou asserts, held in contempt? Surely the fact that torturers may find those of their victims who break down all the more contemptible for their animal weakness does not mean that these victims actually are contemptible in some ontological sense. In fact, why should we care overly much about what torturers think? Since when have the assessments of torturers been a legitimate mode of determining the distinction between those who remain human beings and those who do not, whatever that means? The idea that we can somehow choose to assert our immortality against forces of victimization oversimplify us not only the realities of power, but also the radical permeability of our bodies and psyches alike. Torture is an extreme example. But the broader implications of Badiou's argument are equally disturbing because he seems to imply that some people allow themselves to be victimized, whereas others, those we admire rather than hold in contempt, are strong enough to resist it. 18. There is in his discourse, like that of Zizek, a virulent aversion for the victimized that routinely shifts the emphasis from what the victimizers do to how the victimized handle their lot. This is comparable to the current tendency in popular psychology and spirituality to try to convince us that we can only be hurt by the actions or statements of others insofar as we let ourselves be hurt, that, no matter what others do or say to us, we are ultimately responsible for our own welfare. Although the goal of such pronouncements is to empower us so that we do not hand over our agency to others, they can also easily be misused to evade responsibility for intensely insensitive or abusive behavior. After all, if you are fully responsible for your own welfare, I can do or say whatever the hell I please in relation to you. If you get upset by my actions or statements, that is your problem, a sign of your weakness, rather than something I need worry about. This is hegemonic power at its most insidious. First you victimize the other, and then you blame, and ridicule, the other for feeling victimized. In defense of empathy, both Badiou and Zizek add a layer of conviction to their analyses by suggesting that the reduction of man to a victim is part and parcel of the Western colonialist project. As Badiou writes, who can fail to see that in our humanitarian expeditions, interventions, embarkations of charitable legionnaires, the subject presumed to be universal is split. On the side of the victims, the haggard animal exposed on television screens. On the side of the benefactors, conscience and the imperative to intervene. And why does this splitting always assign the same roles to the same sides? Who cannot see that this ethics which rests on the misery of the world hides, behind its victim man, the goodman, the white man? 2002, 12-13. It is difficult to argue with this logic, for it is undoubtedly true that Western benevolence and compassion for the victimized have historically often served as screens for self-satisfaction and colonial exploitation. However, there is a big, and in my view largely unjustifiable, leap from this to the vilification of all interpersonal empathy and attempts to witness the anguish or victimization of others. In the same way that the abuses of multiculturalist politics cannot be equated with the complex theories of multiculturalism produced by cultural critics, the abuses of Western pity for the suffering post-colonial masses cannot be equated with the ethos of contemporary ethical discourses that ask us to empathize with the plight of others. I am not even altogether convinced that ethically responding to the dehumanization of the Muslim is as impossible as Zizek et al. Paint it to be. Though it would be preposterous to assert that those of us who have not been incarcerated can fully understand the experiences of a concentration camp survivor, let alone that our compassion alone could ever redeem what happened, it is equally preposterous to claim that we are completely incapable of approaching this survivor from a place of genuine concern. There is an important difference between, on the one hand, acknowledging the limits of our capacity for compassion and, on the other, callously abandoning all efforts to connect with the suffering of others. The fact that we cannot ever entirely comprehend the other does not mean that we cannot comprehend something about the other, that we remain completely exiled from the experience or private meaning of the other. Likewise, the fact that our powers of empathy may falter when confronted by the raw realities of the other's pain in no way implies that we cannot kindly touch some portion of that pain. And, to return to post-Lacanian terminology, the fact that the other is an inhuman thing inevitably derails our attempts to relate to it on a human level does not mean that no human bond is possible. The fact that we are asked to meet the disorienting jouissance of the other does not mean that we cannot also experience the other as a socially intelligible fellow human being with whom we can enter into an interpersonal rapport of some kind. One of the dangers of the post-Lacanian insistence on the monstrous aspects of the other is that it can eclipse the realization that, ultimately, we have a great deal in common with each other, that we can to some extent understand and even sympathize with the other. The other who is unknowable is always also in many ways knowable. In short, the fact that contemporary multiculturalist ethics has trouble coming to terms with the other as thing does not justify reversing matters so that we relate to the thing exclusively, as if the other as thing was the only thing the other was. It seems fairly obvious that most of us are capable of projecting from the self to the experiences of the other so that a degree of empathetic understanding becomes possible. As much as we might, rightly, worry about the ethical pitfalls of using the self as a point of comparison, it is also the case that we are capable of meaningful relationality in part precisely because we have the ability to detect the similarities between self and other, because we can often, not always, but often, assume a measure of psychological and emotional symmetry. Why, then, is this vision of sameness not a part of the universalist vocabulary of Badiou and Zizek? What keeps them from arriving at the same conclusion as Butler does, namely that it is the universality of human precariousness that founds ethics in the sense that my recognition that the other is as woundable as I am offers a starting point for my ethical indignation, outrage, and horror in the face of any and all violence done the other. I have noted a couple of times that it is possible to push the Levinasian respect for the other too far so that interpersonal ethics collapses into masochism. And it may also be that Butler's assumption that there is a primordial commonality to the experience of precariousness is overly sanguine. But her basic premise seems correct. I oppose injustice done to the other, in part at least, because, on some level, I can place myself in the other's position, because I perceive that, under different conditions, the oppression aimed at the other, or at least something analogous to this oppression, could be aimed at me. One might consequently wonder about the motivations of Badiou and Zizek, when they argue that empathy in all of its forms is either impossible or invariably tainted. In outlining the advantages of Badiou's universalist ethics over the multiculturalist concern for the other, Hallward states, "Gone is the whole abject register of bearing witness, of a guilt-driven empathy or compassion ultimately indistinguishable from a distanced condescension." 2002, 35. Though it is true that empathy can be motivated by guilt or condescension, there is something odd about the idea that this is all it is, that we are inherently incapable of authentic compassion. Might it, then, be that the ridiculing of empathy that tends to characterize post-Lacanian ethics conceals an unwillingness to make an effort, a kind of intellectual lethargy that gives up in the face of obstacles, the opacity of the other? Recall the arguments of white English professors made during the canon wars of the 1980s. I don't want to teach Black, Asian, or Native American literature, or literature by women, because I'm not qualified to speak about experiences I do not completely understand. Such statements were more frequently motivated by intellectual lassitude than by any real concern for appropriating or misrepresenting the experiences of others. After all, if such fears had been the real concern, these same professors would also have abstained from teaching Plato, Milton, and Shakespeare and stuck, instead, to the relatable works of contemporary authors. The resentment of the powerful. I suspect that the contempt that both Badiou and Zizek express for the realities of victimization is not merely a matter of revealing the hypocrisies of the West in relation to the rest of the world, but also speaks to a certain discomfort with the heavy historical burdens of white masculinity. After all, if we can discredit an ethics centered around the idea of reparation for victimization, and if we can define the human as the very antithesis of the victim, then we are justified in not worrying too much about the increasingly audible claims originating from those who feel victimized in one way or another. In this sense, the anti-victim discourse of critics such as Badiou and Zizek represents the theoretical arm of a mounting backlash against the recent successes of multiculturalism and its respect for differences, successes that have put some, by no means all, but some, white men on the defensive, so that what we are seeing is, precisely, an attempt to deny the history and continued relevance of inequality, a kind of "we are all equally oppressed" voiced by those who are losing their cultural centrality. By this I obviously do not mean to imply that white men do not suffer or that they do not have the right to express their suffering. I am merely calling attention to the very real possibility that the universalist leveling of social distinctions that but you and Zizek advocate can be used to hide the fact that we are not, after all equally oppressed. On the one hand, we are witnessing a rapid and wonderfully promising redefinition of masculinity along non-patriarchal lines. On the other, we are in the midst of a panic about the waning of white heterosexual patriarchy. 19 When it comes to but you and Zizek? In particular, it is hard to miss the barely suppressed undercurrent of resentment that seeps into their texts whenever they tackle issues concerning marginalized subject positions. While the Nietzschean concept of resentment usually refers to the unquenchable resentment of the weak for the more powerful, what we see here is a reversal of this dynamic so that what is being resented is the ability of the victimized to agitate for their rights on the basis of a history of oppression. Let us listen carefully to Zizek. People far from the Western world are allowed to fully assert their particular ethnic identity without being proclaimed essentialist racist identitarians, Native Americans, blacks, etc. The closer one gets to the notorious white heterosexual males, the more problematic this assertion is. Asians are still okay, Italians and Irish maybe, with Germans and Scandinavians, it is already problematic. However, such a prohibition of asserting the particular identity of white men, as the model of oppression of others, although it presents itself as the admission of their guilt, nonetheless confers on them a central position. This very prohibition to assert their particular identity makes them into the universal neutral medium, the place from which the truth about the other's oppression is accessible. 2005, 156, leaving aside the utter ridiculousness of professing that Native Americans and blacks reside far from the Western world, Zizek may be right that the prohibition imposed on the identity of white men only reinforces the fantasy of their universal neutral centrality. This fantasy is exactly what is responsible for the historical failings of universalism, so that, inasmuch as Zizek is trying to formulate a more truly universalist version of universalism, he is on the right track. However, what one also hears in this passage is something we see increasingly in our culture, namely a sort of desperate "hey, what about me? Do you not see my suffering?" emanating from folks who, perhaps for the first time in their lives, are feeling the sting of marginalization. What is being mourned here is the difficulty of asserting a wounded identity, the lack of a lack. Once again, I do not mean to suggest that there are no white men who suffer, for unquestionably plenty do. But I do think that there is something disturbing about a discourse that, after centuries of dehumanization that has othered large segments of the world's population, now maligns the othered for claiming their status as other. This resentment for the suffering of others may make more sense when we recall that, beyond the contempt for the humiliating realities of suffering, the ideal of withstanding adversity is a deeply ingrained aspect of the mythology of white masculinity, and I mean mythology in Barthes's sense. Within this mythology, the ability to endure hardship immediately suggests a strength of character and lends distinction to one's existence. What has happened in recent decades of multiculturalism is that the Emersonian hero narrative of rugged fortitude has been appropriated by a multitude of others. Even though it is true that we are inundated by images of wretched third-world others, it is also the case that we are seeing a proliferation of stories about the other triumphing against all odds, immigrants becoming economically successful, single mothers raising well-adapted kids, battered women rising against their abusers, black youth pursuing their dreams against tremendous resistance, etc. Such stories, paradoxically enough, can make the other who suffers an object of envy rather than a purely abject entity. On a less superficial level, one could say, activating Lacanian terminology, that what is being envied is the jouissance of suffering. Lacan himself makes the connection between envy and jouissance when he explains that the fantasized jouissance of the other tends to generate a high degree of Lebensneid. Lebensneid is not an ordinary jealousy, it is the jealousy born in a subject in his relation to another, insofar as this other is held to enjoy a certain form of jouissance or superabundant vitality, that the subject perceives as something that he cannot apprehend. 1960, 237. On this view, I begrudge the other's jouissance or superabundant vitality for the simple reason that I am myself barred from it. What is important to me is not the specific form that the other's jouissance takes, but the fact that I do not have it. As Lacan explains, my covetousness is not addressed to anything that I might desire but to a thing that is my neighbor's thing. 83. 21. This is how even a marginalized subject can become an object of jealousy. This subject is resented to the degree that it is fantasized to be in possession of the kind of jouissance of suffering that the dominant subject lacks. Along slightly different lines, a marginalized subject, or group, can come to be viewed as an explicit hindrance to the dominant group's access to jouissance, as what, for example, keeps the dominant group from attaining a sense of cultural cohesion, along the lines of if those people did not exist, everything would be well in our society. In this scenario, the marginalized group is seen as robbing the dominant group of enjoyment that is rightfully theirs. Zizek understands this better than most. 22 Yet he, like Badiou, tends to slide into a similar position of resentment whenever the matter of the suffering other surfaces as an ethical concern. When this other belongs to the proletariat, things are still fine because the proletariat fulfills the specific cations of universality set up by Zizek and Badiou. But the minute the other who suffers is a racial, ethnic, or sexual minority, a woman, or some sort of a post-colonial subject, the limits of universality have been breached. I comprehend the reasoning behind this stance insofar as the proletariat is a diffuse entity without any clear identitarian substance. But, as I have sought to demonstrate, the same could be said about some of the other groupings shunned by Zizek and Badiou, so that, for instance, a queer is anyone who does not buy into heteronormative patriarchy, and a post-colonial subject is anyone who resists the West's hegemonic attempts at empire building. That is, the distinction between the proletariat and other alliance-based movements, including the much maligned feminism, is arbitrary at best, based on an insufficient appreciation of the multiple ways in which such movements have been deconstructed to the point that their claim to universality is just as strong as that of the proletariat, and I say this as someone for whom poverty and social class are not only theoretically, but personally, important. It is just as difficult to isolate the substance of the queer, feminist, anti-racist, or post-colonial subject as it is to isolate the substance of the proletariat. My issue with Zizek and Badiou, in other words, is not that they advocate a universalist ethics, for my own analysis of subjective singularity takes me in the same direction. 23 The issue, instead, is that their universalism does not even begin to meet the requirements of a genuinely universalist.